Coming to you from Bruce McCutcheon Field here in Matawan High School in Matawan, New Jersey. Hello, everybody, and a very pleasant good Sunday morning to all of you. We welcome you to the Keep It a Buck podcast page, in where we present to you the 9-year-old matchups, consolation contests. The playoff contest. I'm getting the games mixed up. Sorry. Between Brick City and Matawan. This should be a very interesting one here. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Art Elias, and we're going to be getting underway in just a couple of minutes with this. But Art, you see here, we have some pretty good stuff going on as far as these teams go. I mean, these kids, they've been playing football all year despite the pandemic, giving them something very good to do. And I think there's been a lot of positivity if that have come from both sides.
Yeah, and these are very entertaining games. The little guys are very, very passionate about their football, and it seems like every one of them is really fast. They all can run, and they really take. This is the start of their football careers, pretty much. They may have played flag or something like that, but once they hit this level here, this is where you're putting on the pads for real. And they're looking at that. They're looking at that ultimate goal of eventually one day getting up on the high school level and beyond.
Now, Art, I know you weren't here a few weeks back, but we saw Brick City a couple of times here, and not just in Matawan, but of course we did a broadcast out in Passaic. And this is a very solid program these folks are running here. I mean, they may not always win every game, but they are always competitive. They seem to have a very good fighting spirit, and I think they could potentially make a little bit of noise here in this contest.
Yeah, and they're always well coached. They've got good, passionate people that back the programs. And when they started this program a number of years ago, they really did a nice job putting it together, and it's very well run up there. I believe Brick City's from Newark, and they have a plethora of kids up there that really want to play ball, and there's some good football up there. And the coaches are taking their time and teaching these kids how to play ball, and that's a good thing there.
And that's what it all comes down to. No matter whoever wins this tournament, the bottom line in all this is these kids are having fun. They are keeping themselves busy. And here on a Sunday morning, and it turned out to be a very beautiful Sunday morning, we should be able to get this game in without any issue at all. But we're going to have a pretty good crowd as we go about the day here. Now, as far as Matawan is concerned, obviously they got off to a little bit of a slow start, but they've really picked things up. And here, even though you're looking at this being the 2-3 game, Brick being the 2 seed, Matawan the 3 seed, Matawan obviously has been quite resilient and played well as of late.
Yeah, and Matawan is kind of like the dark horse of this league, sort of, because this is it's a home game for them, and we're here in the short conference, and this is generally AYF and Pop Warner territory, and here they decided to get into this league to give their kids a better opportunity. They decided that they'd rather play with some competition from North Jersey. So don't sell Matawan short, even though they're the lower seed. They have a home game today, and they're a pretty decent team from what I understand.
And I see Brick City. They just came out. They came out with basically their colored uniform smoke as they entered their sidelines, and pretty creative way of going about it. So very colorful start to our day of football here in Matawan. So I really think this is going to be a very good contest. These are obviously a lot of fun. And Art, let's let our viewers know, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, Brick City is out of Newark, New Jersey, and not out of Brick, New Jersey, which is a little bit further south of where we are. So we just want to make the clarification before we get started here today.
Right. Yeah, and again, like I said, most of this league that plays in this is generally North Jersey and north of Middlesex County, and again, Matawan being at the top of Monmouth County up here, hop, skip, and a jump right over the bridge. So they decided that they wanted to join this league, see if they could generate a little better competition, and it's good for the again. One of the reasons that high schools have excellent programs is because the youth programs are successful. So it's a good feeder for the high school level.
Okay, so Matawan, per the coin toss, I believe Brick City won, and they refused the second half. So it will be Matawan receiving the ball first. Now, mind you, in the 9-year-old bracket, there are no kickoffs, so we just begin at the 35-yard line. So that's how we get underway, 1st and 10. And it'll be a pitch out coming right. Oh, a nice hole. Trying to bounce to about the 40-yard line, and that's about it. But a nice start. Gain of 4 yards on the play. We have the rosters for both, and we just want to make sure we can see it clearly. But anyway,
little hurry-up offense for Matawan.
Yeah, well, they've been changing up the tempos, especially here. Here on 2nd and 5, they'll pitch it out again, and this time it doesn't work. Ends up being a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, difference between that play and the first play was that the line and the tight end of Matawan on the right side, when they pitched to the right, were able to seal the edge, which caused that nice hole for the 5-yard gain. That time, penetration in the backfield by the edge, and if you're trying to pitch out, you better have somebody super fast to get to that sideline, or if he's not going to get blocked, he's not going to have a chance to make it outside.
All right, so after a 3-yard loss, the situation is now 3rd and 8 from the 37-yard line. And you won't see too many passes. A lot of it is more simple runs, and they can be predictable. But remember, you're learning a little bit on the job as when it comes to football plays and vocabulary and other things. And now, actually a timeout's going to be called by Matawan. I'll be their first of the half, so we will keep it here. So, obviously, what we've been doing here, of course, the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference, they've been very generous to us to be able to broadcast, especially for a couple weekends this year, and we're back here again for this and others. But as we see these kids, I'm sure, I don't know if you started playing football at the age of 9, but what is it like being a kid trying to learn everything you want to know about football?
Well, one of the things over the years, I would say, let's go back about maybe 20 years or so. The children on this level here, this is relatively new, if you want to call 20 years new. But in the past, kids really didn't start playing ball until about 10, 11, 12 years old, and they never had a chance to play anything younger, flag or anything on this level. So this has all come about, and it's relatively new in the last 15 to 20 years.
Well, the coach is changing the play on 3rd and 8, and it's going to be, looks like a slow jet sweep to the right, and Brick City has this one well covered as maybe a yard on the play. The runner that time, that is Michael Postel, who had to carry. But it forces a 4th and, we'll say, 7 from the 38-yard line.
Yeah, a little misdirection play there. There was they looked like they were faking a dive inside and having the wide out come around and swing around. So I know that there's I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Tom, if you want to punt, you just tell the referee you want to punt, and they set the ball up on the 35.
I think what it is, it might be 30 yards
or 30,
from the spot of the last play.
Yep, you're exactly right. I'm sorry.
Because as I mentioned, Art, there is no kicking game in the 9-year-old level. So you just add 30 to the play, and that makes Brick City get their first possession just outside the 33-yard line of their own territory, and that's where they'll have it 1st and 10.
So good defensive stance for Brick City, and now we get a chance to see what they can do on offense.
And from what I've seen from Brick City, they have talented players, especially on both sides of the ball, and offense especially too. From what we've seen, there've been a lot of I've seen a lot of good plays in regards to some of the receivers here, which of course we will run down both teams' rosters a little bit later here. But in the meantime, it is 1st and 10, and Brick City, of course, they look like in their Honolulu all-blue uniforms with silver helmets and numerals. They're going to line up in a shotgun formation on the first play, 1st and 10, as the ball is on the 33-yard line. And it's a low snap, but luckily one of the backs ended up falling behind the quarterback and ends up recovering the football.
And we've seen this before, Tom, on any level from the semi-pro level down. If you don't get the snap going, we don't get the play going.
Anthony Lee was the one who fell on it, so it'll be, after a little bit of a loss on the play, goes back to the 28, and it forces a 2nd and 15. we'll see how they decide to line up here. The first play was a split back shotgun, and now they're going to huddle up and probably change the play again. So, I mean, obviously it's playoffs, but it's also, like I said, it's learning. It's getting more vocabulary about the game on and off the field. So, in between split backs, another low snap, but the handoff's a good one, and it's going to the 40 to midfield. He's going to run for a while to the 40 and down to the 32-yard line. And no flags there. And I'll tell you one thing, Anthony Lee, he really took off there and ends up getting a first down. That's got to be about a 40-yard gain on that one.
Yeah, nice. It was a quick hitter, right to the right side, nice little hole, and speed kills.
Even at 9 years old.
Yes, it does.
So 1st and 10. At the Matawan 32-yard line in that same formation. Again, a little bit of a difficult snap, but running is a quarterback and crossing the 25 and stumbling out of bounds. That is Michael Postel, who was able to come through with it.
Now, one of the things you'll notice, Tom, is that because there's not much passing, teams very rarely play any safeties. So there's up to 4 linemen and is up to 6 linemen actually on a line of scrimmage, 3 linebackers up. So the box is very tight. Whereas if you saw this on a higher level, you'd probably throw the ball. But so if you have a successful running game against 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in the box, that means your guys up front are doing a good job blocking.
By the way, Matawan's is Apostle, and that's Quasi Williams, who's the quarterback for Brick City, and he lines up again a split shotgun. One of the Matawan players jumped, and that's going to be an offside call. That will give Brick City a first down on that play.
Yep, they got a little too jumpy there, so he wants to make a play.
And that's what you have to do. You have to be a little careful. And usually you do not see very many penalties. I'd say at the beginning of the season you don't see that many penalties, but as things go, you learn things a little at a time, and then the officials end up starting to call it.
They will call it in the playoffs. They do let some stuff go on this level, because it is they're trying to instruct them and help them, but it's playoff time, so they will call it.
Okay, Williams will take it, and there's a handoff, and that's not going to be for too much. It's a good job by the Matawan defense making a stop at about the 16-yard line. Still a 2-yard gain, but and I believe that was number 10, Adrian Hunter, who was able to get a couple yards.
And you have to be brave to call runs to the inside between the tackles against this type of defense. Like I said, you're looking at 6 men across the front there, 3, 4 linebackers. So if you're going to call a run to the inside, then you have to have, if you're the coach, you have to have a good feel for your guys up front that they're going to get some blocks on people.
And don't forget that in the 9-year-old level, also there's a coach on the field helping with the instructions. So that is allowed on that level. So they're going to go with a little bit of a modified set here on 2nd and 8. And this handoff is going to go to about the 16-yard line. That is Mylon Pitt. And he gets maybe another yard or so. So Matawan's defense starting to tighten up here.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of a modified full house backfield, and that creates you can't play defense with your eyes. You have to play defense with your you have to stay within your what your coaches are telling you.
All right, here's a play fake taken by Williams. Williams has some room. He'll get to the 10 and out of bounds at the sticks.
I think he just got the first down.
He might have. They're going to spot it at the 9, and yeah, they're going to give it to him. So it'll be 1st and goal at the 9. So a nice play call by quarterback Quasi Williams. He faked right and then bounced left and was able to just get enough room.
Yep, so perfect example. Play your technique and play your defensive scheme, what the coaches are telling you. If you look too much and watch what's happening, they faked all three backs to the right side, and then quarterback just kind of rolled and kept it to the left. So you have to stay home and play your technique.
All right, so it'll be 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. And once again, this modification they've used on the last couple plays, that has worked, and that will probably keep Matawan guessing a little bit. Oh, and there's a drop
Fumble.
Snap, but once again, it's Brick City that falls on it. They lose a couple yards on the play.
I think the quarterback turned the wrong way and got got a hip of his running back instead of the breadbasket.
Mayan Pitt was the one who fell on the football, so the second fumble on this drive. And like I said, this is the opening drive of the game. You want to make sure you have things a little bit more crisp. But remember, they are 9 years old, and these things are going to happen. You're probably not going to find things in the stat sheet where there were no fumbles lost on either side, because you're going to see that happen.
Yep,
because,
that's expected.
I mean, and remember, the body's grown, and still it's a matter of concentration, handling things, especially when it comes to different levels. So following that, it is 2nd and goal, and they're going to spot the ball at the 12-yard line. Another low snap. Here's Pitt. He'll try and bounce around the right side. He moves to about the 10 and struggles his way, still pushing to the 6-yard line, gets about 6. So Mayan Pitt doing a nice job in keeping Brick City in it with a 3rd and goal.
But he had a nice little jump step to the right there. I would have liked to see him stretch that out to the pylon, because I think he probably could have outran that, but he saw a little crease there and tried to cut it back. But maybe he goes outside, he gets the score there.
Yeah, but also he broke a couple of tackles, which is nice as well. So he was able to keep the play going that way.
Moving and juking.
Even at such a young age. All right, so 3rd and goal. The ball will be spotted at the 6. And once again, Williams on a low snap picks it up, rolls right, looking, being chased, and he is nothing but green, and he will welcome himself into the end zone for a 6-yard touchdown run. So a nice play on the part of Quasi Williams. It was a little bit of a rough snap, and even though there was a little bit of hesitation, he quickly was able to adjust and run it right through for an easy 6-yard score.
Yep, he had the again, we talked about speed kills, and he had he did a nice job recovering. Again, a low snap, he recovered, picked up the ball, turned, and that was pretty much the defenders from Matawan had the edge set. They were there, but what happens is you get stuck kind of in quicksand when you're out there on an island, and you don't know if that guy's good with all that green. You don't know if he's going to take it to the edge or kind of cut it, so you got to wait, and he took it right in.
So Quasi Williams able to do the job from 6 yards out. Now comes the conversion. Keep in mind it's only a 1-point conversion. And they're probably going to line up in the same formation as before. Actually, this time Quasi was going to go under center now. Oh, and the snap ends up going directly to one of the backs, and Matawan's waiting, so the conversion will be unsuccessful. So even though things were a little bit shaky between the center and the quarterback, at least for Brick City, they were able to drive it down the field, and thanks to a 6-yard touchdown run, it ends up being a 6-0 game. And Art, let's take a look at the replay of what Quasi did, as you can see how he's lining up. Once again, that triangular formation.
Yep.
Now watch the snap. It's not a pretty one.
Yeah, down at his knees, and you see he recovers nicely, and there he goes. He turns, and you see the defenders. They do have the edge there, but he's got that speed to take it all the way outside.
And quarterbacks have to have that, and he's only going to get better with what he's doing there. So a good job on the part of Quasi Williams, 6-yard touchdown run, and that makes it a 6-0 lead for Brick City. Matawan will get the ball at the 35-yard line following now the conversion is done. Now, please keep in mind, folks, official time is kept on the field, so we'll let you know if there's any specific change or if they let us know how much time is left. So Matawan is back into play here.
We'll see if they see what the coach has dialed up here to see if Matawan can answer.
All right, 1st and 10, ball at the 35-yard line. They're going to sweep it right, but Brick City's right there. The containment is just too much for Matawan to handle, and the runner goes down for a couple-yard loss and is shaken up a little bit too.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation there. He wasn't sure. I don't think he knew if he wanted to cut it or go to the edge, and with the and I can tell just by watching the first couple series, Brick City's linebackers are obviously very quick, so they can run sideline to sideline. So with that said, they're going to have to if they're going to run a toss or a sweep, they have to make a quick decision, get to the line of scrimmage, and either get up the field or get outside.
All right, so we've reached quarter time, and Brick City has a 6-0 lead on Matawan. Let's take a quick break. Quarter number 2 right after this.
Hi, Welcome to Mobile Brake Guys. We're a mobile brake repair company. That means we come to your home or workplace to repair your brakes. You'll never have to sit and wait at a shop again. Our certified technicians only use premium brake parts. We work on all cars, SUVs, and trucks. Our process is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, book an appointment. 2, service the vehicle. And 3, pay for the service at the service location. Just give us a call. We'd love to speak to you. 888-595-8060.
Okay, as we come back, we just wanted to let you know that the last commercial for Keep It a Buck Clothing, you can find more information on the clothing and how you can purchase through their Instagram page. Their website is in progress, so check their Instagram page for more details on their clothing. All right, so now on second down, here is a throw along the left side,
Wow.
and it's caught. Nicely done at the 48-yard line. Good catch by Michael Postel, and he did a great job there. That was a gain of 19 and a first down for Matawan.
Oh, so they so much for them telling us there's not much passing here on Mount, but not a bad. Not a bad throw there, and he was just a little underthrown, but nice turnaround, and receiver went up and helped his quarterback, went up and got it, and he was covered, so that you can't fault the defender. Nice throw and nice gain.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not going to have the tight spirals at 9 years old, but I'll tell you one thing: but as you grow, I mean, you're going to have more and more plays like this.
Yeah,
and
he got it there.
even though it wasn't the prettiest of passes, it worked out.
He got it there.
That's what matters here. So 1st and 10 for Matawan at the 48-yard line, and a delayed snap ends up resulting in a 2-yard loss on the play.
Hard to say if that was going to be the quarterback keeping that the whole time, but he had a little fumble with the snap, so I don't know if he just decided to keep it himself or that was the design play.
And also, I think, too, trying to handle the ball might have had a little bit to do with it, because you got to remember, every 10th, maybe even 100th of a second counts when it comes to football and the timing of the play. So that's something you have to remember. But it ends up being still a 2-yard loss, and it is 2nd and 12 from midfield. And at least for Matawan, they're going to keep things rather interesting here. By the way, Blair Carter Gagneron is the quarterback, I believe, for Matawan. So the coach is obviously trying to instruct the play and see what they come out with here. In the shotgun here on 2nd down, and quarterback's going to call his number. Oh, slips out of the tackle, but only gets back to the line of scrimmage. Brick City, very nice containment there as forces the quarterback. And let me just make the correction. It's Antoine Patterson who was able to grab that. And no gain there, so 3rd and 12.
Now, the other thing, Tom, that we talk about, especially with these two teams here today, and you can tell from both sidelines, they really only have about 15 players on each sideline. So a lot of these young guys are going both ways. So they have to stamina and that will to play those 4 quarters on both sides as it comes into play here too.
So they're playing on basically both sides of the ball here. Now on 3rd down, here's a pitch out. It's going to get for maybe a yard, but no more, as Postel only gets a yard, but brought down by Quasi Williams.
Yeah, number 1 there, Williams.
Yeah, ones meet each other here.
Yep, they sure did. And he nice. He kept his shoulders squares. Good form tackling. He didn't take him down to the ground, but he knew smart enough to know that he was coming to the sideline, and he wrapped arms, drove him out of bounds, and just laid off. So good job.
Well, they end up saying no gain on the play, so we'll see what the coach decides to instruct, if they want to go for it at midfield on 4th and 12 or just punt and let Brick City have it at their own 20-yard line. But they are going to go for it and take a shot. I mean, they had a 19-yard pass play on this drive, so they're hoping that they'll be able to get it to work again. So 4th and 12 from midfield. Let's see what happens. It's a shotgun. Patterson looking. He's going to run it. Let's see if there's room.
Edge.
He does. 40. He's got the first down. He goes out of bounds at the 36. Needed 12. Got 14. Nice play call by Matawan.
Yeah, he was looking to throw that, and I get everybody was covered, so he figured I'm going to tuck it in and go, and he did it.
I'll tell you what, that was a pretty interesting play call, but you know what? As long as it works, it's all that matters.
Yeah, the other thing, Tom, too, that this on youth football, on all levels and all different leagues, there's always mandatory plays. So every player has to play a certain number of plays. So that's something that comes into the coaching strategy. That you want to get all your players their plays that they're supposed to have, and that comes into play when you're calling a game on the sideline.
You know, that's very true, and I never really took that into consideration. But hey, you pay to get involved in the league, you should get to play.
Absolutely.
All right, on first down, here's a handoff, and a flag goes down as going to about the 32 is possible, but we'll see what the official says. That penalty looks to be against Matawan.
Yeah, I think they're going to get somebody on the edge for a hold there.
And like I said, this would be something that would probably not be called in September, but remember, when you become a little more advanced and you get to learn the game a little more, these officials are going to start calling. Keep in mind, there are only 3 officials on the field, and they just eye the action. So,
and as a former official, I can say that on this level, you definitely are going to call the safety fouls if there's a clip or a low block or a face mask. You'll always call those no matter what. But most of the other stuff, you're going to try to help the kids along. And as the season goes on, you kind of work into more of a calling a penalty. But again, like I said, this is the playoffs, so they're not going to be very lenient on anything, especially at the point of attack. So the ref on the other side sees a hold, he'll let that go. They're running to the right, but if you have it right at the point of attack, they'll flag you.
Okay, so it's 10 yards from the spot of the hold, so 1st and 21 from the 47-yard line. Matawan trying to get their people lined up. Looks like Gagnon is under center for this. And he's going to throw a reverse. Oh, there is Brick City waiting right there for him. And again, a good play falling of results for negative yardage.
Yeah, that didn't have a chance to work there because they had not only did they have penetration from the side the play was going, but somebody come off the edge there and ran it down from behind. It was number 3, I think, if my eyes.
That would be Anthony Lee.
Yep, yeah, nice job by Mr. Lee there. Came right down the line, did exactly what he's supposed to do. The play goes away. You follow, you get in the hip of everybody running the opposite way, and you try to catch it from behind.
And one thing that is important, especially if you're playing on defense, and I kind of took this a lot from Andy Reid when he's coaching, he basically said to his defenders, stay in your lane.
Yep.
And that's such an important thing because as long as you do that, you'll at least maximize the containment regardless of how the play goes. So now on 2nd down, here's a slip tackle, and he's still loose. He breaks through to the 40, the 30. How about this? He's going to clear the area with no flags.
Oh, no, we got one. No, you know what? That's a shame.
Or do we? Now I see it kicked over the 25-yard line.
I see. You know what happened? One of the, I don't know why he did it. He just got a little excited. One of the Matawan players it blocked in the back on the sideline there, but you always try to tell the kids once the play is past you, don't touch anybody. And it was past him. He got a little anxious there, and he clipped somebody from behind.
And it nullifies what would have been a 53-yard touchdown run. That's a very tough break. It will at least repeat the down.
And it was right in front of the official. He did it in the worst possible spot.
That is definitely a shame. Because, that was a spectacular run, but the blocking didn't quite work out. But, hey, that was still a very nice play. You don't give up, and you just keep on going.
Oh, that was all. He must have broke at least 3 tackles on that. It was an excellent run to the outside. And I actually think that maybe some of the Brick City players thought he was going to get pushed out of bounds, and they slowed up a little bit. But he just kept dancing and high-stepping and was off to the goal.
All right, well, they're going to spot the ball at the 33-yard line of Brick City, so it's still going to be a net of 20 yards. And I think and they get to repeat the down too, so it'll be second, and it looks like 7 from the 28-yard line. The foul must have occurred at the, the 33-yard line, so the foul must have occurred at the 23, and you go 10 yards back from there.
Yep, it's exactly where it was.
So, again, very tough break. Still positive yardage, and you repeat the down as a consolation. So instead of second and extremely long, now you have second and 7 from the 33.
Coach put a little star next to that play on the sheet there. Come back to that later.
Well, unfortunately, this time the handoff ends up resulting in a 2-yard loss to the 35-yard line. So that'll make it 3rd and 9. Postel again with the carry.
Yeah, I tried a little, just a little quick hitter inside, and just not. Everybody's home, stayed home. They did what you just talked about a few minutes ago, and that was stay in your lane, stay home, and the ball carrier came right to him.
All right, so now 3rd and 9, ball spot at the 35-yard line, and the officials did say we have 2 minutes left till halftime. As the wind's starting to pick up here in Matawan.
Yeah, and we're high enough up that we can feel them pretty good too.
Well, I mean, we're in basically mostly an enclosed space. Obviously, the air is coming from what we're seeing out in front of us and on the monitors, but wind must be blowing in our direction. Just our luck, I guess. But anyway, 3rd and 9 from the 35, empty gun this time. Trying to fake a Brick City out, and it's not going to work. As the play goes for a loss, and I think a little bit had to do with the hesitation on the part of, I think it was Gagnerin who was trying to try and get around. Brick City, meanwhile, does call a timeout.
Yeah, that was a pass play all the way around, and he was trying to wait for one of his receivers to break free. He had a slot man cross into the middle, and somebody going on a fly, but if they don't get separation, he can't throw the ball. So Brick City with a smart timeout. They want to save the clock to try to get going.
All right, by the way, I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, here we go. We're going to watch the replay here. Yeah, see, he doesn't get any of his guys loose. You can see them downfield, and everybody's covered by Brick City. They got blue jerseys across the field, so he's trying to roll to the outside, but just didn't quite make it.
Okay, so obviously with that play not working, Brick City will have a chance with the football before that. But by the way, while there's a timeout, let me run down to Brick City players as we have listed on the roster. We have Tahim Fairley, Jaden Porterfield, Damian Thomas, Quasi Williams, Mayan Pitt, Anthony Lee, Alpha Quan McNair, Samir Jennings, Mushin Bell, Kavan Golson, Christian Williams, Adrian Hunter, Errol Nato, Cameron Graham, Jabril McIver, Zion Hatcher, Justin Baker, Rodre Robinson, and Nyson Burgess. That's for Brick City. And they're still talking on the Matawan side, so we'll run down them real quick. Michael Postel, Antoine Patterson, Joseph Kungle, Chase Ellis, Chase Drew, Justin Regis Ash, Landon Vance, Blair Carter Gagnerin, Savan Zakers, Aaron Haynes, Jake Johnson, Nashadine Brown, Jakai Williams, Kai Ellis, Carmelo Fondo, Sadiq Musa, Emmanuel May, and Aiden Kelly. So that's your Matawan list for the 9-year-olds.
It looks like, Tom, that because there's, normally any other time a 4th down here in this kind of territory on the other, they would probably go for it on 4th down, but Brick City does have all 3 timeouts. They did use one. So Matawan was smart to put the ball, to say they were going to punt and put the ball deep in their territory here, or Brick City's territory here.
And add 30 yards automatically on the punt, so Brick City deep in their own territory at their own 12-yard line. And the wind is going to be a little bit of a factor, too, because I've noticed on the opposite side of the field, a trash can just fell and blew like 5 feet across in the back goalpost. So,
okay, that would be strong enough then to, that's a good wind.
Yeah, well, you can tell through the microphones that you're hearing these rumblings in the background, too. So, in any case, Brick City with the ball in the final stages of the first half. They'll get the ball to start the second half, don't forget. 1st and 10. as the ball is spotted at the 12-yard line. Let's see how things go here. As there's a handoff,
Big hole.
A nice run crossing the 20 down to the 22-yard line. And I think that was Adrian Hunter who had that one. So it's a gain of 11 and a first down. Now move the change very quickly.
Yeah, that was a nice hole on the right side. Everybody got a body on a body there for Brick City, and good gain.
Let's see how quickly they can come to the line here. 1st and 10 from the 23. Another handoff. And crossing the 25 down to the 30-yard line. Now, I think Brick City still has 2 timeouts they can use.
Yeah, they're saving them. They're just going hurry up, and no timeouts called yet.
Well, you need to keep an eye on the clock that the officials keep on the field now. And now we have an official timeout as one of the players has to, I believe, an equipment issue. I guess it has to tie a shoe. That does happen. I mean, sometimes the laces do pop out, and you have to allow that courtesy, especially on this level.
Yep, official timeouts, laces, gloves, could be anything, shoes, mouthpieces, chin straps, always something.
And it could leave a trail to the end zone there, too. All right, so the ball is spotted at the 30-yard line, so 2nd and 3, clock back running again. Let's see what they do here. Another handoff. Trying to bounce to the right, and now be a first down to the 35-yard line.
And on this level, that'll stop the clock so they can reset. But as soon as he signals first down, they'll wind. But Brick City uses their second timeout.
Yeah, and then you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, Art, because I wasn't exactly sure with the rules on how they did the first down that the clock were to stop to move the chains like they would all the way up to college.
Yeah, they do. They stop it and they give the chance that they get a chance for the officials to set the ball. Once the ball's set, and then the official will blow the ready for play, and he'll wind up.
And you know something, Art? I look back. I mean, if I remember, I mean, I watched football, especially since I was like 7 years old, and of course, I mean, obviously, I never played football at any level, but to see the players that grow up and do what they do, I mean, so much has changed, especially, I mean, in nearly 40 years. And from what you learned when playing football at such a young age, what do you think has changed? And in the way that you're involved in the game, how do you try and instruct these players? I mean, you can answer after this next play, but think about that for 1 second as we go back into action on 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. They're going to line up a little bit differently here. They're going to go with a 4-receiver set.
And Matawan is playing a little deeper defense here.
And this time they're going to give this one to Pitt, and Pitt will get to about the 40, but that's about it.
And Tom, what you were asking before, you know, that everything, no matter how old or how football is, you know, blocking, tackling, running, kicking and throwing, everything is pretty much the same. The biggest thing is adapting to the rules changes. Obviously, equipment changes and things like that, but football's been the same since it's always been. It's just showing the kids the adaptation of the game and what they can do with different rules.
Well, they decided to do another run on 2nd down, and it's only going to get to about the 41-yard line. And Matawan actually nearly took the ball out, but I think the whistle blew right that moment. So.
Yeah, they're going to stop the forward progress. So Brick City will use their last timeout here.
Yeah, and it's true too. Going back to your note when it comes to the adaptation of rules changes and equipment changes, but how much emphasis is placed more on how to properly tackle?
Well, tackling for a number of years kind of got away from youth sports. But it's one of the most basic things that you could ever do. And I had a coach when I was in middle school, and you know, he used to say that after a loss, we would go back to practice the following week and just go over the basics. And it was and that was tackling and blocking. And he said that if you lost the game, that you lost the basics sometime during the game. You know, and again, a team just might be a better team than yours and whatnot, but those are the things that win you the game. That's the consistency of playing a full game and everybody doing their job. But yeah, tackling got away, and again with safety issues, not leading with the head, so much has changed, and not going below the waist. So if you're a coach on the youth level, you really have to teach your kids the proper tackling technique to make the play and to be safe.
Okay, a high snap on third down. They're going to throw deep left side, and it's a little bit high and incomplete. That one was intended for a pit, but just a little bit high. But at least that wasn't a bad idea for a play call.
Yeah, no, that's the first. They had run probably about 4 or 5 plays to the right side there. They kept going to the well, and I don't know if that was by design, but then they came back to the left side now to try to get a long one down the field, and that was covered well. So. But I like the play call to try to make something happen long and see if they could get one.
Now the question for Brick City on 4th and 4, do they decide to punt? And we don't know how much time is left in the half anyway, only the officials know. But I would think that if they were to punt, that would give Matawan the ball at their own 29.
And I'm looking at the defensive alignment for Matawan, and you can see that they've got about 3 or 4 players playing deeper. So I'm going to assume that there's probably not a lot of time left on the clock for them to – and that maybe Brick City's got to throw one long.
So this could be the last play of the first half, but we'll see. So 4th and 4 from the 41. And the center moves, so that's going to back it up 5 yards. So they'll back it up to the 36-yard line. So they'll try it again, but only 5 yards deeper. And that's the thing. And the cadences, remember, I mean, for both teams, the cadences for the lines have been very good.
Yeah, they have. Everybody's holding their sauce. Nobody's moving. Nobody's jumping. Pretty much, I think maybe that's the only second play we've had where we've had a penalty with somebody moving, and I think we had 1 offsides in the first quarter. So that's a good clean game. Which, like I said before the game, that's coaching. It's discipline. That's the coaches instilling the kids with a good mental attitude.
All right, so. Back it goes, and again, possibly the last play of the first half, we don't know, but it's 4th and 9 following the false start, and it's going to be a play fake. Keeping it himself is going to be Williams. Williams will get to the 45. He's going to have a first down at the 47-yard line. He needed 9. He got 11.
I don't know if he got out of bounds. If they gave I saw the referee signal stop the play. Well, this official over here on this side did for the first down, but I don't know if he got out of bounds.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because time has run out.
He did not. Okay.
So, hey, entertaining first half of the 9-year-olds, right, Art?
Yeah, 6-0. That's a great first half of football there. I like it. And again, we could be tied up right now for not one play that got called back, but. Yeah, it's a very even match game right now. Both teams are playing hard, and you can see the skill set on both sides of the ball. And again, in the playoffs, you're always that first half is a little bit of touchy-feely, and let's see what they're going to do if we call this. Let's see what we can do against that. And now the second half, I look to see a little bit more firepower.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and take a little pause here as our halftime score: Brick City over Matawan by a score of 6-0 in the 9-year-old playoffs. Let's go ahead and show you a couple of halftime features for your entertainment. We'll be back in a few for the second half.
Who is Jaden Gould, you may ask?
The way he works out so hard and his energy is just, it's amazing.
I think a lot of Jaden's work ethic comes from his dad. From the minute you walk in the door, you better be a competitor. And you we're really looking for guys that really want to compete at the highest level.
Got that experience, got all those nerves out of me, and I was just like, I could really play with the best in high school.
So maybe this was just God's way of telling you you needed to take a break. You would never ordinarily take a break.
Okay, we're back here in Matawan, New Jersey. Bruce McCutcheon Field in Matawan High School. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Art Elias and Howard Gaber, of course, behind the controls. The 9-year-old playoff game, the 2-3 game. The second seed, the Brick City Lions, a 6-0 lead over the third seed, the Matawan Huskies. And it's been a good first half, and both teams, I think, have played pretty hard, Art, as we know Brick City's going to get the ball to start the second half. But you look at these players, and they put on a pretty good, entertaining show so far.
They absolutely did, and we were very, very close to having a tied-up ball game right before the half. We alluded right before we broke for the halftime. And Brick City being up 6-0 and getting the ball in the second half, they've got a distinct advantage for the second half. But we saw Matawan finally get some work on offense, and they got some plays going.
I'm sorry, I want to check the replay of the score that Brick City had, and that was in their quarterback, Quasi Williams. You'll see him in the center of the triangle. A low snap, but he was able to pick it up and outrun the coverage and have the 6-yard score. That was the only point of the first half.
Yep, that was our scoring for the first half. And again, Matawan wasn't very far off. They was very close. They had the edge blocked, and he outran the coverage. So again, we did see Matawan kind of in the second quarter make a late push and look like they were getting the offense on track. So it should be interesting to see what they do in the second half. And again, even on this level, it's all about adjustments and telling the kids, or adjusting, at least on this level, adjusting to what you're going to call, what you saw, what you didn't like, what didn't work. So we'll see who's making the first set of adjustments.
Okay, so both teams switch sides as we begin the second half. Usually that you switch sides after quarters, but not in the 9-year-old case here. So 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. They're going to have this handoff bounce to about the 39-yard line. I believe that was Adrian Hunter with the carry, who was able to get close to the 40. They'll give him, so about a 5-yard pickup.
Yeah, now Brick City they pretty much made a living of running to the right side in the first half. Now, interesting that the first play they call in the second half is to the left side.
Well, that could just be a little bit of a teaser, and they might go back to the right, but we'll see how this plays out here, as it is 2nd and 5 from the 40-yard line. Same formation as before. As once again, that is Hunter. Hunter with a first down. He goes down to about the 47, 48-yard line. So Brick City will get a new set of downs there.
And these are smart play calls by the Brick City coach, because they're running right outside the tight end, or right, whatever you want to call, off tackle, that D gap area for the defense. Because if you look at Matawan, they've got 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in the box. So why not try to get a hitter right off the edge there? And those are smart play calls.
All right, so Brick City trying to figure what they're going to do on the new set of downs, trying to extend their lead to begin the second half. Now, for those of you just joining us, remember, official time is kept on the field, so don't worry about the score clock on the bottom. So 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Let's see what Williams does. He's the quarterback. He's going to give this one a handoff. And pushing to about the 48-yard line is Mayan Pitt. Pitt had a key run, I believe, earlier on in the game, where setting up the score with a 40-yard run, which eventually led to that touchdown.
He did, and this is a simple philosophy for Brick City on offense. It's, we're going to put more guys on the side we're running the ball, more guys to block than you have to defend. So they have that modified full house backfield, and pretty much just pull the two backs in front of the back that's getting the ball.
2nd and 9 from the 48-yard line. Changing the formation this time is Brick City, as they're going to go with a 3-wide set with a slot left. Still between split backs, though. Williams to take the snap, and they're going to jet sweep it. Cutting inside, crossing midfield, and going to about the 45-yard line. That was actually a nice tackle by Chase Ellis there at the 46. So once again, that was Anthony Lee with that one. Gain of 6.
Yeah, little Anthony there. Just those little quick feet were moving. Boy, he was churning out some yards there. He got a good handoff and nice positive yards to make it a third and manageable situation.
Okay, so it is 3rd, and we're going to say 3. They got to get to the 43 to move the sticks. And Quick City So quickly, Brick City is getting to the line. A little bit of a Sunday name miscalculation there.
Say that 3 times real fast, Tom.
3 times real fast.
Okay.
Well, you did tell me, but anyway. Save myself a little bit for later on.
Good
But
work.
anyway, here we go on 3rd and 3, but flags are down. And
It looked like Madawan, the defender on the edge, stepped over, and I'll tell you what, he bailed out Brick City because they had somebody moving in the backfield there at the snap, and that might have got called for illegal procedure. So it's going to go 5 and a first down now for Brick City.
so, yeah, you're right. Big break there as Madawan got hit with the infraction. So 1st and 10 for Brick City at the 41. And now what they're going to do is triple the right side in a 4-receiver set. We'll see what Williams does in the shotgun. Play fake, and Williams will keep it. But good containment. There was some good containment by the Madawan defense, and it still goes. And the ball's out, but Brick City fell on it at the 46-yard line.
Oh, he was dancing back there, and you got to be careful if you're going to try to make a play. It's not a problem. You can do it, but watch that ball.
Kevon Gulson fell on it. Ends up being a 5-yard loss, and now it is 2nd and 15.
I think that's the second fumble by Brick City, but they've recovered both of their own, so they're dodging a bullet there.
They actually had 2 on the opening drive, so that's their third. So they recovered all 3. They haven't turned the ball over yet, but they need to be careful. Ball security is going to be pretty critical at this point in time. So after sending some more personnel here, it is 2nd and 15 as the ball is spotted at the Madawan 46. The folks from Newark are up 6-0 right now, trying to get some more in the opening drive in the second half. And they're going to go with a little bit of a bigger formation, but split backs and a receiver on each side. So Williams awaits the shotgun snap. That's a good one. And this one ends up going to Pitt. And Pitt keeps going and plows to about the 30. And that's going to be a first down. He needed 15, and he's able to gain 16. So he's done a good job in making big plays when he's needed to.
Yeah, and a big hole on the left side. And credit all of the players on Brick City on the offense. Everybody's blocking who they're supposed to block. So it's a good job there. They're doing a good job there.
When everyone comes through together, that's when everything works out the best.
One of the big fellas on the offensive line there got a little excited and they weren't even set yet, and he decided he wanted to go block some. He did such a good job on the last play, he wanted to keep blocking somebody.
He thought the play was still going on, and instead we see one of the most unusual false starts that you will ever see, and it ends up being a 5-yard penalty no matter how creative the false start is. So it ends up being 1st and 15 now as the ball is spotted at the Madawan 35. So again, between split backs, Williams in the shotgun takes a high snap, and again, this is Pitt, and Pitt this time contained beautifully by the Madawan defense. Might have even lost the yard there.
Yeah, that's where you set the edge. They had everybody flowing to the ball. Now that's how you play edge defense there. They've got to, and Madawan's going to have to do the same thing over and over again because obviously the game plan for Brick City was run to the right in the first half and run to the left in the second half, apparently. So that's probably about their 4th or 5th play to the left side. So they've got something going on that they want to do. I don't know if they're flip-flopping linemen or whatever, but they like the left side now for the second half.
Well, and then also good coverage on the part of Sadiq Musa, who was in on that last play. So it'll be 2nd and 16, ball at the 36. And again, Williams lining up in the shotgun. Got a receiver on each side here. And he's going to keep it. Williams tries to get around one, does. Bounces off another tackle, not the third. Ends up losing a yard, and a nice play on the part of Michael Postel, who was able to come through. And hopefully I got the pronunciation correct after a few tries.
Number 4, Tom, on Madawan. I don't have his name in front of me, but he just shot up the field, and he had a chance to tackle the quarterback for a big loss, and he just got out of the grip of his legs, but he's playing the outside corner spot over here, and he did a nice job there.
Yeah, Chase Ellis obviously didn't give up on the play, but he disrupted it enough, which allowed Postel to make the tackle for. They're going to say no gain, so it'll be 3rd and 16 Now remember that Brick City has had second and third and long, and they have been successful at converting. Let's see what happens here as they shrink everybody down. Gonna keep it himself. Oh, there's an open field and then an open receiver, which is incomplete.
Oh,
that was a nicely designed play. Just a little bit too much on the pass by Williams, and ends up being fourth down.
Yeah, he had him too. Nice ball that he threw down the field there, and what happened was it looked like the receiver was kind of out of stride a little bit and kind of had his he turned his back a little bit so that he was facing the play and just couldn't pull it in. But a well-designed play because they had an excellent fake on the run, and I think they caught Matawan looking in the backfield a little bit because he was wide open.
And both teams realize this is not going to be much of a passing game, and now I guess they're going to talk things over.
That's the punt. Probably the punt, right?
So they decide the punt.
Yeah.
The wind will take it all the way back to the 6-yard line. So Matawan will have a long way to go in order for it to get it into the end zone. Actually, they're going to spot the ball at the 10-yard line.
Well, that's a good job. Why not? Again, normally you would, being in territory, being the other team's territory, you're going to go for it on fourth down. But Brick City is going to try to play a little field position chance here and put them deep in their own ends or deep in their own end.
Normally it is 30 yards for a punt automatically, but if it goes inside the 10, the ball is automatically brought back to their own 10-yard line. So that is where Matawan will begin. So just want to explain, I believe, the rule to everyone here. So Matawan will have their opening possession here of the second half, and they have a long way to go to tie this one up. But hey, you never know. This team, they've been pretty feisty, and they could get one break, and it could turn to a long one. Now they're moving everybody around here on 1st and 10, way back at the 10-yard line.
Empty backfield?
Yep, empty gun. They're going to heave one right side. And I think it's caught.
I think he got it.
Yes, at the 25-yard line. Now, it looks like both players, offense and defense, caught it, but by rule, the tie goes to the receiver, and it's Postel able to come through for a gain of 15.
Yeah, he hauled it in. And, you know, it's funny. I'm looking by the scoreboard, and the Old Glory's flying high there, and she's blowing kind of with the offensive from our right to left, and so Matawan would kind of have the win here, but it's kind of on an angle because I feel it blowing towards us. So why not pass a little bit? You have the wind at your back now.
And keep in mind, too, if we get to the fourth quarter, we're still going the same direction, too.
Yep.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 25, so that definitely helps. Here's a handoff and trying to get around a containment a little bit to the 27-yard line. Gain of 2 on the play, but at least a nice design play. But once again, Brick City's defense very quick.
Yeah, no, the play calls are fine, and again, they're blocking, and Matawan's doing an okay job. But the problem with getting to that edge, when you string it out to the sideline, Brick City thrives on that. They love running sideline to sideline, and they're going to close quick. So if you're going to pitch out, like I said in the first half, or you're going to run a toss, you better get outside quickly.
And trust me, I mean, this is obviously going to help speed times getting around the corner because obviously as you grow, you get faster, and there's no question that obviously everyone else grows with you, so it's just a matter of a chess game that occurs. And when you're on offense or defense, you have to kind of read what goes on the other side so that you can map your move out and try not to hesitate. So here we go on, it'll be 2nd and 8 from the 27. There is looked to be a delayed handoff. It's going to get to about the 29, so another 2 yards, and it forces a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, and they had a nice play called there because they caught Brick City in a blitz.
So three-quarter time, didn't mean to interrupt you here.
Okay.
So we'll stay here as Brick City has a 6-0 lead over Matawan. But like I said, I mean, this has been a little bit of a back-and-forth game here.
Yeah, and like I was going to say, Tom, but they actually got they blitzed Brick City, and had they just had to break one tackle there. They had the correct play call away from the inside there. Brick City figured maybe they were running inside, so they dodged a bullet there. But so good. That was a quick third quarter, and it was well played. Again, not many mistakes, and pretty even on both sides. So we're one play away from having a tie game right now, and both teams have done a good job so far today.
And remember, I mean, you have to remember that even from when I've learned playing games like Madden 94 or something like that on some like a Nintendo system, they leave a message saying the game is still in the balance, and although Brick City has the lead, one play can completely turn this game around.
When Howard was younger, they had Atari, I think, was with them. I don't think they had football in back that far back. But that would they're gonna have to make something happen here. It's the fourth quarter now, so all of these possessions get a little bit more. Oh, we have a flag down.
Well, on the opening play of the final quarter, we have a false start against Madawan, so that's going to hurt a little bit.
Somebody got anxious. It's
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so it ends up being 3rd and 11 now. They're going to spot the ball at the 24-yard line. And, yeah, obviously with the playoffs, nerves amplify themselves quite a bit. And I'm sure you being in football, that has happened to you on quite a number of occasions.
No doubt about it.
So 3rd and 11, a high snap.
Big hole.
Oh, there's a run. Let's see what happens here. 30. Oh, he slipped out of
Still
one.
going.
He has a first down. Now he stops. The hesitation. Now he's going to reverse gears.
Oh, going the wrong way.
And go down to the 32. And
I think he lost the first down there.
yeah, he gave up the first down, it looks like, and now he's shaken up.
Yeah, I know. You know, the coaches are pointing that he had made the first down, but that's not. Just because you go over the line to make the first down, it's where you get tackled. So.
Interesting there here. So
take a look at it
yeah,
here.
why don't we take a look at the replay here and see what happened, because sometimes forward progress changes on a play like this.
Yeah, and I mean, what a hole right there. And he just gets to the edge. He makes a nice move right here. He keeps his feet. Now, right about there is where I just wish he would have. Now, I mean, there is a wall of blue right in front of him, but yeah, running that way was not. You can't run backwards. That's for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he paid for it too, as he is still shaken up on the play. So, yeah, normally forward progress would be stopped at the 39-yard line there.
Yeah, he made the first down by a whole lot. He had it easy, but again, you can credit the kids for trying to make a play and make something happen big. But at that point, when you're on the sideline like that, and you got a wall of blue in front of you, you take what you got. You got the first down, and put your head down and just barrel forward and go from there. But now. This could be a big loss for Madawan because that's the quarterback, I believe, right? So now we want to know. I don't know what they have for a second quarterback or backup.
Well, we'll see as we go along. There'll be another moment because he's slowly walking his way. He probably had the wind knocked out of him too. But I mean, that was a great effort. But unfortunately, the ball is only going to be spotted at the 32. So instead of a gain of what would have been 15, it ends up being 8. And it's now going to be a 4th and 3, and it's going to be decision time for Madawan here in the final quarter, being a one-score game.
Yeah, I don't think Madawan is going to take a chance here and try to get that first down because they don't want to give Brick City the ball deep in their own territory this early in the fourth quarter anyway.
And remember, these are 10-minute quarters, so that's another thing you have to understand here. So they decide to do the punt and the automatic 30 yards, and they'll take the ball. Brick City will start their next drive at their own 38-yard line. So now the question for the Madawan defense is, how do you try and stop Brick City? I mean, they've done it a couple of times here, and they do know that ball security has been a little bit of an issue today.
Yeah, and they've kind of had the Madawan's defense has had the bend but not really break. Other than that one drive and the one touchdown, they've given up a couple plays and a couple runs, but when it's gotten dicey on third and fourth down, they were able to stop them. So they need to keep the stops coming along here until they can tie this up. Oh, and they had to blow a timeout here because of
wow. That's a surprising timeout by Madawan. And while we go ahead and take this quick break early in the fourth quarter, 6-0 Brick City over Madawan. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to Mobile Brake Guys. We're a mobile brake repair company. That means we come to your home or workplace to repair your brakes. You'll never have to sit and wait at a shop again. Our certified technicians only use premium brake parts. We work on all cars, SUVs, and trucks. Our process is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, book an appointment. 2, service the vehicle. And 3, pay for the service at the service location. Just give us a call. We'd love to speak to you. 888-595-8060.
All right, we're back here in Matawan with Brick City ahead 6-0 in the 9-year-old playoff games. Keep in mind, we're also brought to you by Sports Farm, which I understand they're going to be hosting All-American Games and Youth All-Star Weekend on Easter weekend between March 31st and April 3rd. For more details, www.sportsfarm.org. Now on 1st and 10, here's a handoff, and running with the football down to about the 44-yard line. That's a nice play. It looked like it was only going to be for about 2. Ends up being about a 6-yard pickup. And once again, it's Pitt who was able to come through with that.
Yep, and right back to that, right back to working that left side and seeing if they can loosen it up and get a long one going. And you know, it's funny because in the first half, it's kind of what Brick City did to Matawan on the right side. They kind of kept calling that play. And from up here, you're saying, wow, you know, they keep going to the same side. When are they going to mix it up? But they kind of loosened them up a little bit, and then they had a couple long runs. So, guess the similar philosophy here for the second half for Brick City.
Okay, so 2nd and 4 from the 44-yard line. Going to be another handoff. And this time, pushing his way to about the 49-yard line. I think that was Anthony Lee.
I think he got the first down.
Yeah,
there.
he did.
Yeah.
He needed 4. He got 5. They'll move the chains.
Okay. Well, again, like I said, they're having success running the ball. 5 yards a pop is a first down every time, so they'll take that. And if Matawan doesn't stop it, then they're going to be in for that'll be a long fourth quarter. And I think the refs
another timeout by Matawan. So while they take another timeout, we shall do the same. Once again, 6-0 Brick City over Matawan. We'll be back in just a moment.
Who is Jaden Gould, you may ask?
The way he works out so hard and his energy is just, it's amazing.
I think a lot of Jaden's work ethic comes from his dad. From the minute you walk in the door, you better be a competitor. And, you know, we're really looking for guys that really want to compete at the highest level.
Got that experience, you know, got all those nerves out of me, and I was just like, I could really play with the best in high school.
So maybe this was just God's way of telling you you needed to take a break. You know, you would never ordinarily take a break.
Just a reminder that this Big 21 United Youth and Football and Cheer Conference playoff game presented by the Keep It a Buck podcast. Remember to follow them on Instagram, Keep It a Buck podcast. Remember, there are spaces in between each word. So as we come back to action, it is 1st and 10 for Brick City at the 49. And once again, this is Lee trying to get around, crossing midfield, down to the 42. So now Brick City trying to play some power football and also trying to melt the clock too.
So, Tom, in the first half I talked about one of the strategies of coaching on the youth level is making sure that all your players get their plays. And most coaches that successfully make that happen will have 2 different groups of players that can go in and they try to get that out of the way in the first half. There are coaches that wait until the end they try to get a lead and wait till later in the game to get their players plays. And Matawan got caught. They were trying to make a wholesale switch of 4 players, and they had to burn a second timeout. And being down 6, those are valuable timeouts to have in the second half here.
All right, so 2nd and a yard. They're going to spot at the 42-yard line as Williams again in the formation. They will hand this one off and crushing his way to about the 40. That's going to be a first down. Kevon Golson who has also been used as who has been used a little bit too in the running game. I think Bell may have had it. 7 and 2 look a little bit the same here, but whatever the case, it's still a first down for Brick City at the 40.
Yeah, Brick City has a bevy of running backs there that they like giving the ball to. And they all look like they run very hard, so that's a good problem to have.
Remember, the winner of this game plays the winner of the WE Junior Knights and the Essex County Predators. They'll play the winner of that game. West Essex, I beg your pardon. So West Essex Junior Knights, Essex County Predators. I was just trying to figure what WE stood for a second, but thank you to Howard for clarifying. Okay, so quarterback calls his number, and he dials up a 7-yard pickup to the 33-yard line. So basically, it's been all running. And two things. Number one, basically you're trying to wind the clock down. Number two, the wind's in your face. I mean, the leaves are blowing basically right to left on the football field.
Yeah, they are. The wind is definitely kicked up. The sun kind of went in a little bit here. So this is good ground and pound football for Brick City.
And they're going to do it again. Same play, crossing the 30 down to the 29. So another first down, a gain of 4. And once again, clock continues to wind.
And those last two plays are a basic play that's very successful on the youth level. It's called wedge. And the lineman, the center, shoots forward. The linemen just come together shoulder to shoulder, and they just keep running down the field, and they block. And the quarterback just takes a snap and ducks behind his big fella's there until he goes down.
And I think the important thing to remember, too, I mean, obviously it's terminology that I wouldn't necessarily be the best to describe, but at least it's good that when being on the field and understanding each play, I mean, those who are watching and want to get involved with some football, it gives you a little bit of a little educational tutorial here. So going back into that modified, it's going to be a keeper for Williams on 1st and 10, bouncing off
block.
one, another block, and he'll run out of bounds. Let's see where they spot at the 24. So a 5-yard pickup for Williams, and it's 2nd and 5.
Matawan had it snuffed out there on the edge, and he picked up a block, a nice turn-in block, number 3, I think it was, for Brick City, and he sealed off the edge there, and he was able to pick up an extra couple yards.
So they're going to probably go heavy on the line here as they bring a couple other substitutions in. 2nd and 5 from the 24-yard line, and Brick City looking to put this game away and get into the 9-year-old championships next week.
And even though this is 9 and under, Tom, I believe these are unlimited weight. I don't think there's a weight limit for any of these kids, but they just have the age limit that they have to be under.
It's a quarterback keeper again, and not quite getting a first down, but maybe to the 21-yard line. So Williams getting busy and trying to push closer to pay dirt and putting this game away.
Yeah, a little bit short, but that's okay because this is all positive yardage. This is all running the ball, and this is all eating the clock. And that's not what Matawan wants to have happen right now.
Well, the defense for Matawan needs to come up with a big play here.
They do.
It's still a one-score game, and anything can happen. 3rd and 2 from the 21. Will they do it again? Yes, they will. And pushing. Yeah, that's a first down. And, I mean, he got pushed so far.
Yep.
He went to the 16-yard line.
Yeah, that's an easy play call. Run it until you stop it. That's an old-fashioned philosophy, but there's nothing wrong with it because it works.
So you go from a football line to a miniature rugby pile.
Yeah, pretty much. That's that play is just simply called wedge, and everybody just pushes forward, and it's simple, and the backs come up behind you and pick off any dark jerseys that they see trying to creep through the wedge itself, and it's again. This is when you have the lead and you're trying to run that clock. It's an excellent play.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 10. Brick City in the red zone here as the ball is spotted at the 16-yard line. Let's see what Williams does this time. He's in the shotgun. They're going to give Lee a chance here.
Oh, there he goes.
He reverses.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. He faked everybody out, and he walks into the end zone. That is the easiest way to clear the area as you possibly can. Everybody goes one way. Suddenly Lee goes to the right, and it's patches of green and a field of dreams in football mode, and easy 6 points.
How about Mr. Lee, the little fellow with the shake and bake, the juke, and the And I'd lost words to try to describe it, but what a run. He had nothing inside, and he bounced and kept the play alive and out to green pastures.
That was a beautiful run, and we'll show you the replay after the conversion here. So, I mean, what a job by Brick City. They started from their own 38, and it was basically all runs. I mean, we had Pitt involved, we had Lee involved, and then, of course, Williams took one, and then an easy one at the very end here. Now Williams tries for the conversion, and he will not make it. His forward progress is stopped. So it is 12-0 as we're late here in the fourth quarter. But, Art, you have got to describe what we just saw. I mean, Lee just fooled all of us here.
Yeah, I ran out of words here. You can see how he just he gets the handoff, and I think he's looking to go left here, and you can see, and now he just says, well, wait a minute. I don't like the way that looks. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go this way.
And watch the receivers go left, too. Okay. And then all of a sudden, as soon as he reverses, missed tackle, good night.
Yeah, everybody's going to the right side on the defensive side of Matawan. And, he had a little, and there's a little work in the end zone there. Very nice job.
I didn't even realize he was doing a little post-score mini celebration. I can't even fathom it out, but still.
He's been watching the big boys on Sunday do a little work in the end zone when they get there. Yeah.
He's being pretty creative there, isn't he?
I like that. There you go.
So Matawan will take a shot here as we're getting close to the end here. 1st and 10 at their own 35 following the score.
Now, again, Matawan does have the wind here. You can see the leaves that are on the field. They're blowing completely right to left, which is the way Matawan's going, so we'll see what they try to do.
All right, well, they're going to do a little keeper, and I believe the quarterback in right now is Chase Ellis.
Number 4, Chase Ellis.
If you recall, the main quarterback, I believe it was Postel, was able to, he ran for a first down, and then when he backed up, that's when he had the wind knock out of him, and I don't think he's back on the field.
Yeah, and that's tough. That's tough for Matawan because that's their starting QB, and if you don't have him in there, that changes the playlist gets changed up a little bit about what you can call and what you feel comfortable with calling with a different quarterback.
And we just been informed we're 2 minutes still time, so Matawan wants to try and end this on a positive note. I mean, think about this. I mean, this is a team that has been they've been pretty feisty, but Brick City, I mean, they've done a very good job, and they're very disciplined with their stuff. And like we saw here, now flags are down at the end of the tackle, and you're wondering if he was tackled high.
Yeah, I think it might be a face mask or hold, maybe. Face mask.
Yeah, it is a face mask, and it is a personal foul, I believe, because that's what I believe I saw. So that's going to be an automatic first down and a 15-yard penalty.
Well, again, you don't want to see penalties, and you don't want to see personal foul penalties on this level, but it happens, and it's and that's a good thing for Matawan because they're picking up 15, and the clock is stopped, so they can regroup here. And coach is talking to his skill guys out there, and he's trying to dial something up that'll get them some good yardage quickly.
And even though it was certainly an accidental play, I mean, like you said, it happens, and for Matawan to get another chance to they get a new set of downs on top of that, so we'll see what they do from their own 47-yard line.
Tom, if I'm not mistaken, I think I see him back in
number 1.
He is
back in.
Yes, he is. Okay.
Maybe he was out for the first play. He was just lined up, and I just didn't fathom that. So that's at least good news. So and speaking of which, he'll cross midfield and go into Brick City territory with another late flag.
Oh, boy.
At about the 48. What is it this time?
Another face mask, I guess.
Wow, how about that?
So that's 30 yards you're given for free here, and and again, there's only 2 minutes, and it is only a 2-score game, but it's also only 12 points because Brick City didn't convert either one of their extra points, so. This game's not over yet if they can get a quick score, Matawan.
Well, I find it funny. I mean, you're up 12-0. I mean, that back-to-back major penalties, it's not exactly the way you want to go out. You want to try and really minimize your mistakes because...
And certainly don't do them with a team driving in the last couple minutes of the game.
That's what I'm trying to say, because if on the next play they score, make a conversion, and then they come through with a surprising defensive play, now all things suddenly change. Here is a pitch out, and scrambling to about the 30-yard line, I believe that is Carmelo Fondo, who was able to get to the 30. Gagnerin was under center that time.
Yeah, they've got to run hurry up here. They no time to huddle, and they got to get moving. And again, remember the ball's placed at the 35. There's no kickoff, so you don't lose any time on kicking the ball off or anything like that.
I don't think there's an onside kick either.
No,
if there are no kicks.
No.
Whoops, and somebody jumps, and that's going to be a neutral zone infraction against Brick City, so it's another 5 yards.
Penalty number 3 for Brick City, and it's they're making me look bad here because we talked about just about the whole game's been pretty clean, not many penalties at all, but now 3 by the defense on this drive here.
Well, 38 of the 40 minutes have been relatively cleanly played, and now it looks like Madawan's going to use their last timeout right here. Well, they called timeout, and they still were about to snap the ball. We'll keep it here.
Now, how big are those? Had that been, how big are those other 2 timeouts that they had to use for personnel reasons? Whereas they'd be able to kill the clock right now and still have 2 in the bank, but they don't. So now they can't stop the clock at all.
Well, mind you, Art, I think the turning point of this game was Patterson's 53-yard touchdown run that got negated with an illegal block on the play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There would have been there would have been a whole different tune to the whole aspect of the game, definitely.
And even though, I mean, these things do happen, and obviously you're scrutinized a little bit more. I mean, this has been a fairly called game, to be quite honest. And Brick City, when they've needed to come through, they've done it.
Yeah, no, like we said, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of penalties, and it's been pretty clean, and the kids are all playing hard. They're blocking, they're tackling, they're hitting. So this is nothing much more you could ask for than that on both sides.
Most definitely. All right, they go empty gun, as Gagnerin will be lining things up here.
Brick City does not think that they're passing. They are going to pass.
I think they better think
He's
again.
got him.
Yeah, it's caught into the 10, the 5, and down to about the 2-yard line. That's a nice pass to Chase Ellis for a gain of 28.
Yeah, and again, I didn't get a chance to say the full sentence before the play, but I'm surprised Brick City had everybody in the box on defense thinking that they were going to run the ball. And they had nobody back there, so this is what we talked about with a quick hitter.
Well, maybe they can get something positive to end the game with, and it's a one-hopper. Gagnerin is going to take it in.
And a touchdown.
Yes, welcome to the end zone for the quarterback. Antoine Patterson was the one who had it that time, so it ends up being a goal for Madawan. And now we'll see what the conversion is.
So, Tom, just a quick note. Number 1, Pastel, is that how you say it?
Pastel.
Okay. Pastel. He's been in the game now, but he's not back at quarterback. He's on the field. They're using him in the backfield, so a little switch up there. So this is a whole different kind of series of plays, I guess, for Madawan.
So good for them there. And now for the conversion, it's going to be good.
He's in.
So that makes it 12-7. But unfortunately, there's no time left. The gentleman took his cap off and said, that's all, folks. But, hey, give Madawan credit. That was a good way to end the game. They fall by a final score of 12-7, but you know what? That was at least a nice effort.
That was a great way to end the game, and you can't ask for more than that. That was just just a little bit too late, but an excellent drive there and an excellent throw down the field, and a nice job to put those 7 points up. And again, boy, how different would have this last drive been had Madawan's a touchdown counted in the first half? We'd be looking at them tying it or going ahead with that extra point. So they can hold their heads up high. They did a nice job against Brick City, and Brick City, they just ran the ball very well today. They just pounded the ball in the fourth quarter. A really nice job.
And Brick City, as you can see, they showed their sportsmanship from a distance, obviously, because of the pandemic. This was a very nicely played game. So what's going to come up next? We're going to have the 10 and under division with Pope John facing off against Madawan in a consolation game. So we'll come back in a couple minutes for that. We'll kill the audio, though. But the final score for this one, Brick City 12, Madawan 7 in the 9 and others, as Brick City goes on to the championship game next week. We'll come back with a 10 under game. Give us a couple minutes to refresh, and we'll be back for that. Okay, wasn't too much time to refresh, but we are back here in Matawan at Matawan High School, Bruce McCutcheon Field. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Art Elias and, of course, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls here. Getting ready for the 10 and under consolation game between Pope John and Matawan. And I think this is going to be an interesting game. Now, I've never seen Pope John before, but like I said, they're probably along, I guess, the same lines as the other teams here as far as the competition is concerned.
Yeah, and I don't know if they have a I'm thinking that perhaps Pope John might be more of a type of club team, because I don't think they have they very well may not have township boundaries like some of the other teams do. So but it should be again, if this game is as entertaining as the first one was, I'll sign up for it, because the young guys, the 9-year-olds, they really played hard in that first game.
And I mean, definitely that's a lot of fun. But remember now, the 10-year-olds, things change. We will see our first kickoffs of the morning here, because in the 10-year-olds, that's when the kicking game does come into play.
Yep, this is this level. It starts here. So, and the other thing, perhaps coming into play, and I don't know how much, it is getting a little more blustery. So you've got, the wind is picking up and the sun is gone, and you can feel the temperature dropping a little bit. So for the young guys out there, it's a little cold, and they got their adrenaline pumping, and we'll see if make sure that doesn't affect them at all. But we're dry. The field is dry, so there's no rain yet. So we're in good shape so far.
And if anybody is watching here, courtesy of the Keep It Up podcast page on YouTube, please let us know who the nickname of Pope John is, because we just have it as Pope John for this one here. So Pope John won the toss, refused to the second half, so we are underway with a squib kick, which is now a live ball, and it's going to be recovered by Pope John at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, that ball bounced around, and Tom, to perhaps answer your question, I'm going to take a stab and say, how about the Pope John Lions?
I could go Panthers.
Panthers?
I'd say a little bit of alliteration.
Hard
here
to say, because I'm looking at the side of the helmet, and it looks like a nice Kelly green, Notre Dame green, kind of look like a lion or a tiger or something on the side there. So, but we won't call them anything yet until we confirm it. But nice uniforms. I always like the gold helmets. Those look nice.
Well, give me a second here to do a little bit of if I could type and broadcast at the same time, boy, I'd be seriously
Tom always good for the online information in a snap.
Well, I don't know about a snap, and my fingers might have something to do with that too. All right, on 1st and 10, the handoff, bouncing across midfield, 45-yard line, and about a 7-yard pickup as we are looking here. So it'll be a 2nd and 4 play from the 45-yard line. Mind you, that onside kick to start the game, that came very close to going out of bounds.
Yes, it did. Pope John player was able to jump on it before that, and we would have like I said, we probably would have the answer for you on their nickname a little sooner, but we don't let Howard use his phone during the broadcast, because we don't want him to get distracted. So, but when you get that, will be easier for us to call them by what they know.
Well, for some reason we are not necessarily getting the information here online, but we'll get it eventually. A flag is down, and it's going to be against Pope John, probably for a false start.
Somebody moved a little bit prematurely there, but yeah, it looks like Pope John is a running team. From what I can see, their formation, again, we've only saw one play, but their formations, it looks like their formations is power running. At least that's the way they're lining up. So we'll see if that holds true for the whole game. But
and now a last-second substitution. I believe number 4 is the quarterback for Pope John. Please, if you don't mind, if for those of you who, it is the Pope John Lions. So
how about that?
We have another set of Lions here in Matawan today.
Okay.
Okay. So thanks for the info there. 2nd down. Here's a handoff, getting back to the original line of scrimmage, and then one more.
Number 45.
That's number 45 getting to about the 44-yard line. So it forces a 3rd and 3 coming up.
Yep, and again, running the ball. That seems to be their their skill set, what they like to do, and it looks like they got some big boys up front on the offensive line there, so they'll take advantage of that if they can.
So 3rd and 3 from the 44-yard line. Another handoff, looks like Brown, and he gets to about the 40-yard line. That's going to be a first down. So despite the false start penalty on the opening series, Brown able to pick up another 4 and a first down for Pope John at the 40.
Yeah, nice job. Again, power football, just the dive and running the ball up the field, and again, like I said, I'm looking at the defense of Matawan. They got a couple bruisers up front too there, but this should be a good physical game inside the trenches here. I like it.
So 1st and 10 for Pope John at the 40-yard line, and number 4, who's the quarterback as a keeper, gets down to the 38. So a 2-yard pickup. I think it's Victor Villota who was able to they're going to spot at the 37-yard line. So a gain of 3 on the play. And right now for Pope John, and you're right about this, Art, you mentioned about them running a lot. And usually in the lower levels, you see a lot of running. Of course, when we grow, then all of a sudden it becomes a passing league, and then you're like, what happened?
Yep.
2nd and 7 from the 37-yard line. Villota will hand this one off. And there's Brown crossing the 35 to the 33. So another 4 yards there. So 3rd and 3.
And there's lots of beef that's meeting each other on the line of scrimmage here. They're getting it mixed up front pretty good there. I like it. There's nothing like good old-fashioned football. We had a little mud to go with it. It'd be even better, but not on the turf today.
Well, it's a little hard to have mud on turf.
You're right.
3rd and 3 from the 33-yard line. Oh, close to a false start.
Somebody moving
they
there?
did. They did
Yeah,
call it. They did
okay.
call it. That was a late call, but it definitely looked like somebody tried to lean, and it is a false start against Pope John, and that forces it 3rd and 8 for the 38.
Good pickup, Tom. You saw it, and it's somebody definitely was moving. So,
just remember, folks, as a reminder, the officials have the official time on the field. So, just wanted to at least pass it along to our watchers. Of course, our special thanks to everybody at the Keep It a Buck podcast, who is sponsoring, of course, the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference. So it's now 3rd and 8 following the false start. They've already had 2 on this drive. Pope John and the Lions trying to convert here. A high snap, but it's right to Brown, and he's going to swing around 35. Oh, and he's still on his feet, but he's going to be a little short of a first down. They'll say outside the 32, so he's able to get 6.
Direct snap to the fullback, and he's a big kid getting to that edge out there. So there isn't anything quite fancy going on yet. This is just like I said before, kind of a little taking a page out of Brick City's playbook with a little ground and pound work right now, just to see how things are going.
All right, so it'll be 4th and 3, and they will go for it. Let's see if they go back to Brown again. Oh, and the right side of the line moves. So that's going to be the 3rd false start of this opening drive for Pope John.
Yeah, got him
and
again.
the right side looked like the gentleman lifted his hand up, and that's all was needed.
Yep, they got going a little bit early, so now he's going to have to change the play on this because this is a 4th and long now. And the way they've been running the ball, definitely makeable, and they're in Matawan's territory, so they'll definitely still go for it, but they changed that play.
Well, keep in mind, they started the game with an onside kick that was successfully recovered at the 49-yard line. So let's see what Pope John has out of their playbook on 4th and 8 from the 38. Villota will call his own number. He's going to screen one. It is caught.
Oh, look at this.
35, but a nice tackle. Very nice tackle by Eddie Admudia, who was able to bring him down 3 yards shy of a first down, and Pope John turns the ball over on down.
Look at those yellow cleats. I like it. Eddie, you could spot him a mile away. But nice job. He stayed with the play the whole time. He ran right through the receiver, and he was, I'm glad that he made that play because I'll tell you what, if that receiver turns that up a little bit and gets to that outside, he's got a lot of green in front of him. So. Now he's going to go back and play center, Eddie, after he made the tackle. Nice job.
All right, so it is 1st and 10. They're going to go empty gun to start the game. and calling his number and crossing to about the 38-yard line. About a 5-yard pickup there for the quarterback. And I'll make it a 2nd and a 5 situation.
Running on the play, number 3.
And by the way, the quarterback for the 10-year-olds from Mattawan is number 3, Zachary Johnson, who will probably be trying to air things out. And he may call his number a couple of times.
Yeah, and they just had all 3 of the backs were just lined up, stacked right behind the left side of the line that time, and that's where they ran it. So that's a pretty easy play to decipher. But again, more blockers than they have defenders.
On 2nd and 4 after that 6-yard gain. Here's a pitch out right side. You're going to go sweep. Oh, my goodness. Ran into a Pope John wall, Zahir Jones, and he went backwards about 2 yards. I mean, that was a collision.
Well, that was a good hit by a couple of the Lion players there. The great pop there.
Brown was in on that one. I mean, Brown was in. I think he was the one who initiated the contact, and Jones just went completely backward after that. So after a 2-yard loss, it forces a 3rd and 6 for Mattawan, all in black. And, of course, they have the burgundy numerals and black helmets to go with it. 3rd and 6 from the 37-yard line. And they're going to go with trying to go with an end-around play, and didn't quite work. Ends up being a 2-yard loss. And now make it 4th and probably about 8 on the play. I don't know if it was just a case of misdirection that went bad or if Pope John read the play.
Well, it looked like they were trying to run a little student body left there. It looked like about 4 or 5 players were pulling on that play coming towards us on this side on the home field here. And, yeah, too much penetration is basically what ruined that play by the defensive line of Pope John.
Well, the openings just closed so quickly, or even before the runner received the handoff, there was just absolutely nowhere to go. But they are going to go for it on 4th and 8 from the 35. We'll see what Zachary Johnson does. Empty gun here. Takes a snap, looking, calls his number, slips out of one tackle, another, but only gets to the 38. So a 3-yard gain, and Mattawan turns the ball over on downs, and Pope John gets very good field position for their next drive.
So interesting play call. They lined up with that triple set, three backs on one side. In the first during the series, they ran the ball to that side. He drops back to pass, but he was calling his own number the whole time. He just tucked it and ran. He was trying to catch them looking downfield.
All right, so Pope John gets the ball. Very good field position, 1st and 10. As Viota will give a handoff this time. And,
Ball's
number
out.
2 had it. Ball's out. Mattawan might have it. Mattawan does have it at the 33-yard line. So just like that, the Huskies get the ball back and force the first turnover of the game.
And the running back he had a nice, that was about a 5-6 yard pickup, and was just spinning out of his tackle, and somebody came up behind him and just stripped the ball out there.
That was Aaron Wilson with the fumble recovery for Mattawan as they get the ball back 1st and 10. And number 2 was just trying to extend, and that's when he lost. The ball just slipped out of his hands, and I believe we are going to now switch sides and be at quarter time.
End of the quarter, yep.
Yes, so quarter time and no score between Pope John and Mattawan, and we're going to keep it here. We just want to remind everybody, of course, the game is being presented on behalf of the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference, and also presented by Keep It a Buck Podcasts. And, of course, they even have clothing wear that you can actually get. For more information, make sure you follow them on Instagram at Keep It a Buck Podcast. All spaces between the words at Keep It a Buck Podcast. We're also presented by Sports Farm, which I understand will be provided a special All-American Game and Youth All-Star Weekend on Easter weekend, March 31st through April 3rd, and hosted by the Harrah's Resort in the city of Atlantic City. For more registration details, visit www.sportsfarm.org. Remember, Sports Farm has a Z in the middle.
Take a little bit of water.
So now we
Ball's
can.
out.
Oh, the ball's out again on the first play of the second quarter. And it's back to Pope John.
Covered by Pope John. Yeah, and that wasn't really a bad snap, but I think what happened was the quarterback I looked directly at the quarterback turning towards him, and I don't think he was looking for the snap, and I don't know if it was his cadence or the center snapped it early, but he wasn't ready for it. It just hit him in the hands, and one of the defenders on Pope John 72, I believe, it just pounced on it.
To receive, it shall be taken away if you're not careful. And for Pope John, they get the ball back, this time at the Matawan 27-yard line. And they give number 2 the football. He'll bounce off a tackle and get to about the 22-yard line for a gain of 5. So it forces a 2nd and 5. And right now, Vieira, of course, going back to his coaching staff on the far side of the field to try and get the next play and try and take advantage of the turnover that Matawan just had.
Yeah, well, this is, again, a pretty evenly matched first quarter. Both teams running the ball a little bit, a couple passes, but good work by both sides so far. A turnover here and there, and now Pope John's in business with their field position.
And they're going to triple the right side. And this is going to be a direct snap to Brown. Brown will cross the 20, spin out of a tackle, and lean his way to about the 17. That should be a first down.
I think he got over the line. Yeah, I think he made it.
So that's a first down, and into the red zone goes Pope John. And I see some pretty interesting plays here. Of course, Victor Vieira, the quarterback for Pope John. And we've seen a couple of plays. I mean, mostly number 2's been there, but also James Brown. He's been the main guy of focus for Pope John's offense. I mean, this is a very versatile guy, and, I mean, he has the build that can send people back if you don't tackle him right.
Yeah, number 45, he's a big back, so direct snap, it's a nice little change of pace.
And this time it is 55 with a carry, and he will get over to about the 10, but that's where he stopped. So a gain of 7 on the play.
One thing I love about youth football is the numbering rules don't come into play. So you can see number 75, a quarterback, and number 55 running the ball. It's kind of interesting.
And now we need a 6 7/8 as receiver.
Yep.
Or 3.5, but whatever the case. It's a 7-yard pickup and 2nd and 3. Ball at the 10-yard line. It's Pope John and the Lions hoping to get the first points of the game on the board here in the second quarter. Victor Vieira in the shotgun takes the snap. He fakes a handoff. He's going to take it himself, and he'll run it into the end zone, I think.
Oh, ball's out.
Oh, and the ball came out. But it depends on where they spot it. They're going to say it to 1. I mean, if he just kept running, he's in.
I don't know
why
he tried to cut back. Just run to the pylon and just put the ball over, and you're fine. He tried to cut it back. I guess he thought maybe the defender would cut him off, but that's a big. They dodged a big one there because he's going in and he fumbles at the goal line.
Well, thankfully, it stayed out of the goal line. They're going to spot the ball at the 1. Because if he fumbled and went in the end zone and out, it's a turnover and a touchback.
Yep, yeah, and it's that was very, very close to being a total quarter-changing play here.
All right, so 1st and goal at the 1. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Brown. It is, and it's an easy goal for him. So
good call, Coach Tom.
Yeah, he feels good as he's in the end zone. James Brown, the first score of the game, and like I said, set up off the Matawan turnover. At the 27, short field, that did the trick.
Yeah, and they're going to call that play 9 out of 10 times, and maybe 4 times on Sunday because he's such a big guy inside there, and he's got a good motor running the ball in there. So that's a good play call.
Same rules as before. Conversions are 1 point, and I think if you kick it, it's 2. So we'll see what they decide to do here. They play fake. This time, number 4 Victor is going to make it this time.
He listened to what I had to say. See that? Good job, son.
Hey, you learn your lesson from a couple plays back, and he does the job. So
nice.
It's 7-0 in favor of Pope John. Maybe we should see the replay of what James Brown did as he blasted through the right side, courtesy of mobile break guys.
Yeah, James Brown said, "Give me the ball, coach. I'm going to pound this bad boy right in here," and he did.
And a little bit of a big payback there as he just leaped over a defender.
Yep, good blocking.
And he was able to pull through and get the opening points of the game. By the way, the replay is presented by All Mobile Break. And remember that All mobile brake guys, the repairs are backed by their 12-month, 12,000-mile nationwide guaranteed. You can check out Mobile Brake Guys located at 20 Commerce Drive in Cranford, New Jersey. They serve northern and central Jersey. Remember, email them info@mobilebrakeguys.com or call toll-free 888-595-8060. So Pope John comes toward the 7-0 lead, and they'll kick it off to Matawan. We'll see what they try to do to respond. I mean, their defense did rather well, but then, of course, the ill-advised turnovers, of course, have been proven costly. But, hey, you never know what can happen on this next drive. And remember, the wind is pretty blustery, so this may affect any passing ideas that Matawan may consider doing. I have no idea exactly what was that. A short kickoff, live ball after 10 yards. This time, Matawan does fall on it at the 43-yard line, and that's where they'll set up shop 1st and 10.
Okay, so again, Matawan's got to kind of regroup, and they've got good field position, and even at this level on the 10 and under, when you're kicking off, you're not generally you're not going to find a kid that's got a real booming leg. So you're generally going to get good field position as long as your front guys block and get a body on a body. You'll start pretty good in good field position.
All right, so Matawan will begin their possession 1st and 10, their own 43-yard line. Once again, Zachary Johnson, the quarterback, and we're going to run down to 10-year-olds a little bit later. Here's a tried to jet sweep down to the 44, just a yard on the park of Alan Sparks. He's able to get a yard to 2nd and 9.
And Alan just probably ran that play just a step too slow. He's got to just, they call it a jet sweep for a reason. You got to turn the jets on after you get that handoff, and again, like I said, you got two options. You can cut that up inside in between the, in the outside alley, or you can get to the outside, try to get the edge. So make a choice and shoulders square and get downfield.
Split-second decisions are very important, especially in things like this, because remember, as you grow and as you advance in age, there's going to be more that you'll accommodate as far as, oh my goodness, what a block to completely shut the play down. I mean, that was almost shot like a cannon. I think that might have been Brown that may have sent one of the linemen 5 yards backwards.
What's the name of number 45, the fire hydrant that just broke through the line there? My word, he just and you know what he thought that they were handing off to the jet sweep, so he figured if you're not going to get the ball, I'm going to make you pay for it anyway.
He came through. He said, "Get up off that line," and sent the lineman back 5 yards. So it'll be third and all the way back to the 38. So 3rd and 15. And we'll see what Zachary Johnson does in the shotgun. And the handoff doesn't even work. And in the backfield, 72 tackles him, and it forces a punt. So Pope John really firing on defense this time.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about before about they've got some size up front there, and I'm sure that on the O-line, and I'm sure that a number of those guys are playing on the defensive front too, and they're taking advantage of it right now. They're starting to, Matawan, the play calls are okay. The only thing is that they can't allow the penetration inside there. They got to allow that play to materialize.
Let's see what they decide to do on what will be 4th and 20 from the 33-yard line. And now we're going to have a timeout called by Matawan. So why don't we take a little bit of a break here mid-second quarter. 7-0 in favor of Pope John over Matawan, the 10-year-olds. We'll be back in a moment. All right, as we come back here to Mattawan, the last commercial you saw for Keep It a Buck, the podcast, they do have a clothing line. Their website is in progress and not operational, so for more details on their clothing line, visit their Instagram page at Keep It a Buck Podcast, and you'll get more information that way for now. All right, so it'll be 4th and 20. As taking the snap and throwing. Pass is caught. Let's see what happens. 40. No, he's going to get out of bounds to the 44. It's a positive play. So, if anything, Pope John will be starting a little bit deeper than they want, but still very good field position as Mattawan turns the ball over on downs.
Yeah, it was a nice little play call and try to get a quick hitter to the outside there and get up the field. So, just a little bit too short. Not enough yards for the first down, and now they got to play some defense, Mattawan, because they don't want you don't want Pope John to try having to run the ball again down and then punch another one in before the half.
Yeah, Matt, they're just getting the chain set up here for Pope John's next possession. 1st and 10 to Mattawan, 44. Victor Vieira at center this time. They have number 2 as their running back here. But
he's got him.
And he's wide open, Brown. Oh, and he couldn't come up with it. That was close. I mean, the design was perfect. It's just the end of the execution. It didn't quite work. But that was a nice try. But let's also not forget, Mother Nature's playing in this game too, and may have affected the pass.
Yeah, and he's looking right back into the what little sun that there is out here today that's poking. He's kind of looking back into that, and it's not an easy play because. Sometimes when you're wide open like that, you just get a little bit of the yips there, and you can't pull it in.
I mean, but that was very well designed. We'll have to give him that.
It was a great play. They're going to come back to that.
All right, 2nd and 10. Brown with the carry, and he's got a hole, and he spins around. Oh my goodness! Came very close, being taken down by a face mask.
That looked like he must have grabbed the shoulder pad area or something, because that did look like a mask.
That was close, but it's a gain of 8 on the play, and it makes it 3rd and 2.
I'd give the ball to Brown again too, because he's probably mad that he didn't haul that one in, so he's going to take a little vengeance out on Mattawan.
All right, so 3rd and 2 as Pope John tries to get another play design. They're up 7-0 right now. They're looking for more here in the second quarter. And we'll see how this all plays out. Vieira takes a snap, rolls right. Being chased, he'll have the first down easily. Crossing the 30, he'll get to the 20.
Wow.
Breaks through a couple more tackles to about the 10-yard line.
What a run.
What a run by Vieira. Gain of 26.
Number 4.
Well, they ran the formation was trips right, and again, simple play design. We're putting more offensive players out there than you have defensive players, so they have an advantage on the edge. They sealed it really nice, and nice gain.
Victor Vieira actually is the one that was carrying, and I understand Mattawan has called yet another time. We'll stay here.
No, you know what, Tom? I think they gave the 2-minute warning is what I thought I heard the announcer say.
All right, so we'll figure it out one way or the other. But
that was a quick quarter if he did.
Well, not exactly sure, but in any event, Pope John still will have a 1st and goal right at the 10-yard line. Now, if you're Mattawan, you've seen what Pope John has thrown at you. How do you try and stop him and keep it a 1-score game?
Well, so what do they call the 2-minute warning? Sudden death. Well, this is sudden for Mattawan. They've got to keep them out of the end zone. It would behoove them not to go down by 2 scores in the going into the second half. But so the coach they get a little breather here, and the coach gets to kind of talk to them a little bit and realign it. But that's a tough ground game Pope John has right now running the ball, and they again just play your defense. Hands up. Get some penetration, be aggressive, run to the football. And they'll be okay, but they've got 2 minutes and 10 yards. It stands between them, so the coach is out there trying to get them fired up here for a defensive stand.
That is correct, and I'll give you one more thing. Supposedly, Pope John will get the ball to start the second half. Mattawan was supposed to get 2, but Pope John onside kick to start the game and recovered.
You are correct, Tom.
So keep that in mind.
You are correct.
1st and goal from the 10-yard line. Play fake to Brown. Vieira looking. He's going to take himself to the 5. Stutter steps. He'll be short at about the 3.
Victor Fiora.
he was looking to throw that downfield really into the end zone, but a good coverage by Matawan. They had everything locked down, and they had a defender on the edge there that was pressuring the quarterback to take a wide turn. So that they had it snuffed out, but not enough pursuit to keep him back.
So 2nd and goal. They're going to spot the ball at about the 3-yard line. Let's see what they do. It's number 2 at a carry, and he should 3 with, and whoever he is, he's in for an easy score. Nicholas Harris with the score from 3 yards out, and that extends the lead for Pope John.
And that wasn't very nice. He did a chest bump with one of his linemen, and the lineman knocked him down. He got hit harder than he did by one of the defenders.
I'll tell you what, that's a little bit interesting. I mean, you figured maybe he was supposed to fall down because of the differentiation. But then again, hey, creative end zone antics. I mean, what are you going to do?
Can't put it past anything.
You never know these days. But remember, the professionals, they're the ones who are the models that set things up for everyone
Absolutely.
else. They go over the conversion, but first, Pope John is going to call a timeout here.
Yeah, I think Coach didn't see. I think he took a quick look at the defensive lineup and didn't like what he saw.
Well, I'll tell you what we want to see. How about the replay of that 3-yard touchdown run by Harris?
Yeah, nice run up there. Yeah, again, he's got the 2 lead blockers there, 55 and 45, and you can see they're all pushing people around. And Walt's right. Watch his chest bump. You bang, huh? That's not very nice, but big 74 says, "Well, take that, fella,"
And then go about 10 yards backwards. I mean, it's basically trying to jump up, and somebody's coming to barrel at you, and you try and jump to block him. And
that's called lineman's revenge, because the little guys always get to run the ball and get all the glory,
or the big payback, one or the other.
One or the other.
Well, whatever the case, I mean, it's like and all of a sudden you find yourself going backwards about 10 yards. I mean, that happened to me in college in a pickup basketball game, so I know what it feels like, and it's not pretty if you're not prepared. All right, conversion time, as Pope John will give this another try here. Bureau handoff, and Brown will plow his way in easily.
Yeah, big hole.
Easy score for Brown to make it 14-0. And a very easy conversion there. And Matawan will need to get a score in here before the half.
Yeah,
but right now, Pope John's taking control of this game.
Yeah, that's a tough assignment to stop him, getting a full head of steam like that, plowing through the line. So we talked. There was 2 minutes to go. The ball was on a 10-yard line. They did give up the score, so they're down 14-0. So the thing you want to do here now is just minimize any of the issues in the first half here. You don't want to fumble. You don't want to give up the ball. Get positive yardage. Listen, if you could go into hurry up and try to score, that'd be great. We don't know if this Matawan team has a decent passing game or not, which they might want to do. But just at least in the worst case scenario, you go down 2 scores and you kind of regroup at halftime. At worst.
Don't forget, coming up after this game, we'll have another game in the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference playoffs. This game, by the way, is a consolation game in no playoff implications whatsoever. But the next one will, for the 11 and unders, between the Matawan Huskies, the 3-seed, and the 2-seed Brick City Lions. And that will be a very competitive game, to say the least, and see how far these 2 programs have come since we last saw them a few weeks ago. So that will be coming up. And then, of course, we'll have a couple features at halftime as well.
Another onside, Tom.
And let's see if it – luckily recovered at the 42-yard line. So Matawan has 58 yards to travel, and we'll see how they respond and get some points on the board, hopefully, before the half.
I like the call by Pope John. Why not? They're definitely. I certainly wasn't expecting an onside, and that ball rolled for quite a while before somebody wanted to claim it. So Matawan lucked out there, and they're gonna have the ball to end the half here.
Okay, Zachary Johnson and company will try and get everything together and drive his team down. Now, mind you, the wind is basically in their face for the second quarter. And you can tell with the door that suddenly just opened right behind me here in the press box. But I'm trying to keep it all in perspective here. 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line for Matawan. A low snap keeping himself as Zach Johnson slips out of the
nice
tackle,
job.
but unfortunately, just getting enough of the tackle was number 15, and it's no game on the play.
Nice job at number 15. He just flew up there on defense and made a play. He's the outside. I guess he's the cornerback, outside D-back, what do you call it? Nice job there coming up and getting a nice ankle tackle.
It's speed versus speed at this particular point. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line. Let's see what else works. As they're going to line up they're going to do a 3-wide slot left here. As Zach Johnson. Oh, and he missed the snap, so he's going to have to fall on it.
Oh, boy.
The ball's still
Sal.
loose, and it might be recovered by Pope John. No, I think they said it is going to be recovered by Matawan, but all the way back to the 31-yard line.
Oh, that was close. And again, that's the second time. That's the second time that the snap hit the quarterback in the hands there. And I don't know if it's the cadence or a miscommunication between the center and him that he's getting the ball sooner than he expects it.
I wasn't exactly sure. Maybe he even saw the snap.
Yeah, no, and that was the same as the first one. He wasn't even looking when the ball was snapped. So like I said, I'm just wondering what the somebody's misfiring there. Either center or QB.
All right, so 3rd and quite a bit. Here's Johnson going back under a rush. He's going to heave it down in quadruple coverage. Little short and incomplete. James Brown almost knocked it down, and I believe that'll be the half.
Yeah, he had the receiver behind the defenders, but the pass is just a little bit underthrown, and 42 made a good defensive play for Pope John.
Okay, so right now Pope John, they're on all cylinders, and they'll get the ball to start the second half. So the halftime score, Pope John 14, Matawan nothing in the 10 under consolation game. We're going to show you a couple of features in the meantime for your halftime entertainment, and come back with the second half in just a little bit.
What up, y'all? It's your boy D Flash. I'm 7 years old. Peace, keep it a buck.
You know what inspired me? I saw a video, right? You was doing a box jump, and it was like, I think you went like 4 tries or whatever, but the first time you didn't get it, and then you was just determined to get that jump. And you went back again, you was close, and then you was like, nah, I'm gonna keep going. What was going through your head when you missed the first jump?
All right, let's just try it again, see if we get it. And then when I didn't get it the second time, then I'm just saying, all right, let's go. Then when I didn't get it the third time, I think it was the 4th time I got it.
Yeah.
Fifth and final time. But yeah, but what did you feel like just walking away from it at some point?
No.
Nah.
I don't quit until I get something.
He ain't telling you the beauty of that video that y'all didn't see. Let him know what happened.
Okay, and we're back here for the second half, and we're going to set up for the kickoff right now. And we have a 14-0 score, and it looks like the team with the lead are Pope John Lions. They've got the lead, and they're going to get the ball in the second half. And Matawan went ahead and tried a little Pope John play there. It wasn't quite a onside kick, but they were kicking. That's not a bad strategy. You try to kick a line drive to one of the big upmen because they're not used to handling the ball, and sometimes it bounces right off of them. So it's a kind of another way of doing it. But yeah. So we kind of talked about it in the first half that Matawan had a disadvantage there a little bit, trying to keep them out of the end zone. Pope John scored, and we knew that Pope John was getting the ball in the second half because of the onside kick, and they were able to secure the ball in the first half. So they're going to start out now 1st and 10, and ball's on the ground, and it looks like Matawan's got it. Yeah, they fumbled it. They were trying a fullback wedge or fullback dive right, and I don't think he really ever had the ball. It looks like the handoff was a little. The fullback had a big full head of steam coming through there, and I don't think he got a full handle on it, and he didn't quite make it to the line of scrimmage, and the ball was on the ground, and it bounced around a little bit. Matawan recovers, and that's a big recovery for Matawan because they now get the ball kind of the second half here and see if they can get started. Because they definitely had they'd had a disadvantage of Pope John scoring and them not having the ball in the second half. And we're going to have a pitch to the left here, and Pope John has got it sniffed out. They're trying to use that speed to get to the edge, and we talked about this in the first game and a little bit in the first half, that if you're going to run that toss play and you're trying to get to the edge, a quick toss or a jet sweep, you've got 2 choices. You've got to either cut it up or get to the edge, and you can't run side to side. You've got to get north and south, and you got to make a choice quick because that opening doesn't stay very long. It does close up pretty quick. So they didn't lose any ground, didn't lose any yards on that play. So he's going to have 2nd and 10 here for Matawan.
And I'll take over from here.
Thank you,
Thank
Tom.
you very much for taking over for a couple of plays. Here's a pass that is caught at the 46-yard line.
And the color man I am not. I don't want to. I don't like doing that. So yeah.
Yeah, just a little snack bar snag. That's all. So thank you, guys, for your patience. It's the Out of Breath Tom Wilkins with the temporary play-by-play guy, Art Elias, and the guy who was getting lunch for, Howard Gabriel, on the controls.
And there is a number of stairs to get up to this press box, and if you're not faint of heart, it's not an easy run up here.
Well, I'll put it this way. I need the exercise anyway.
Oh, don't we all?
Got to do that a couple more times before we're all said and done here. But anyway, I guess the game situation is third and we'll say about 7, but we do have whistles blow before the play.
I think I've got one of those little fellas on Pope John there on the edge coming off sides there.
In the neutral zone, yes. So 5-yard penalty.
85 saying, it wasn't me. Come on. How'd you even see me? I'm only about 3 feet tall right now, but yeah, they got him sprinting over the line there right at the snap. And that's going to make that third down a little more manageable for Matawan now.
All right, so it'll be third and I'm going to say 3 from the 49-yard line. And we'll see how they play out. Of course, their quarterback, Zachary Johnson. He'll take it, call his own number, sneak through a tackle, but only get back to the line of scrimmage. There's James Brown again, closing the door for no gain.
James is still having flashbacks to that pass that he was wide open on before. He's laying the lumber now. Now, Matawan came back with that same set from before. They had a little success where they line up the 3 backs and they kind of stack them to one side or the other. And they previously in the first half, they kind of lined up on the left side with that. This time they put it on the right side, direct snap to the quarterback. And again, it's simple football. They're trying to get more guys blocking than they have defending. But out of his linebacker position there, number 45, he came right up inside and snuffed it out.
And there's an official timeout for just to correct equipment issues. And Art, I was on ground level taking care of Howard, so I'm guessing that Matawan did squib kick to begin the second half and recovered?
Yes. No. So what happened was they kicked the ball. It was sort of a not quite a squib kick. It was a line drive. They were trying to bounce it off one of the up men on Pope John, and the receiving team, they recovered it. First play for Pope John. Again, we'll discuss it. They tried a fullback dive, and the ball came right out, and Matawan recovered after the first play.
Oh, okay. So, in essence, things evened out a little bit.
They are, yes.
So, on 4th down, trying to get through the hole, and they won't do it. Back to the line of scrimmage, and Matawan turns the ball over on downs. At least it was a nice try for a play call, but Pope John's defense, especially on the left side, just way too quick.
Yeah, they just needed the Matawan kids just needed to hold their blocks a little longer there, and he might have had those extra couple yards because it was a nice play call and nice design, and he got to the outside where he wanted to be, but too many white jerseys.
Looking at the car right now.
Okay, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line for Pope John. Remember, they were able to score twice in the first half and make both conversions. They got, I believe, a touchdown run from James Brown, but also Nicholas Harris from a short distance out. So we'll see if Pope John tries to work on extending their lead as they begin their drive from their own 49-yard line.
C.L.T.A. Buick.
Victor Fior, the quarterback.
And there's that play again, Tom.
And he's going to try it for Brown. This time he has it. Catches it at the 35-yard line. Cuts
oh, boy,
through
look at this.
to the 30. He's going to the 20. He's going to be out of breath by the time he gets to the 10. I mean, you thought he would try and go more north-south, but he went east and west. But it took a big effort by Zahir Jones to bring him down.
Yeah, and that's just good football coaching. You know, again, you have a play like that. It doesn't quite click in the first half, but it's so wide open that you're highlighting that with everything you got because you definitely know you're going to call that in the second half. And I knew they'd call his number again, and he grabbed it that time.
So a gain of 40 on the play, and it's 1st and 10 into the red zone.
No problem giving them a ticket. Hold on.
So let's see how they line up here. Brown, of course, lines up in the I formation.
6498.
but they'll give it to 55 instead. He'll try and turn the corner. He'll get to the
There he
10,
goes.
and good night, I think. Yes,
He's in.
slides into the end zone.
No flag on the play for Pope John in the end zone.
So
Yeah.
Pope John able to get another score. It only took 2 plays this time, 51 yards,
All
and
right,
Pope
we got
John
a
extends their
hot dog
lead.
here.
Yeah, the big hitter, and then again, they seem to like that. So far, every time that they've gotten in the red zone, and they've run a play to the right side, it's just like, the coach is going to say to his guys, listen, whatever they're running on defense, you got one guy to beat. And if you beat him to the edge, we're going to score. And that's exactly what they did. So,
All right, so Pope John comes through, third rushing touchdown of the game, 3 different guys with scores. And then we await the conversion try once one of the players gets the shoe on correctly and the lace is proper. It's James Brown. It was, I gotta get my footgear correct.
gotta have air in the tires.
Absolutely. All right, so the conversion coming up is Fior will line up under center. Let's see what happens. He play fakes. He fires. Oh, that's easy.
Yep.
Easy pass to number 30 for the 2-point. For the regular conversion, I beg your pardon. If you kick it, it's 2 points. So it's 21-0 in favor of Pope John. And I think Howard may have lined up the replay. I don't know if he has both plays, but just the one for number 55. Let's take a look.
Yeah, and you can see here that they're going to call his number. And again, if you look at the defender on the left side there, he gets to the outside. You see him sprint out, but that's where, you, like I said, you get that edge, and you're going to take it to pay dirt.
And he did exactly that for 55, so he was able to slide safely into the end zone there to extend the lead for Pope John. Now for Matawan, it's just, I guess, a matter of just working on some things. And I tell you what, maybe we do have the play beforehand. So, all right, take a look at this. Now, this is the play. This is a conversion, rather.
Yeah, and number 30 is the tight end here. And again, I don't know what defense Matawan's running, but the bottom line is you have to hit the tight end, and you see nobody really hits him or holds him up. When you're in the red zone, you've always got to hit the tight end at the line of scrimmage, and he kind of just gets chipped, and the defender rushes, and he's got an open extra point.
And, yeah, that was an easy one because all the defenders went after the quarterback, and 30 was able to plow through very easily. All right, here's the kickoff. It's a live ball after 10 yards. And it's at the 47, and I think Pope John got it.
Yeah, that took a wicked bounce. It hit the ground and bounced right back towards Pope John. I believe they recovered it.
They did. Immediately, the official along the far side pointed in Pope John's direction, so that's going to be 1st and 10, and Pope John gets it right back.
Yeah, and that's not something new that they're just doing today. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I've come across coaches in my time that like to I've known some high school coaches that do not kick off at all. They do an onside kick every time, no matter what. And the way they look at it is that they get it. If they know what they're doing and they can execute it 30-40% of the time, they don't. They have trust in their defense and they don't mind trying it to get the ball.
So Pope John gets it back 1st and 10 at the Matawan 47. Let's see what they do now. Handoff only going to be from maybe a yard to the 46.
Yeah, they're going to be generous with that spot there to get him back to the line of scrimmage, but that was good defensive play. They had it sniffed out. Nice, good work up front there by Matawan. And there really hasn't been much of a difference in Pope John's formations. They're pretty much running a 2 tight end set and a backfield that's kind of slanted, a wing back and a kind of a full back over to one side, and they're just running to that side. They're not trying to mask or hide anything really just yet.
All right, so it was Clack that had the yard gain there. 2nd and 9 now from the 46. And once again, that's set. They're going to go I split left here. And this is 55 this time, getting to about the 42-yard line for a gain of 4.
Yeah, and now the clock doesn't quite yet become an issue until the 4th quarter. But 3 scores down, you're kind of hoping that you don't want Pope John to run the ball from one end of the field to the other, because that we call that a quarter killer. And before you know it, you look up and you're in the 4th quarter and you're down by 4 scores. So that they don't want to have happen right now.
It'll be 3rd and 6. They're going to spot the ball at the Matawan 42-yard line. And with the way the wind is, I know Pope John will be facing the wind in the final quarter. So if they're going to do any passing, now's the time to do it up 3 scores.
And I wouldn't.
Well, they're not going to.
That's
number.
A face mask.
No, it was a high tackle.
Okay.
Nick Harris was able to run to about the 43. May have lost a yard on the play.
Yeah, he did. No, that was good. Good work on the outside there by Matawan. Was just sprinting to the ball, and you just you want to tell your defenders just keep those hands down. Don't get them up around the neck or head area because you don't want to get called for something.
All right, so 4th and 7 from the 43. We'll see what Fiora does here. Take the snap. Going to roll right. Maybe call his number. He will. Crossing the 40. 35. They'll have a first down. Down to the 30-yard line. So 4th and 7, no problem. I'll take it myself, and I'll move the chains myself.
Yeah, and you know what, Tom? It's funny you were talking about them passing the ball, and I actually think that they may have. That was kind of an RPO, a little bit different than the normal one, but he was rolling out, and 55 was leading the play, but then he kind of turned around like he was expecting a pass. But he decided to tuck it and go and still got the first down. Nice run.
Well, I think the vision in the field on the part of Fior, he was able to do that, and we're going to be at 3-quarter time now. So we'll end up switching sides going into the final quarter of play. So let's stay here, 21-0 in favor of Pope John over Matawan. And Art, what have you seen from Pope John, which might be a little different in comparison to some of the other teams that we have seen here in this league?
Well, again, this league is just restricted by age, so there is no weight limit. It's unlimited weight. So if you got a couple 10-year-olds that have got some size and got some beef, as long as they're 10 and under, they can go ahead and put some big boys up front. So they definitely have a size advantage over Matawan up front, and they're using it to their advantage. And not really just up front, even their backs, some of the fullbacks are very big. So it's a very simple concept. Let's just go ahead and push the ball around, and as long as they can dominate up front, they'll just keep calling their number the rest of the fourth quarter.
All right, so at the moment, it's Pope John ball, and they're going to spot it at the Matawan 30-yard line, looking to salt this one away.
And like I said before, with the third quarter now, we were talking about in the third quarter, the clock now, once we've crossed over into the fourth quarter, now the clock kind of becomes an issue here because Matawan doesn't have a lot of time to play around. They've got to get a stop, and they've got to get scores. That's the bottom line.
Well, the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference broadcast here, courtesy of the Keep It a Buck podcast, presented by Mobile Break Guys. Of course, they are serving northern and central Jersey, and plenty of great brake repairs there. You can find out more by email, info@mobilebreakguys.com, or call toll-free 888-595-8060. So Pope John will start the final quarter here, 1st and 10. Fiora's still a quarterback, under center here. And this is going to be another back at 21, who's able to get to about the 29-yard line, about a 1-yard pickup.
Nice gang tackle, and I think he was getting pushed back and might have got his foot stepped on his ankle.
He is shaking up a little bit on the play.
Yeah, it was a gang tackle by Matawan. There's about 3 or 4 defenders pushing him back. So hopefully it's just nothing serious, and he's just got stepped on. But they're again running the ball, so that's really going to be their makeup for the second quarter. The second half. They don't have any reason to throw it. So that's what you're going to get, a heavy dose of running the ball from Pope John in the second half.
Hey, just so you know, this Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference game presented by Sports Farm, which in April, on Easter weekend 2021, they'll be presenting an All-American Games and Youth All-Star Weekend, which is presented by the Harrah's Resort and the City of Atlantic City, going on from March 31st to April 3rd, 2021. as long as nothing else hinders anything. But if you want registration and details, just go online to their website at www.sportsfarm.org. Again, www.sportsfarm.org. It is SPORTZ Farm, just so everyone gets the correct spelling for the website.
God willing, Tom, I hope that we're down there calling those games. That'll be fun to do that if we can make it down there. Oh,
and here's a
loose.
pitch out where I missed it, and number 6 ends. No, I think he fell on that. I thought for a second they were signaling Madawan ball, but it's actually third down. So the missed pitch out ends up resulting in probably an 11-yard loss to the 40.
Yeah, and I don't know what again, sometimes you outcoach yourself, and I don't know why they. I'm not real sure what they why they have to do. Just hand the ball off. I mean, you really don't have to do anything as far as passing or pitching or making anything harder on you with the cold and with the wind. Stick to basic handoff and run football is all you got to do for one more quarter.
Actually, I forgot to mention with the Sports Farm thing coming up on Easter weekend, we will be broadcasting on YouTube. So we'll give you more details as we go along. But again, it is scheduled for March 31st through April 3rd. And again, for more details, www.sportsfarm.org.
It's going to be nice to fly first class down there with you, Tom, on Howard's dime. So that'll be fun.
That'd be a nice commute. But anyway, Pope John calls a timeout. So, and I forgot to also mention too that this game is presented by the Keep It a Buck podcast, which you can follow on Instagram. Keep the spaces between the words. Keep It a Buck podcast. And, of course, they definitely have weekly specials on YouTube and stuff like that. And a clothing line, which they are working on a website. They're not quite done yet. So if you want anything from their clothing line, follow them on Instagram, send them a message, and ask for more information on their clothing, and they'll be more than happy to take care of that for you. Again, at Keep It a Buck podcast, spaces between the words. That's where you can get all the details.
Well, they're working on that website. If they're willing to go ahead and work on some 3 or 4X hoodies there, then I'll be a shopper. But the big man needs room in his hoodies. I can tell you that much. So
you and I are both in competition when it comes to shirts in some form, but it goes without saying. All right, so third and we're gonna say 20. The ball will be at the 40-yard line. And now Fiore will be in the shotgun between split backs this time. Takes a snap, looks, he's going to throw one, and it is tapped away incomplete. They were looking for Brown, but I think throwing it into the wind kind of faltered it a little bit, and it makes it 4th and long.
And if I'm not mistaken, memory serves me right, I believe that's the first shotgun snap that we've seen out of Pope John. The plays that they threw to Brown before down the middle of the field were fake runs or from under center, so that's a little different inertia there. They were showing that they were kind of going for the pass play, and again in the wind that's not easy to throw the ball downfield like that.
All right, so now 4th and 20. And again, they're going to line things up. As a matter of fact, I think we're going to have a special guest in a moment. Fiore will take it, and he's going to go end around, and it's going to be Nick Harris, and Harris is going to lose a couple yards. Good job on the part of Madawan defense to close him down and force Pope John to turn the ball over on down. So Madawan is going to try and do its part to get themselves on the board, as they'll be 1st and 10 at their 42-yard line.
Yeah, that's exactly what Madawan needed. Good job. They were able to get to the edge there, sniff that out, and make a nice defensive play. Now we'd really like to see Madawan go ahead and get that offense going a little bit there, see if we can make something happen. They will have the win for the rest of the 4th quarter, so let's see what we can make happen here now.
Okay, so 1st and 10 for Madawan as the ball spot at the 42-yard line, and we are actually going to have a special guest in a moment. We'll start after this play, being joined by Michael Postel, who is going to be joining us for a couple of minutes here. But in the meantime, Here's a low snap, and they're going to hand this off. That is Zaire Jones, cuts the corner, tries to break out of an arm tackle, goes down to the 44. So, again, Michael Postel joining us. And, Michael, thank you very much for joining us here. Mike, you've been seeing the players here, of course. You've been ranging from, like, the ages of, like, 8 to 13 in some cases here in this league. What got you into this league?
Well, me, I was always I started out myself playing football at 5 years old, so I'm pretty sure these kids got the same dream and same aspirations I had when I decided to play football. So we just try to come out here and give them our best, coaching and training possible for them so they could move forward.
What are some of the things that you actually tell the kids, especially when they're doing their practice and especially when it comes to a game time preparation?
Mainly me. I like to keep my guys acclimatized, stretched out before games, tell them to relax, stay poised. Football is a play-by-play game. Don't beat yourself up. You'll move on to the next play.
And meanwhile, you coach in the U9s, and what have you seen? And of course, your son.
Defense, so that's a big step up in this league at this level, because usually at that age, they're not as ready to go on defense as the offense is ready to go. But so far, like I said, the talent has just been amazing at this level.
A little bit of a high pass, incomplete on that play. But, again, being joined by Michael Postel. Now, obviously, we've seen Matawan a couple of times here, and both times have been against Brick City. Now, you kind of size up the opponent, and obviously we've seen a lot of talent with Brick City, too. Do you measure them as basically the barometer as how the kids improve, or do you feel it's more like an individual thing?
A little bit of both. I try to take it game by game. Every opponent is different, so you'll get a different look from how your team plays week in and week out.
And one more question to you, Mike, before we wrap this up. When it comes to this type of league, what do you think is the most important thing as far as the kids go?
First things first is always about safety. Got to keep all the kids safe. That's the most important thing out here.
Whether it be on the field or off the field.
Safety first.
Yeah, exactly right. A flag is down on that particular play, which is still going to the 45. But Michael Postel, thank you so much for joining us for a couple of minutes. And obviously, best of luck to your son and, of course, the rest of the kids and to you as, of course, we head into the holidays.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys for having me on. Let's go, Dogs.
We can only do the best we can. Michael Postel, ladies and gentlemen. And needless to say, definitely a good part. Hey, no problem. And needless to say, it was. I really think in the 9 years old, he always made a big thing. Safety first, whether it be on and off the field, and whether it be the game of football or the game of life itself, it's a matter of keeping safe.
And not only a coach, but a proud dad. His son played very well in the first game today, and unfortunately, he came out injured, but toughed it out, and he got back out there, and he was instrumental on that last drive in the 9-under game that when Matawan scored at the end of the game there. So it's a good feeling not only to coach, but it's a good feeling to be able to see your son perform out there.
Okay, so while we had the interview, Matawan did manage a first down there at the Pope John 45-yard line. And we'll see how this all plays out. As they're going to hand off on the left side, and there's a nice hole.
Yeah.
Crossing the 40. He's got some room to the 30. He nearly got horse-collared down at the 22-yard line.
He got Zaire. I'll tell you what, Zaire, nice job to get to that edge, and he just got. I'm liking what Matawan's doing right now. They're moving the ball left. They're running left. They're running right, and changing up plays a little bit, and they're getting their skill position players in open space, and you can see the speed. And you know what, Pope John better toughen it up a little bit if they, because they're not going to. Matawan's not going to go away here just because it's the fourth quarter. So.
And they just announced our 2 minutes till time, so they want to make sure. Or there's the 4-minute warning. At this point, it might be fourth quarter. We'll have the 8-minute warning at this point. Anyway, on first down, they're going to go with a handoff, running into his own guy, but staying on his feet to the 20 and down to about the 12-yard line. Another high tackle, but this time it was Zachary Johnson who took it himself, and now.
Look like Matawan's going to call timeout.
Yeah, timeout's going to be called by Matawan that time, so we'll stay here with that. So, if anything, Matawan's trying to end things very positively, even though it doesn't look like they will be on the correct side of the scoreboard. just continue to play the entire time and not give up. And it's a testament to what we're seeing, not only this game, but in the 9-year-olds that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and similar to what we saw in the first half, we had a pretty evenly matched game. I would say probably in this game here, the size difference and up front for Pope John probably gives them the edge. If I had to go back and look at the game again, in the first game we had a little bit more evened up on both sides. Again, anytime you on the youth level where you have unlimited weight classes, and just the age is how you put your team together. You're going to have, sometimes you could have some disparaging sized teams, but 9 under game, they were pretty evened up. This game here, again, Pope John with a little bit more size up front, so they had a little bit of an advantage, I'd say, with that. But other than that, now the fourth quarter here, Matawan has got some nice plays going here on offense.
They gave Johnson the first down at the 12-yard line. Let's see what this play. Cutting over is Jones, and he crashes. A flag is down at about the 9-yard line. I wonder. It looked like a helmet-to-helmet collision.
Yes, it was, and they're going to get half the distance of the goal, and I think he's shaking up.
They got some coaches run on both sides, making sure everyone's okay because he took a shot.
Yeah, and what you do is when you're a coach and your player gets that kind of penalty, you have to explain to him that the majority of the reason the referee's calling that penalty is because it's for safety for both players.
And I think what we're going to do, this might be a couple of minutes, so why don't we take a quick break as we come wrapping up on this game. 21-0, Pope John over Matawan. We'll come back in a moment.
Hi, welcome to Mobile Brake Guys. We're a mobile brake repair company. That means we come to your home or workplace to repair your brakes. You'll never have to sit and wait at a shop again. Our certified technicians only use premium brake parts. We work on all cars, SUVs, and trucks. Our process is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, book an appointment. 2, service the vehicle. And 3, pay for the service at the service location. Just give us a call. We'd love to speak to you. 888-595-8060.
All right, we're back here in Matawan. The good news, fortunately, is I hear Jones, he was the one that was hurt on a possible head-to-head collision. He was able to get up and jog off on his own power, but especially scary moment there, especially when you have things like this take place. What will happen here, because of the collision, it's going to be half the distance to the goal. They've already marked it off at the end of the play. So an automatic first and goal close to the 4-yard line. So we'll see how things go as Zachary Johnson in an empty gun. Let's see how he lines up here. Calls his own number, and he's going to crash to about the 2. I mean, it had the right idea, but, hey, you got to try and protect the goal line at all costs, but you don't want to let them get across. And they're going to try and finish this drive out, and we'll see how much time is left to see if anything else happens.
Yeah, and Tom, I was talking before we went to the break again. It's all about safety, and you know what? A lot of times that the defensive player, the player that actually hit the offensive player, can get hurt because he has his head down and he could hurt his neck or his head, a concussion and things like that. So it's really for both sides of the ball. You just you always want to have your eyes up when you're tackling.
And here's Johnson.
Oh, boy.
Who nearly tried to get over the right side, but he was met by an immovable object midway on the defensive line, and it's going to be no gain on the play.
I believe that was Mr. Brown again. And
Brown has had a sensational game. He does have a touchdown. I mean, 55's had a score. Brown's had a touchdown. Harris has had a touchdown. That's been the scoring of this game.
Yeah, if I had to pick an MVP, I'd pick Brown, and the only reason is because I think he's earning it on defense.
The versatility of that player has really been something else.
He's a good ball player.
He definitely is, and he'll grow. If he keeps up his football IQ, I guarantee you, he's gonna make it somewhere, especially in the higher levels. So it'll be 3rd and goal for them 1. We'll see if they do it again with Johnson. High snap. Does he sneak through? Will
Very
they give
close.
it to him?
Oh, very close.
Oh, no, he's about a foot short. I would try a quarterback sneak, if anything.
And I don't know if 2 timeouts left for the Huskies. They do have 2 timeouts left, so they can get. There's plenty of time here in this before the end of the game here. So they got 2 more shots to punch it in.
Well, it should be 4th and goal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they got 3rd down in the box, but I don't know what it says. Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, well, we're going to guess fourth and goal from about the 1 foot line. Oh, the snap went over his head, and it's going to be recovered by Pope John at about the 9. What a tough break. Oh, or was it recovered by a Madawan?
No, you know what? I don't think that the Pope John player, I thought he turned over and rolled on it, but that thing just kind of squirted out right back to the quarterback.
That was a little bit confusing there. So, I mean, what happens here is not going to make a difference to the game in any event. So,
another timeout.
Yeah, timeout called by Madawan. So we'll stay here. Just so you know, a little coming attraction for you in a few minutes. We'll have the 11 and under game, the 2-3 matchup, the 2-seed Brick City Lions and the 3-seed Madawan Huskies. Of course, they played on this field a few weeks ago. And that will, of course, take place after this game. So make sure you stay with us here, courtesy of the Keep It A Buck podcast, which, of course, sponsors, if I can get the paper right, the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference. And that will be a pretty good playoff game, to say the least. So they're going to give Madawan one more shot from the 9-yard line. Let's see if they try and draw up one more play here. And they will, and they spread everyone out. Zachary Johnson, the quarterback, takes the snap. It's going to be a jet sweep to the left. They'll get to the 5.
Oh,
he
nice
will
cut
get in. Welcome to the end zone. And Zahir Jones, who may have taken a shot earlier, got up on his own power, and he at least gets retribution with a 9-yard touchdown run, and that will be the ball game.
Yeah, and that was a great run there, and a just nice little cutback and punch that right in. Good job there at the end of the contest.
So a good job by Madawan finishing strong. Pope John the winner today by a score of 21-6. So, and of course, as you can see, because of the pandemic regulations, they raised their helmets saying, hey, thank you for a good game. And it was a good game, but Pope John broke it open in the second quarter and took it from there. So we'll take a couple minutes here to refresh ourselves and get ready for the Brick City Madawan 11 under playoff game, which will be coming up. In the meantime, your final, the Pope John Lions 21, the Madawan Huskies 6. We'll take a couple minutes to refresh and be back with Game 3 right after this. All right. 2 games in the books. It's time for game number 3. We go back to the Brick City Lions and the Matawan Huskies playing in the 11 and under playoff round. Of course, the 2 seed is Brick City. The 3 is Matawan. The winner will play the game between the Silk City Cardinals and the Bergen Stars next week in the championship.
Keep it a buck 2020 version here.
Not sure exactly what happened in my headset here, but well, in any case, I'm Tom Wilkins with Art Elias as well as Howard Gaber dealing with the controls here. And obviously, it's been a very windy day here in Matawan. And obviously, we have seen a lot of running in this game in the previous 2 games. I don't know if the 11-year-olds are going to be any different.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's tough to say because they as we're getting bigger and the kids are getting older and they like to change up a little bit, they get their skill set changes a little bit more. But again, there's a definitely marked difference in the weather right now since the first game. So the wind has picked up and the sun is gone. It's pretty overcast now. So I don't know if that's going to come into play with throwing the ball or at all on the field or anything like that, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, the good news is at least when festivities are done today, it looks like we are going to stay dry, but it is supposed to remain windy. The rain is not supposed to be here until about dinner time, and I understand this area is under a coastal flood advisory, but at least for now we don't have to worry about that. It's just a windy, cloudy afternoon here in Matawan as we're about ready to see the 11-year-olds. What do you expect to check in this one, Art?
Well, I expect a bowl of pasta vazzoul and some brown bread at dinner time. But I'm sorry, you meant the game.
I got mine for lunch.
I'm sorry, Tom. So, yes, again, I have not seen either one of these teams yet this year, but it is playoff time, and this is the number 2 and the number 3 seeds. So I'm expecting a very good game. We've seen good, evenly matched contest up to this point, and I would think that we wouldn't get anything less.
Okay, so Matawan, of course, they're in all black helmets, black pants, maroon numerals, and Brick City, of course, in their, shall we say, current Detroit Lion Honolulu blue tops and bottoms with silver helmets and, of course, the Lions logo on the side of them. Brick City, of course, out of Newark, New Jersey, and we've seen them a lot, of course, this year in this conference, and this is a solid program that does really some good things. And you know what? It's a fact that these players, they get a chance to play on the field. Everybody's involved at some point, and it's an important thing to keep yourself operational. And football is always a fun thing. It's a character-building game, and no question, for many people, it's basically life, you know?
And anytime you have you're drawing from a large populous area like Newark, you've got, if you're running a good program and it's well coached, you're going to get players to come out, and you're going to get a good group of kids to choose from. So. One thing I've noticed, this will be the 3rd game, none of the teams really have large rosters. These 2 are probably the biggest right now. I'm looking at about maybe 10 kids on the sideline, 11. So we're into the 20s on these rosters at least, but most of the rosters were 18 or less so far.
All right, we are underway as Matawan will receive the ball first, taking about the 40 down to the 42-yard line. So it'll be Matawan ball first, as it'll be 1st and 10, and we'll run down the rosters as we go along here today. So for Matawan, I mean, we saw this matchup before a few weeks ago, and Brick City won the contest here. I think they may have won all the games against Matawan when we had, I think, 4 or 5 games, which we did about a month or so ago. But you never know. Playoffs can produce some very interesting things. 1st and 10 from the 42, and they're going to jet sweep. Breaking through one tackle, flag down, 45, 47-yard line. And it's going to come back because of an illegal block against, or illegal use of hands against Matawan.
Yeah, somebody got a block in the back there, and this is 11 under. I'm looking at a couple of the linemen on Brick City there, and it looks like the high school team is out here. There's some big fellas up front there, so that's going to be something to watch to see that Matawan can handle that defensive front, because there's some big boys out there.
They'll let you know when the quarter's over.
So because it's 10 yards from the spot of the infraction, so it is 1st and 22. And the ball is spotted from the 30. Quarterback has some room to run if he wants, but Brick City closes up and ends up being a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, and I think as he was breaking out to the outside there, it looked like he had a little bit trouble with the control of the ball, so the quarterback wasn't able to tuck it in and just break outside hard there. He had to make sure, that he had it secured before he ran.
Okay, so it will be second. I'm sorry, I kind of lost myself here for a moment, but it is 2nd and 23.
Country mile, should we call it that?
I don't know if I'd call it that. But whatever the case, they take the snap, throw up the middle, pass tipped and intercepted, and Brick City comes back, crossing the 30, the 20. That's a pick 6, and there are no flags on the play. What a grab by Stalin Nolden, who caught the deflection, picked it off at the 30, and ran it back for the first points of the game.
You learn that work in week 1 of practice. That's the old tip drill, and the defensive backs are very alert and looking downfield, and the ball gets thrown underneath. You break on the play because you never know when that's going to get tipped up in the air, and it looked like it was a decent pass, but off the receiver's hands, and into number 7 on Brick City, and he's off to the greener pastures of the end zone.
And that was as they say, defense was paying quite close attention. When you have a ball tapped in the air, it could be anybody's ball, and Nolden was able to snag it down. The conversion coming up for Brick City. They're going to hand it off, and Nolden's the one who picked it off, and he also gets the point to go after it. So it is 7-0 in favor of Brick City over Matawan, just like that. And I think we're going to check out the replay on the pick 6 that we saw from Nolden.
Yeah, and again, you're going to see Brick City's defensive backs. They're going to be breaking from behind, and that's what you're supposed to do. You see the ball, he's running a slant across the middle, and there goes the defenders coming up, and nice high tip, and I don't think you're going to catch him once he gets to the outside, number 7.
And officially be a 39-yard interception return for a score. So Matawan will just try it again, except down 7-0. And obviously turnovers can be fatal. And Brick City, they've been very good on defense. And when they see a mistake, they capitalize, and that's exactly what happened. Now, of course, with the wind being a situation here, somebody may have to hold the ball on the tee if it blows off again. It actually blew off once. Let's see if it does it again. Does not, but it's a little one-hopper and down at about the 48-yard line, and that's where Matawan will begin proceedings 1st and 10.
Yep, so Matawan's got good field position, and again, on this level, I like the call. You just scored a defensive touchdown. Matawan's a little discombobulated there from that. It happened so quick, and why not try hit him with an onside real quick, see if you can catch him.
By the way, recovered by Chase Rizzo on the squib kick. So 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Matawan will give it another try here. Taking the snap and throwing. Oh, a collision as the pass is incomplete. That was a hard hit. The quarterback, by the way, is Trey Tagliaferri. Tried to throw into Nassim Brown, and he took a shot just as the ball got there.
Yeah, and the same play, they ran the same play. Because, again, the one that got picked off was open, but it was just thrown a little high, and it went off his hand. So that's the same play call right there. And they're and it was, again, that's a nice hard hit by the defenders. So far, Brick City's defensive backs are playing very well. They're running and they're hitting.
On 2nd and 10. And double blitz, and there is absolutely nowhere to go. As I'll tell you what, Trey Tagliaferri had no chance trying to escape there because Brick City came right after him.
Yeah, there was a breakdown on the left side of the line there, and that guy had defender had a free run to the quarterback. So that's not a good job there by the and I think one of the backs was supposed to probably pick up that blitz, but they did not. That's what coach seems to be yelling at on the sideline of one of his guys.
And now we're going to have a timeout by Matawan, so we'll keep it here with Brick City ahead 7-0. And while I have a second, I want to mention Brick City, and I'll read down the rosters. First for Brick City, you have Kenyon McLean, Phoenix Evans, Javian McPherson, Wilbert Best, Dante Schuler, Ciano Toussaint, Stalin Nolden, Tavion Monroe, William Irvin, Carlo Colon, Nico Monroe, Keymore Monroe, Elijah Green, Hazir Williams, Emmanuel King, Kasim Richardson, Aaron Bjart, Tyreek Nordell Jr., Nazim Hooker, Kyra Weidman, Leonard West Jr., Isa Thomas, Michael Forjour, Kamari Brown, Jalen Ransom, Elias Martinez Beasley, and finally, Kareem Caldwell. We'll read down Matawan's a little bit later on. But in the meantime, on 3rd and 20, Matawan is coming back from a timeout. And let's see how they line up. Tagliaferri with a 4-receiver set here. Now turning to an empty gun. There's going to be a throw. Oh, just went through the hands of Amir Woodward. It goes incomplete. They had a good design play, but unfortunately for Woodward, he couldn't haul it down.
And no, that was a good ball. It was right there. And again, I don't think that Brick City minds too much that they're going to throw the ball underneath because they're dropping back and they're going to, as long as they don't get beat deep or on a deep out, they're going to let those underneath throws happen because they're going to they're going to converge on them. They'll let them catch the ball, and then the defense is taught just to converge and tackle.
Well, we got a false start against Matawan on the punt, so they're going to back it up 5 yards, and we'll try it again. The good news is the wind is at their back, so we may have a pretty good shot for the wind to take it some places. But we'll give it another try. A good snap. And it's a low, but it still bounces and does the job. And it's going to roll to the 35-yard line. And I'll tell you what, for a Woodward, he probably could have let it roll a couple more yards if he wanted to.
Yeah, it might have been a few more yards, but he jumped on it. But, that was okay. As long as that line, there's nothing wrong with a line drive kick in inclement weather. Although even with the wind at your back, there's nothing wrong with that. But the only thing is you got to make sure that you just get it high enough so that it doesn't hit anybody, because then you could have a disaster on your hands. So but he did that did get good yardage in the opposite way for Matawan. So that got him out of that changed the field position.
So for Brick City, first possession of this particular game, they're already up 7-0 thanks to a defensive score. 1st and 10, and the receiver on the right side jumped, and now will be a false start. So we'll back it up to the 29, 1st and 15.
Unlike Canadian football, you cannot have more than one guy moving at once, and he cannot be going forward at the snap.
or shall we say 8-on-8 or indoor football, however you want to word it.
Arena, indoor, there's all the above.
All right, so 1st and 15 now from the 29-yard line. We'll try this one again. And this is a handoff, bouncing to the 30-yard line, maybe the 32, and not giving up until getting to about the 33-yard line. Ends up being a 4-yard pickup. And that was Isa Thomas, who has been a very important part of this Brick City team this year.
Yeah, and they've got a good quick defensive front there. So they're gonna battle Brick City right through again. Brick City wants to run that ball, and Matawan will give them a workout up front.
2nd and 11 from the 33-yard line. And falling down the exchange, the handoff to Thomas. Thomas slips out of a couple of tackles and crosses to the 41. He's about 3 yards shy of a first down. That almost turned out to be a uncomfortable exchange, but Isa made something out of it and gains 8.
Yeah, quarterback got tangled with one of the linemen with his feet as he was coming out of the direct snap there, and it was good that Matawan did get an ankle tackle there, and good for them because there was some real estate in front of the running back.
3rd and 3 from the 41-yard line. Their quarterback is Wilbert Best, by the way. And actually, no, it's not. It's a handoff, and that is number 7, Stalin Nolden,
Very
who
close.
is going to be about a yard shy of a first down. I think the quarterback's Javier McPherson. Forgot to mention that he's number 3, and he was under center for that last snap. So let's see what they do. 4th and a yard. Do you punt into the wind or take another shot?
No, the way they're running the ball right now, that's completely makeable. And at this juncture of the game, it's early. I'd go for this like they are.
Well, they are. 4th and a yard. Quarterback sneak, and he dropped the ball, but he's recovered. It didn't matter because Matawan was right there. What a nice job by the Matawan defense, and credit to Anthony Alfano for making a tackle. Matawan takes over in plus territory.
And like I said, I would run the ball, but I would not. I'd go for it, but I would not call that play in particular because, again, quarterback sneak is very difficult to accomplish on this level. You know, you've got to get a crease, or you've got to have your quarterback duck right behind that guard or center. So.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line. A pitch on the left side. There's a fumble, and Brick City gets it right back. Recovered by number 11, Nico Monroe, and what looked to be great field position for Matawan ends up turning disastrous as they give the ball right back. I was about to say, Art, when Brick City fumbled on 4th down, remember, only the person fumbled can recover in order to advance.
Right.
And it didn't matter on that play, but in this case, Brick City gets it right back.
Yeah, and that's a nice job by the defender on Brick City. He's just running completely through that defender. He puts those hands up and he poked at the ball, and that was a nice strip in recovery.
Well, unfortunately for Brick City, somebody did jump on 1st and 10, so on a false start, that makes it 1st and 15 back at the 39. The wind is really picking up here in Matawan in approach for the rainstorm for this evening.
That was good hands, Tom, before, but with our monitor there, I thought we lost it, but excellent recovery.
I thought I lost it. All right, 1st and 15. Here's a handoff and getting to about the 45-yard line. Not really too much on the play, and that again is Stalin Nolden. He's the one who had the pick 6 and the conversion. He runs it down for, I won't say a manageable 3-yard pickup.
Yeah, and again, Matawan is doing a decent job up front. They're getting hands on the offensive players, and the play up front is all about hands. It's all about who's got the hands in the right position and who's getting the push. And right now it's pretty even. Matawan's doing a good job on defense.
All right, here we go on 2nd and 12 from the 45. They will pitch it out. This one's going to McLean. McLean bounces off a tackle, crosses midfield into Matawan territory. Still will not go down until he gets a first down at the 42-yard line. He gains 13 on the play. And that McLean, I've seen him a couple of times before. That is an athletic player there.
Yeah, and you can see the head coach from Matawan. He's signaling to his outside backer. The backer had the edge set. I just don't know why he didn't kind of force the runner inside. He kind of just stood there and he got juked and he gave up his containment to the outside.
So 1st and 10 to Matawan 42. This is Isa Thomas bouncing left side 35 and knocked out of bounds, I believe, at the first down marker. He may have just gotten the first down.
It's going to be close.
One of the officials saying 2nd down, but we'll see. They say he stepped out at the 33, okay. So he's about a yard short. But once again, Silk City, despite not having a good first drive, they get another opportunity, and it looks like they're taking complete advantage of this one. Now they're going to jumble everybody up with a receiver on the left, 2nd and a yard, handing it off up the middle, and that's Nolden crossing the 30 to the 27, and that's a first down for Brick City.
Yeah, and this is starting to look like a drive similar to what Pope John did to Matawan in the 10 under game there. They're using some of their big fellas up front, and they're going no huddle, and they're pushing people around now. They're starting to get a little momentum here in the run game.
And that's the thing. You got to remember, changing cadence is how you try and throw defenses off. So now they bunch everybody up on 1st and 10, and We gone to quarter time, just like that.
In the first quarter.
And we'll keep it right here. So after one, 7-0, Brick City ahead of Matawan. And I just want to let everybody know about this as we go into second quarter, that Sports Farm, which is one of the sponsors of the conference, they are hosting an All-American Games and Youth All-Star Weekend, and that will be Easter weekend, March 31st through April 3rd of next year. And many collegiate campuses will have All-American Game alums on hand. This is hosted by the Harrah's Resort and the City of Atlantic City. If you want more details and registration, just go to www.sportsfarm.org. It's www.sportzfarm.org. Just want to make sure it is the 2021 Sports Farm All-American Games and Youth All-Star Weekend, March 31st through April 3rd next year from Atlantic City. Again, www.sportsfarm.org for more details. So as we switch sides here, Brick City will have the ball at the 27-yard line, 1st and 10. They're already up 7-0. A low snap. And now they're going to bounce it to the outside, and there's a big haul crossing the 20 to the 14-yard line. So a 13-yard pickup. I think that was Phoenix Evans that ran that one, and ends up being a 13-yard game.
Yeah, well-executed play. They had lots of blue jerseys blocking out in front of them there. And I wish he would have stayed to the outside behind his blockers, because he did try to cut it up, but he had a lot of beef out there running in front of him.
So 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. This time Nolden, he'll cross the 10 and get to about the 7. So another 7 yards, and Brick City looks like they're not to be denied here.
No, and for the first time throughout this game here now, the Brick City is really, really getting a heck of a push up on the front there, and Matawan is not doing anything so far to stop it. When you got a team and you're a little bit outmatched up front, you got to make something happen. You got to lock things down a little bit. You got to have some run blitzes or something to try to make something happen in the backfield.
So on 2nd and goal, a fumbled snap, and it's going to be recovered at about the 18-yard line. So a big break for Matawan, as now they end up getting a third and about 14 from the 16-yard line.
Yeah, it's a very big break, that bad snap, so that's going to help Matawan a little bit here.
So we're just trying to do a couple of minor fixes here. We're now 3rd and probably 14. Ball spot at the 17-yard line. They bunch the formation. Again, it's Nolden. He'll get across inside the 10, back inside the 10, down to maybe the 8. But they're still a few yards shy of a first down.
A good, solid, hard running going on there by Brick City. They're getting that ball. It's a quick hitter. No nonsense. The back is getting a good full head of steam to hit the hole, and they're running hard. Legs are churning, feet are pouncing, and that's why they're getting all this yardage.
Well, if Matawan needs to step it up here, their defense needs to stop them on 4th and 4. They're going to spot it at the 7-yard line. Wouldn't be surprised if Brick City calls a timeout here, because it looks like the players are still trying to get themselves in formation. Looks like they're going to triple the right side, which I find interesting.
Trips right, yeah.
All right, here we go. 4th and 4 from the 7. They're going to overload the right. Low snap. They're looking for blocks. Inside the 5. That's a goal. What a nice run. Number 24, Kamari Brown, comes through with the 4th and 4 conversion and 6 points to go with that.
Yeah, and that was just a great play call, and lots of bodies out in front blocking there, and they had somebody pulling from inside, and it's just a nice job. Everybody, again, it's basic football. Go ahead and put your hands on somebody, get a push, stay on them, keep your feet moving, and good things happen.
And I think Brick City threw me off a little bit, because they lined up right triple, and I thought it was going to be one of those quarterback situations where everyone goes right and then he ends up going left. Now the conversion and short, half a yard short. So
when he ducked inside there, I thought he was going to scoot in there. So good job, whoever made that last second tackle. That was right at the goal line.
Well,
there.
Art, let's check the replay on that Kamari Brown score. You'll notice, of course, on the right side, they eventually line up in a right triple.
Yeah, and we thought they didn't know where they were going here, and once they got lined up, I think they knew exactly what they're doing. So You've got both backs lined up over on the right, or the one back on the right, the 3 receivers. Now you see he goes in motion and they pull from just about way too many. He wasn't even touched. Way too many blue jerseys in front there.
And as I said, they might have lined up in the right triple, but maybe they weren't supposed to catch the ball anyway. Maybe their job was just to solidly block, and boy, they made that relatively easy.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
So sometimes when you look or it's going to be a passing play, a lot of deception could happen, and that was one of them. The other possibility would have been the naked bootleg. Everyone goes one way and you go the other. But for whatever the case, Brick City made it work, and despite the conversion failing, they have a 13-0 lead here. Now, remember, they have the wind at their back, so there is always a possibility that the ball might fly off the tee.
And I think that Matawan
just like that.
Matawan is expecting a onside here because they've got 9 players all within 10 yards of the front line there.
All right, now if it blows off the tee one more time, then somebody's going to have to hold the tee.
Yeah, it's tough to do an onside kick with somebody holding it if that's what they're doing.
Well, it won't be an onside. It'll be a squibber,
drive.
And having to chase all the way back to the 14-yard line. Let's see how this return goes. Not very well. To the 17-yard line. That was Amir Woodward who was able to return it. But Amir Woodward. We had 2 Woodwards. We have Adrian and we have Amir. And it was Amir who made the return to the 17.
Yeah, I don't mind that return. Lots of real estate over here coming towards the home sideline, but it closed quick. Brick City, good job coming down and making that tackle.
And now they're at the 17. They're going to spot the 17-yard line, 1st and 10, and the wind right in their face. So they're going to have to come up with a couple of creative plays to get down the field. On 1st and 10. Here's a throw left. It is caught at about the 21-yard line, so a short pass works.
Yeah, that's good. That's a nice little out pattern and get the quarterback a little confidence. And again, they're throwing against the wind here, and the sun has poked out back, and so that's going to warm things up a little bit. I don't mind seeing the sun. So in a way, the way that Matawan's facing now, they have their faces in the wind, and they're also facing the sun. I'm looking at the shadows on the field, so they're going directly into the sun also.
That was Nassim Brown on the catch, and now they're going to triple to left on 2nd and 6 and throw that way, and it's almost intercepted. That was close. I was almost in the lap of Phoenix Evans, but he just couldn't come up with it.
I don't know where he was throwing. He threw it. There was 3 black jerseys standing there. I think he expected the receiver, instead of continue his pattern, to do another out pattern there. So there's a little miscommunication on that for sure.
All right, so 3rd and 6 from the 21-yard line. I mean, that was a good try, but I'm wondering if the vision, he thought there were 3 receivers that were wearing black uniforms, and unfortunately there were blue uniforms instead.
Yeah, nope, that doesn't count when you throw it to the blue.
They're going to change the play at the last minute, so 3rd and 6 from the 21-yard line. Again, Tagliaferri, the quarterback here for Matawan. He'll take the snap. And now they're going to do a reverse, but Brick City read it nicely.
Yeah.
Down to the 23-yard line, only a 2-yard pickup. And I believe that tackle was Wilbert Best who was able to stop the play. And
I have no problem with that play call, and it's a nice design play. But it can't be run. It can't be run in kind of, it was just that average speed there. That's a play that's got to be a quick hitter. You can't loop around. The runner's got to be, whoever's getting that ball on that end around has to be a little more precise with his run.
And here's the punt. And like I said, this is where the wind took over. And it's going to end up going down at the 24-yard line. So Brick City in a very good position, looking to add points on the board, already up 13-0.
Yeah, they needed that line drive punt there. I would have, with that wind being so strong, I probably would have had my punter rugby punt it, just have your punter just run out to the side, either side, preferably the right side if he's a righty, and tell him just to drill that ball on a line drive, because if you're going to try to get hang time, it's going to hang right at the line of scrimmage. That's what it did.
Okay, so I would have to suspect Brick City will have an opportunity to get a couple passes here. They're going to go 3 wide slot left here in an I format. first and 10 from the 24. They go with the up back, crossing the 20 down to the 17-yard line. 7-yard gain, and again, it's Isa Thomas.
Yeah, they're not going to change anything that they're doing. They're just gonna keep running the ball. They're getting good push up front. They're getting some nice holes, and this makes the play calling for the coach on the sideline very enjoyable.
Well, when you get enough yards on first down, you kind of make second and third down a little bit easier, and you can open up the playbook a little bit. Here's a handoff running into his own man is Kenyon McLean, but it's still going to be enough for a first down at the 13-yard line. So a 4-yard pickup when he needed 3, and it could have been more if he didn't run into his own guy, but it still moves the chains.
Yeah, and nice design play. And yeah, you got to get. Sometimes those backs don't like when the big fellas aren't moving their feet there. Yeah, you'd rather get hit by the defender than you run into the butt of your own player. But that's what happened.
Single receiver on the left on first and 10. And there's Nolden crossing the 10 to the 5. Still
hard.
Fighting down to about the 2. Another 11 yards. Nolden has been pretty much the star of this game.
Yeah, he's just a great running back. You love to see I love how hard he hits the hole. And when you've got a full head of steam before you get that ball, he just bursts out of his stance and just has so much momentum going one way up the field before he even gets the ball that he's just dragging people with him.
Eric Berg had to come out because he may have hurt himself on the last play. Meanwhile, Nolden is going to plaque his way into the end zone.
Sure.
So Nolden scores on defense and now on offense.
Yeah, of course he did. That was I knew who was getting the ball in that play for sure. That was just like you got to reward him for running the ball that hard. That's a nice job there by. And again, you can't say enough about the guys up front. Everybody's blocking well. So, but he is just running super hard there today.
All right, so they're gonna go at an empty gun here for the conversion. They triple to right. A low snap. Calling his number, didn't work.
Nope.
About another yard short, so they tried doing it to McLean, doesn't get in, and it forces it to be 19-0 in favor of Brick City. And Art, you're talking about Nolden's hard running. Let's take a look at this once again, right up the middle.
Yeah, just watch him burst out of his stance. He's in a 2-point stance, and when the ball snapped, he just hits the hole. Yeah, that's just nice, good hard running. Put your head down, shoulders square, and just push into that end zone.
And that's pretty basic, fundamental running back 101 right there, because you just keep it moving north-south, and that's exactly what you need to do. And he did it to perfection there to extend Brick City's lead.
Yeah. So again, just like our game before this, the away team.
For Pope John, you're talking.
For Pope John was the away team. Brick City's the away team today. They end up getting a third score. Before the half ends, so similar to some of the games we saw today, and again that going up by 3 scores on this level here, that's they're very valuable before you get into that second half.
All right, so Brick City will kick off, getting a last-minute substitution in there. We're just waiting to get everybody set into play here. For the moment, the ball is still on the tee, and we'll kick off without an issue. Little one-hopper, and it'll be taken at about the 22-yard line. Let's see what moves he makes. Gets through one tackle. He'll cross the 35 and actually have a nice return to the 36-yard line. That was Adrian Woodward with that one. Meanwhile, Nolden is shaken up at about the 30-yard line.
Oh, boy. That's not a good sign for Brick City. Again, we talked about the we talked about the rosters of the teams. In this league here right now, the games we've seen today, and these two teams have had rosters that have been over 20 players. The first 2 games we saw, it was pretty much 18 or less, and even with a roster of and I'm just counting up the players, maybe 18 players over there, 20 players. Obviously, your best players are going to have to play a lot. So your star players, especially Nolan like that, number 7, to have him on the kickoff team, again, I'm sure he's fast. I'm sure he's a good tackler. But your bread and butter guy, you try to give him a break in there somewhere. So a lot of times they get the break on special teams. But
well, meanwhile, we have a timeout called by Brick City. Nolden did get up and walk off on his own power, so that is indeed good news.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
So while we have a second, we ran down Brick City's club, and we haven't done Madawan's yet, so why don't we go ahead and do that, the 11 and unders. Michael Postal Jr., Christopher Demarest, Jaden Hill, Nassim Brown, Jordan McKenzie, Ricky Drake, Hosea Jones, Anthony Alfano, Trey Tagliaferri, Eric Berg, Adrian Woodward, Dylan Fisk, Amir Woodward, DeAndre Fundo, Isaiah Martini, Chase Rizzo, Gianna Bettinger, Alberto Garcia, Chase Verchik, Jake Feinstein, and finally Tyler Tiberian. So that's the 11 and under crew for Matawan. As we're again right back into action here, 1st and 10. Ball spotted the 37-yard line. We're also hoping Eric Berg's okay because it looked like he had a little bit of a lower body injury before one of the plays in the last sequence. But anyway, 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line as Tagliaferri will try it again. They're going to go 4 receivers evenly divided here. Slant up the middle. Pass is incomplete. And it was a nice try, but the receiver was hit right as he caught the ball, and it looked like he fumbled, but he never had full possession, so he ruled it incomplete.
Yeah, and that's tough. You're up here. We're up here doing the game. We can hear some of the fans, and they're yelling, "Hold on to the ball." And that's not a very fair. That's not a very fair thing to yell out because that's a tough. Those slant patterns or those patterns going across the middle like that. You got to know that the linebackers are dropping, and as soon as they see that ball released, they got a full head of steam coming at you, and those patterns are dangerous for your receivers and your tight ends coming across like that. They get popped.
We're told 2 minutes left and a half. Here's a throw left side, a little high, but it's going to be interference. Even though the pass was possibly uncatchable, it was clear that Michael Postel was able to beat the defender, and he was pulled down as the ball was heading down.
Yeah, and the defender on Brick City had position. I don't even think he needed to do that because I don't think that the ball was going to be caught. But he kind of got tangled up with him, and I think he kind of wrapped his arm, and that's what got the referee to call that interference.
If anything, it probably could have been defensive holding, but
yeah, either one.
But either way, it benefits Matawan with a free first down at the Brick City 48 as Tagliaferri will take it. Look at blind side pass caught, and no, it's not caught. It's incomplete. Isa Thomas laid a big hit on the intended receiver, which Anthony Alfano.
Well, like I said, some of the receivers are gonna have an issue with their quarterback at halftime because he's kind of laying that ball out there for him, and the patterns that they're running, the backers on Brick City are just getting a full head of steam to lay the wood here. So they've got to, if you're going to be catching that ball, you got to be careful. Secure it.
They triple to left on 2nd and 10, and another pass, sliding catch at about the 44-yard line by Nassim Brown. So it ends up being a 4-yard pickup and sets up a pretty manageable 3rd and 6.
Yeah, that's a nice catch. The ball was a little bit low, but nice catch, and obviously we've seen the makeup of Matawan. They're obviously a passing team. That's kind of what they do on offense. So with that said, if you're a passing team, you've been playing that offense all year. You're never really out of the game because you could always go 2-minute and get the ball downfield. So we'll see what happens.
Well, here's on 3rd down, and I'll tell you what. Brick City was lucky they didn't get called for offside because the right side came right after Tagliaferri and sacked him down right at the midfield stripe.
And the second time that they've had pressure off that left offensive side, right defensive side, just coming pretty much unblocked off that edge there, and that's dangerous for the quarterback when he's got his back turned. That's his blind side when you're a righty.
So after a loss of about 6, it forces a 4th and 12 from midfield Keep in mind, both teams have 2 timeouts left. And we'll see what Tagliaferri does as he evenly divides his receivers back to the left on 4th and 12. He takes a snap. Oh, he wanted an inside handoff, and that did not fool Brick City by a long shot.
Brick City will take over.
My goodness.
On down.
Once again, I mean,
First and
that was a great job on the part of that line. They wanted to, I mean, what Matawan tried to do was fake him out with a run, and it didn't work.
They were trying to get him. You're exactly right. They were trying to fake him out with a quick draw play, and it wasn't going anywhere right now.
So for Brick City, they will have the ball to Matawan 44. Now keep in mind, 2 timeouts left, and they get the ball to start the second half too. So let's see how they line things up here. 1st and 10. A lot of yelling along the far sideline. They're going to do a 4 receiver, actually empty gun. They go heavy on the right. 1st and 10 from the Matawan 44.
Low snap.
And McPherson will try and get around. Let's see if he does anything. He can't. The hole closes too quickly, and he forces himself to lose a yard on the play.
Yeah, they're sending all 5 receivers into the pattern, and they want to get. They're looking to throw that ball downfield, or they're going to call another timeout.
That was actually Tevian Monroe who had it, who was under center that time and ends up only losing a yard. I'm wondering if it was just a little bit of a broken play.
I think so, because of the low snap that throws the timing off on everything. So they figure let's have a timeout and talk about it, because they still have time and they still have enough time to get the ball down the field before the end of the half.
All right, so they're going to spot the ball at the 45-yard line. Of course, we'll have some features for you at halftime to check out, and of course we will try and run down the first half of this game too while we have this little breather. But I'll tell you one thing, from what I've seen, you got to remember, when it comes to football, unless you're playing indoors, weather is always going to be a factor.
Oh yes, and it bothers the young guys even worse than it does the big guys. And I'll tell you, I'm watching the Matawan coach on the side. He gave the boys quite a pep talk there at the timeout. So he's looking for a defensive stop here. He doesn't want to go down by 4 scores.
That is true. 2nd and 11 from they're going to actually see 2nd and 9, as here's Monroe being chased, and he's going to lob one a little bit high and incomplete. But I'll tell you what, there was good pressure on the right side of the Matawan line going after Tavion Monroe, who's in the quarterback for the series. And that's what you want to try and do, trying to disrupt the flow.
Yeah, good pass rush. Nice push up the middle, and no quarterbacks like seeing pass rush come up the middle right in their face.
And so now Matawan, despite the fact the clock is stopped, they're going to use a timeout to make sure they get their defensive alignment correct.
Yeah, and why not? If they have timeouts and there's no sense in taking them into halftime, if they don't make the first down, make Brick City punt the ball or try to have to go for it on 4th down, and you never know what could happen with that.
Well, keep in mind, of course, this playoff game between Brick City and Matawan, presented, of course, by the Keep It a Buck podcast, and, of course, sponsored the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference. This playoff game, Keep It a Buck. They have podcasts every week, which, of course, you can check up on YouTube. And you can follow them on Instagram at Keep It a Buck Podcast. Remember, there's spaces between words. It's at Keep It a Buck Podcast. Also contact them for clothing information, because they do have a line of clothing that they're selling, and they are working on a website as we speak to try and get more promotion. But for now, if you want more information on clothing for Keep It a Buck Podcast, follow them on Instagram, send them a message, and they can give you all the details. So 3rd and 9 from the 45-yard line. Let's see what they do is they went heavy on the right here. And flags are down as we're going to have a false start against Brick City. They were going triple the right, and they tried to get another man motion there. So it's possible that they were going to try and run the same play, except somebody moved before the snap.
Yep, you can't do that. So it'll be 5 yards back. Now, what I'm thinking is Brick City doesn't want to do anything crazy either here, too. You want to protect the football. Obviously, you could see the defensive alignment Matawan. They're playing, 6 guys back deep, so they think that a pass is coming.
Well, instead it's going to be a run, and a good job by the front line by Matawan to stop that play. And good to see Stalin Nolden back in. And timeout called by Brick City yet again, so they exhausted their timeouts for the half. And give credit to Matawan's line. And even though the things are not looking good for them right now, they're still playing, they're still making it competitive, and they want to make sure they have something to build on.
Yeah, no, they're doing a good job. They needed a defensive stand here before the half, and that's exactly what they got. And they've got Brick City in 4th and long. Can't ask for more than that. Now, if it's possible, you can get a good return here on the punt. That would put them in business right before the half.
Well, I think it's 4th and long, so I would expect them to punt. They have the wind at their back, so I would have to. Now they might completely change the play altogether. They might know there might be very much time left here in the first half. Plus, they understand they're getting the ball to start the second half too. So, whole bunch of things to consider here, and they took a knee.
And you know what? I'm not real sure about that, but
because maybe there was 1 second left in the half. Okay. So they took a knee and said, never mind, let's regroup. We'll get the ball to start second half anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what the coach on Matawan isn't pleased with it, but so there must have been only a second or so because you wouldn't take a knee because when you take a knee on 4th down, the clock stops automatically, change of possession. So there must have been only a second or so on there. They didn't have a chance.
That's probably what it was. So your halftime score in the 11 and under playoff game, the Brick City Lions 19, the Matawan Huskies nothing. We're going to go ahead and show you a few things for the half. We'll come back for the second half in just a few minutes.
If you're in 8th grade, you could take an algebra class or a foreign language in 8th grade and transfer that to your high school. So now you only have to take 14 core courses instead of 16, and you can enter high school with a 4.0 if you do well and accelerate those classes in 8th grade. So now you're ahead of the game. You're entering with a 4.0, if that's what you get, or it could be 3.0, whatever, and you've already mastered and taken away two of those core courses. Now you have 14 left. But it's very important you get on top of it ASAP, even before you get to high school. Do I want to be a magna cum laude, or do I want to become a qualifier? Because once you become a qualifier, everything else after that is icing on a cake. Okay? So the main thing that you have to concentrate on is when you start taking your class, like for instance, a sample course of a freshman year in high school, English 9, which is English 1, Algebra 1, Biology, Spanish 1, Health and Phys Ed don't count. Does financial literacy count if you take that? I don't know. Does creative writing count? I don't know. I got to look at your core course thing. And use college prep form. So all your high school, on your high school website, it's going to tell you what your core courses are in that school. So you don't have to go scrambling to figure out what it is. Okay? Because the major concern of high school administration, and no fault of theirs, they just want kids to graduate. They want kids guidance. Here, take these courses to graduate. They don't understand the student athlete is not only that, but there's a whole separate entity to that. And that's where it's very, very important that they understand that. Because I don't know if some classes are deemed college prep courses or not. It's what your superintendent has on the website that says these classes are college prep courses. The NCAA has lightened up certain restrictions at this area, but they made it harder on this end. So say, for instance, you're taking your core courses. Here's something that's very important. 10 of your 16 core courses have to be completed before your semester 7 of your high school career. So 10 of those classes have to be, they're locked in. You can't change them. You used to be able to go back and change certain classes. Like if I got an F or I got a D, I could go take that class over. No, they don't allow you to do that no more. You only can take certain classes over at the end. And when you graduate sometimes, you have to have an IEP or something that's going to allow you to take an extra class after you graduate to change a class that you might already got a bad grade on. So they lightened up on certain things but made up certain things harder. So my point is this. You got to get off to a great start. You have to, because there's certain classes they lock you in on. You can't change them. After that, later on in your high school career, you might be able to pull the class here or there. But you can always take more than 16 core courses and pull certain classes in. But say, for instance, they want 4 Englishes, they want 3 maths, and a lot of people have to take Algebra 2. You can't go away without taking. So if you got a D in Algebra 2 and say, oh, I'm not going to use that as my 16 core, you have to, because most of the colleges mandate that you have Algebra 2 to get in. So, and then there's natural sciences, and there's foreign language, and there's social sciences. And that's where it gets tricky, because you have to determine whether your high school allows that class to be a core course or not. So you can get a 4.0 in 4 years to help the phys ed. They ain't taking it. It helps you graduate, but the core courses aren't taking it. So being understand in 8th grade that you can take some classes to help you get ahead early on in high school, that's you got to take advantage of that.
Keep it a buck 2020 version here. We in the building. We got Coach Sheed. We got Team Do It. Savon Huggins.
What's going on?
We got Big Body Nas.
Natty Nas, 2
what
times.
They call you? Godfather of New Jersey.
My parents, you know, like it was just like, man, I never seen them down before. Like I never seen them like, oh, like, you know, like tuition is hard. You feel me? I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I never seen them like, oh, I don't have the money for this tuition, so I'm not gonna pay it. We're gonna be backed up on the tuition. Now it was always like, I'm gonna work for the tuition. I'm gonna pay your tuition, and you're gonna still be at that school. So I'm like, I just look at my parents, and I'm just like they put in, like they sacrificing all this for me. So why not just do the same for them? You feel me? Like I just want to pay my mom and my dad back at the end. Like I promised them that they may have to pay for high school, but they won't pay for college. And
you know, you got pulled up in 9th grade, so you had some varsity minutes. And then at that point, everything's supposed to be glory. The offers are supposed to come in. You're supposed to continue on the path you was on to being one of the top players in New Jersey. And then to see like you was stalled out, it was kind of like there was like a ceiling put over you. What's that like? Like, tell me what you feeling. Like, be honest. Like, what that feel like when everybody's getting their turn and it's not yours yet?
When you grow up, my dad always told me, like, a man don't point fingers at nobody. You know what I'm saying? So you your own man, you your own, you know, your own competition. So you feel me? Compete with yourself, get better with yourself. So so.
Perfect.
Hi, welcome to Mobile Brake Guys. We're a mobile brake repair company. That means we come to your home or workplace to repair your brakes. You'll never have to sit and wait at a shop again. Our certified technicians only use premium brake parts. We work on all cars, SUVs, and trucks. Our process is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, book an appointment. 2, service the vehicle. And 3, pay for the service at the service location. Just give us a call. We'd love to speak to you. 888-595-8060.
Who is Jaden Gould, you may ask?
The way he works out so hard and his energy is just, it's amazing.
I think a lot of Jaden's work ethic comes from his dad. From the minute you walk in the door, you better be a competitor. And, you know, we're really looking for guys that really want to compete at the highest level.
Got that experience, you know, got all those nerves out of me, and I was just like, I could really play with the best in high school.
So maybe this was just God's way of telling you you needed to take a break. You know, you would never ordinarily take a break.
All right, we are here in Matawan, New Jersey, returning here to Bruce McCutcheon Field. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Art Elias and Howard Gabriel, of course, with the controls. 19-0 to score as Brick City is about to receive the ball to start the second half. Those of you just joining us, of course, Brick City got off and running on a pick six, a 39-yard interception return for a touchdown by Stalin Nolden, who also has a rushing touchdown in this game. Also with a rushing score is Kamari Brown from 11 yards out. 2 of the 3 conversions have been missed. So right now, Brick City looks to begin the second half. They'll be moving left to right. And, of course, they'll be facing the wind as things have really clouded up out here in Matawan here.
It's nice that they're lined up, but they're not going to do anything until the refs get here, and they're just coming out now.
I didn't even know. Oh, okay, here they are. They're just arriving now. I'm like, okay, everyone's all right, let's go. Like, wait for us, wait for us.
Very ambitious teams, but can't go without the Zebras.
Well, ambitious players, not as ambitious officials. Hey, you never know. Each set's different anyway. But remember, in these games, there are only 3 officials, not the usual 6 that we normally see on higher levels. But it'll be Matawan kicking off. And we're getting ready to start the second half of play. A little bit of a pop-up. They'll be taking it about the 29-yard line. It's Isa Thomas. Isa will have a decent return to the 40 and then get knocked out of bounds. I don't think they're going to spot it probably about the 41, maybe the 42. And they're going to say the 42-yard line, and that's where Brick City will begin.
Yeah, and Tom, you were talking about the officials before the kickoff, and as a former official, I know that youth organizations, have to watch their pennies, and they consistently, it happens all the time with only 3 officials on the field. They as you get higher up, and also the playoffs, really having that 4th guy on the field makes a big difference, and I don't know why leagues don't do it.
A high pitch out to Thomas, and he got as far as the 44 before the Matawan defense just drove him backward. So good job by Matawan's D. I mean, the right side, they've been playing a little bit on a higher level, especially in the last couple of drives. So trying to keep Brick City off the board here on this opening drive. Only a yard gain there. Will be 2nd and 9.
Good stuff by Matawan's D there. He tried to get the edge there again, and nice work.
So the lineup again, 2nd and 9 from the 43-yard line. We began with a pretty sunny morning, and as we progress, the winds have picked up and the clouds have rolled in. We got rain coming later on, but when we're done the events today, we should be without a drop. Well, that's famous last words there. Here on 2nd down, a handoff up the middle to the 46-yard line, so another 3 on the play. Forces a 3rd and 6. And it's Nolden again with a carry.
Yeah, no, they're going to keep they're going against the wind here, and I'm sure the coaches know that, so they can try to run the ball. If they can pick up first downs running the ball, I think they'd be happy with that.
Well, again, they're only going to line up a receiver on the left side. So 3rd and 6, and a handoff Nolden again, but he's not giving up. He'll get to about midfield and be 2 yards shy of a first down. It's probably the way he was tackled that allowed him to get an extra yard or 2 on the play.
Yeah, no, he stretched that out over the top, but just to the 50-yard line. So he's only about 1.5 yards too short here. So I expect them to go for it.
And they will. Biggest play of the game for the Matawan defense, and they're trying to make sure everybody's all lined up. You don't want to use a timeout on defense this early in the second half. But they're going to go empty gun here. Tevion Monroe is the quarterback. Let's see what he does on 4th and 2. And now Brick City changing things up. Let's see what happens. 4th and 2 from midfield. A one-hopper. And it's thrown. It is caught by Evans. Evans is going to have a first down and more. Crossing the 40. Still going and out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
Nice play design there, right? This, I was expecting that to be a direct snap and get a nice running play to that side. But very good job. Very well designed play.
All right, so after a gain of 15, It is 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. And let's see what Brick City does after that conversion. A pitch out to Thomas. He has some open space here. Slips out of the tackle, but only gets to about the 33, maybe the 32. They'll give him 3 on the play. So, again, the run has been the friend of Brick City so far.
Yeah, and they're going to try to stretch that out. They like going to the it seems like Brick City likes going to the wide side of the field. The ref will put the ball down on the hash on the far side, and they listen. It's a good sound philosophy because you're going to where the most of the field is. So stretch it out and see if you can get to that outside edge.
So 2nd and 7. And a handoff up the middle, crossing the 30, 28, maybe 27-yard line. This time it's Kenyon McLean with the carry, and that makes a 3rd and short, probably a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, and they're chipping away, and that's no help for Matawan because it's eating the clock up on these running drives.
All right, so now it's they're going to close everything in, have a receiver on the left, 3rd and 3. Handoff again. Looks like McLean. He'll have a 1st down, and he powers his way down. No, it is Nolden, rather. You can tell the pile's going back. It's usually Nolden carrying the ball.
Yeah, he's usually pushing forward, and he's usually, bringing people with him, bringing defenders with him, and young man runs hard. He's having a nice game so far.
So it'll be 1st and 10 after that gain of 6 on the play.
It's like a player shaking up on Matawan.
Yeah, I think I noticed that Anthony Alfano went down to a knee, and he is a little bit shaken up here. So, by the way, just so you know, in a couple of minutes, we're going to have a special interview with the gentleman who's going to be running the Sports Farm All-American Game, the Youth All-Star Weekend, coming Easter Weekend 2021. He'll be joining us in a few minutes whenever he gets here, and the name just slipped me, Trey Hamara, I think it is, but whatever it is, he'll be joining us for a few questions and stuff. So stay tuned for that in just a few moments. Of course, Sports Farm, one of the sponsors for the Big 21 Youth and Cheer Conference. Tico Hamari is his name. I just received the word. So,
well, you had the T right and the last name right, Tom, so that was close.
Yeah, but I had dissonance because my brain just shut down.
That's okay.
But still, it is 1st and 10 from the 21. They're going to hand it off. That's McLean. He is off to the races, to the 10, to the 5, and he's welcome to the end zone without any flags. A 21-yard run for Kenyon McLean, and that extends the lead for Brick City.
Yeah, that's just like I said. They're just going to pound that ball, and they're going to the left there. They're finding the creases, and it's not a good sign when the running back's he's going to make a couple moves, and he's pretty much going into the end zone without being touched. So that means your defenders are not even in the vicinity of where they're running the ball. So they're going to be it's going to be a long second half if they don't clean it up, Matawan.
Oh, look at this! They got somebody else running for the conversion and is successful to make it 26-0. And I believe that was Isa Thomas who was able to 96. We don't have him there, but he gets the conversion to make it 26-0. And I think maybe we can cue the replay up for that Kenyon McLean score, as you can see from the left-hand side.
Yeah, and you got that full house backfield, and you're going to watch him. Blockers here. He's going to bounce to the left, and nobody is touching him into the end zone.
There's absolutely no way, because obviously when the blockers just make the hole wide open and Kenyon just blows right through it, makes a very simple score, and that's why Brick City's having their way here in the third quarter, up 26-0.
And most games, in the playoffs or games with teams that are evenly matched or evenly set up, you're going to win that game in the second half. So it was 19-0, obviously, for Brick City in the first half, but you're winning that game in the second half because of two things. Number one, the team that's ahead is going to continue to do the things they've had successful. Number two, if you don't adjust and figure something out to stop what they've done in the first half, well, you can expect they're not going to change much. They're going to go right back to the well with where they had all their success. So not much adjustments made on the defensive side by Matawan up to this point. So that's a tough sell for the kids out there.
All right, so here we go with the little bit of a one-hopper, which will be taken by Matawan at the midfield stripe and down to the 48-yard line. So considering the wind is not the friend of Brick City, they decided to do the one-hop squid, and Matawan will have 1st and 10 from the 48.
Did you see the pterodactyl that went by, Tom, that flew by? I'm sure you heard it right before the kickoff. I thought they were extinct. But anyway, so again, don't go by the score right now. Obviously, they're up by 4 touchdowns, Brick City, and this is all about now your pride here on Matawan. You've had them push you around a little bit, and now you've got to try to do something that makes you feel good about this game. And still plenty of time, but if you're not converting and making plays on offense, it's going to be tough to come back.
You see the official backing up. I mean, the wind's obviously playing a heck of a role. Here's a handoff going to about the 45-yard line. Another 3-yard pickup there. I thought for a second we're going to have, right before the kickoff, I thought Listerine was going to sponsor the commercial because it was like the longest drum roll in history. But anyway, 2nd and 7 coming up as the wind really is picking up. Not going to be pretty later tonight, that's for sure, but thankfully we'll all be home by then. Whoops, and all of a sudden, on the right side, everyone was moving, but unfortunately the receiver moved first, and that's going to be a false start.
Yeah, he started to move. He didn't go forward. He kind of did a stutter step there. He could have came in motion towards the line. He would have been all right if he continued. I've seen guys do that before. They don't know what the snap count is, and they just start moving and they make it look like motion.
And I think too, one of the other things is you could have gone in motion, but I think he went forward before going backward, and that's where things kind of got a little bit on a mess. So 2nd and 12 from midfield. Tagliaveri's going to take a shot down the field, and a late flag called as Michael Postel was able to try and break, but he was clearly held, and that probably is. I think they're going to rule defensive holding.
Yeah, they're going to call it every time when you latch onto it. And again, the balls, the ball that's thrown is out in front of the receiver and the defender for that matter, but. They're going to call that because you just can't lock up as the defensive back. You just can't lock up with that receiver that way. So
actually, they're going to call pass interference against Brick City, which is a generous call for Matawan because that more looked like defensive holding. Whatever the case, it is still 1st and 10 from the 35 of Brick City as Matawan is trying to get some points on the board. A 4-receiver set. Tagliaveri takes a shot again, and it's just a little bit high, incomplete. And I think the receiver and the defender got tangled up a little bit. Didn't quite work out, but they went with the same play again, and I think that was intent from Nassim Brown.
Yeah, he had him too. Nassim Brown got a couple steps on the defender there, and he. At the ball, that's a tough ball, though. He's again, we saw this in a couple of the other games. When that receiver, it's very tough to teach a receiver, a young man, especially on this level, to run that route and not have to turn back towards the ball. That's when you get your feet tied up and things happen.
Here's a lateral pass, and it'll be taken at about the 35, still going to about the 30 and down to the 27-yard line. So it counts as a run, and they went to a Jordan McKenzie that time, and it worked out for a gain of probably 7, maybe 8.
And they ran that same play in the first half, and that's a much better job there. The quarterback gets the ball out quick, and the back gets up the field. So those are two things that you've got to have accomplished. You can't flutter the ball out there, and you can't dance in the backfield. He did what he had to do, and that's why they gained that yardage that they did.
3rd and 2, and they're going to pitch that out again to McKenzie. Let's see if he tries to. Oh, he does break a tackle, and he gets a 1st down on second effort.
Just fell over the line there.
Yeah, they're going to give him the 24, and that's going to move him to chains. And there might be a Brick City player shaken up on the play. Not sure exactly where the injury is, but probably along the far side of the field.
He seems to be okay. He's walking off.
Okay, I see now. So walking off on his own power, but slowly, but they're going to spot the ball at the 24, which is enough for a first down. They've already moved the chains, and Matawan has a chance of getting some points on the board here.
Yeah, no, this is a good drive for Matawan. It's exactly what they needed to answer that other score. When the fourth score went on the board for Brick City, you can't keep taking them on the chin like that. You got to answer back, and you got to punch back.
So Matawan brings their crew up. And again, they're going to spread the formation 1st and 10 from the 24, 4-receiver set. And Tagliaferri fires one. Oh, and that was almost caught. That was almost caught. I mean, it was just a hair off. Otherwise, it would have been a great catch.
Yeah, he had him, too, going down the middle there. And he just hit one of his hands that was stretching out, and for the receiver there, that was a nice pattern and a nice throw, just a little bit long.
I believe that was Chase Rizzo, the intended receiver there, but that was a nice effort, though.
Yeah, Rizzo's running just a pattern right up the middle of the field, run right up the hash marks and look for the ball.
All right, so it'll be 2nd and 10. Again, the same formation as before. Tagliaferri looking, another lob, and that one is intercepted, a little bit underthrown. And taken by Brick City down to about the 16-yard line. There is a flag down at the end of the play, and it looks like the guy who made the interception may also be the one that's hurt.
Yeah, and the defender that has his hands up in the air saying, "What, me?" Unfortunately, that's the one that had a block in the back during the return. So they're going to put Brick City back 10 more yards here after they mark it off,
or half the distance, depending on where the violation happened, because the ball is down at the I think it was at the 18-yard line anyway. So wherever the block happened, it would have been half the distance.
Now I just saw the ref wave his flag like he's going to wave that off, and that. I saw the block in the back, and and he did, and he threw the flag as soon as he saw it. Now I don't know why he would wave that off, but
unless there's a completely different penalty.
But that looked like what he saw. What I saw, he threw the flag right at it. So I think it's the end of the quarter too, Tom.
Oh, it is.
I just saw a signal. Yeah.
Okay, so it is going to be three-quarter time, and it'll be 26-0 in favor of Brick City. So why don't we take a break, and we'll go to the final quarter of this one right after this. All right, about to start the final quarter, but we're dealing with a Brick City injury right at the end of the quarter. The man who intercepted the pass on the final play of the quarter. And it looks like he is getting up and walking off on his own power. He took a pretty painful shot, but he is going to be all right, thankfully. And Brick City will have the ball 1st and 10. It looks like they're going to spot the 20-yard line, and it looks like they're not going to throw a penalty flag at the end of the plays. I think they said disregard it, so that's where Brick City will begin. And now the Lions are going to finally come out, make sure they get everything all set for their final quarter of play. Just keep in mind, if I can get the correct sheet out, the winner of this game plays the winner of the Silk City Cardinals Bergen Stars game, the 1-5 matchup. Of course, the winner of these two games will be playing each other next week for the 11-year-old championship for Big 21. So they're going to have the ball spotted at the 20-yard line. Brick City taking their good old time trying to get, but remember, they're going like basically almost across the field, at least 60 yards.
And
so.
I don't care if they have the wind or not for the fourth quarter. Just run the ball.
That's what we saw in the last game too.
That's all you've got to do. Just run the ball, because it's all about the clock and all about the getting out of here with a victory, and they're up 4 scores, and you don't have to do anything crazy. Just run that football.
Okay, so it is 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. We'll see who is under center for this particular series. Yeah, here's a handoff right side. Not going to account for much of anything, maybe a yard to the 21-yard line. And I think they're going to have Tevion Monroe under center for this series of plays. So a 1-yard pickup. 2nd and 9, Brick City comfortably in front, 26-0.
Yeah, I don't know if Brick City's getting some of their younger players, or a couple of the guys that may not be starters in the game, to get some work in.
And it's always important, because when you're in a league like this, you want to make sure everyone participates in some form.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also got, well, this is a nice run here.
Here's 2nd down, a little stiff arm, and slipping out of the stiff arming, he'll get to maybe about the 25, possibly the 26-yard line, and this again is Monroe. But now we have a Mattawan player that's shaken up.
And don't forget, Tom, that we were talking about the 20, between 20, 21 or 18 players. So everybody's going to be a contributor on the team. You want to make sure that everybody's getting snaps, because I'll tell you right now, there have been 3. I'm looking down at the bench. There have been 3 players from Mattawan that have gotten injured, that have been out. Now this is number 4, but the other 3 that I'm speaking of have injured and have not come back in. So you're talking about 3 of your players that are out. So you've got to have capable replacements to have them come in and fill in and play ball. So. You never know when you're standing on the sideline. This goes out to, those kids that may not be starters. You never know when the coach is going to call your number. So you've got to be warmed up on a cold day like this. You got to be ready to play ball.
And that's always the important thing here. But in any case, it is 1st and 10. I think Howard might be signaling me to get him a drink. Unfortunately, he went after the sanitizer bottle.
Howard, well, all right, never mind. I was just going to say, I don't even want to go there. We think Howard's been drinking sanitizer for years, but we're not sure.
Oh, that'd be very hard to digest. But anyway, we want you to stay safe and wear a mask and sanitize, but do it the right way. All right, Brick City with a 3rd and 5 from the 25-yard line. And a short snap and lobbing the pass. It's going to be caught. There's a flag down, running to the 30, the 40. One man to beat it. He'll beat him.
Wow, look at this.
But let's keep an eye on the flag. The 30, the 20. It's a goal, depending on what the flag is.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's coming back. I don't know what the play was, but the head ref got something. Oh, going to be holding.
Yep, it is a hold, and it is going to come back. That would have been a 75-yard touchdown pass, but unfortunately it gets nullified because of the foul.
Yeah, and he got somebody quick even before the. I think he actually threw it even before the quarterback threw the ball. So
yeah, around that same time.
He had somebody on the violation.
Well, it was a violation nonetheless. So it ends up and there's also another player that's injured. I'm not sure who it is on the far side.
Yeah, it's another Mattawan player. So they're.
So I'll have to say, I know it's cold and windy, but it's also possible maybe in not being used to playing this weather. I mean, last weekend was like 72 degrees, and here it's like 54 and it feels like 48.
No, the weather's been absolutely crazy with outdoor sporting events the last few weeks. It's just up and down and up and down. So again, somebody who's a little bit high school level kids or older college, they can handle the, not saying that the elements don't bother them, but they can handle it a little better. The young guys, they tend to, you'll see them wearing hoodies and long sleeve things and all kinds of stuff under their uniforms to stay warm, and hand warmers, and they like playing, but they also like being comfortable.
Good thing I'm wearing a hand warmer hoodie, if you want to call it that. The shaken up player was for Mattawan, Michael Postel Jr. He ends up walking off on his own power. Once again, a 75-yard touchdown nullified because of a holding penalty, and it happened at the 22, so they're going to back it up all the way to the, or it happened at the 22, and now it's 10 yards to the 12. So that'll force a 3rd and 18 for Brick City. Although that was a very nicely designed play, they got the hold, and that's what threw things off.
Yeah, and it wasn't the quickest quickest hitting play. So I'm surprised that the Matawan defenders weren't able to close that off a little quicker, but.
All right, they're going to do a handoff on 3rd down, slipping out of a tackle. That looks like McLean again, and he ends up losing yardage. So good containment on the part of Matawan defense that time, forcing a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, but again, like I said, they don't have a problem with this because they're running the ball, and again, it's all about getting rid of that clock right now, letting that clock run out.
And I guess that's the main objective, to play into the 11-year-old championship game, and Brick City is pretty close to doing that. But it will be a punt. And here's the interesting thing. There's nobody back for Matawan. So a one-hop snap.
Lefty punter.
Let's see where this lands. Oh, it's going to take
Good
a
roll.
Brick City bounce. And don't touch it.
Get away from
down to
that.
38-yard line. So it ends up being a punt of 28 yards, and the wind helped a little bit, and also getting a nice bounce also helped. So Matawan will have another shot, 1st and 10 at the Brick City 38-yard line. And I think, too, they've tried a couple of things, and they've worked, and other things just weren't able to convert. This team is still trying, and they're going to play till the end.
Yeah, no, they're not giving up. We've seen them fighting, and again, they just called a timeout now to regroup here before this, which could be their last series on offense. Depends on the clock, but
I guess it all depends here. But I guess really what happened, what really set the tone of the game is one man, Stalin Nolden, who scored a touchdown on offense and on defense. Of course, he had that 39-yard pick six on the 3rd play of the game. That gave Brick City the 7-0 lead, and then he later scored on another touchdown. And then you then, of course, had McLean, a 21-yard touchdown run, and even Kamari Brown on a 3rd down run for an 11-yard score. So
Knowles is that's my vote for MVP of this game if I had to pick one, which we don't. But I would have to say that would be the one that I would think he's just number 7 just stood out all over on both sides of the ball today.
And I think him making the opening statement in the game, and the momentum has carried ever since. So, well, Matawan still giving it another try here. Ball's at the 38, 1st and 10. And I would have to suspect, even in the wind, Tagliaveri's got to try and throw the ball a little bit. And that would be a little bit of suspicion here, because they're going to line up 2 receivers on the right and bunch to the left.
Yeah, they're a passing team, and that's what they do, so I'd expect it.
And they do throw. Pass is caught, slipping a tackle, crossing the 30 to the 20, still going, and all the way to about the 12 before Nassim Brown ends up getting thrown back. A gain of 25, though, so a nicely executed play there.
Good play call. Yeah, that's let's get that out to the wing there. Let our speed guys hit the edge and get downfield. Good job.
Okay, so it is 1st and 10. They'll spot the ball to 13-yard line. And Tagliaferri again will line up 2 receivers on the right and bunch to the left. He takes, rolls right, looks. He's going to throw as he falls down, and I think, it's incomplete.
Oh, that was close.
That could have been intercepted very easily.
Yeah, he was trying to make something happen down the edge there, and he just kind of threw it downfield. But that would have been a tough play for the defender to make that, but it was close.
So that'll force a 2nd and 10. As the wind once again picking up and clearly blowing in the faces of Matawan. We'll see what they design. I'm sure they're going to pass the ball here. We didn't see much of it in the first half, and here in the second half, things obviously have opened up more. They go 3 wide slot left. Tagliaferri back. He'll lob it. It's incomplete. And just the timing was a slight bit off. Woodward, I think, was the intended receiver.
Yeah, and you're asking your quarterback to roll out to the left, and he's a righty, so you want to make sure that the pass is short, and it was, but he didn't hold on.
I mean, still, they're at least attempting to get some plays going,
And they should, yeah.
And the timing's just slightly off. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's okay. That's like I said, they're still fighting and still working. So, and I think the
2 minutes.
official signaled that's a 2-minute
I
warning.
don't know if he held 2 fingers or 4 fingers.
I thought, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be a 4-minute warning, but I think he said 2, so we'll take it.
Well, we'll take whatever we can get here. I mean, after all, these are still kids playing. They're doing their best. And, sometimes it just doesn't work out for them. But you know what? Hey, that's the way life is.
As long as they keep trying, that's what we like to see.
That's all you can do. Here on 3rd down, Tagliaferri will take a shot. And it's caught! How about that? Welcome to the end zone. Nicely done.
What a catch.
And Madawan gets on the board, and that's got to make the kids feel good. At least a positive way to finish things off. And I see. I was trying to figure out who that was. I think that was Amir Woodward.
Yeah, I could not see the number.
Or was it Chase Rizzo?
No, Chase Rizzo. Yeah, I couldn't see the number, but that was a great throw by the quarterback, and he just went up and got that looking like Gronkowski there, a little invitation there. That
younger one.
Yes, a very younger one.
Of course, Howard remembers those days.
Mini me, shall we call it?
All right, for the conversion, here's Tagliaferri rolling left. They'll try the same play, and I think he got it. Yes, the conversion works to make it 26-7.
Yeah, that's a play he went. He was trying to connect on before, so call it again because it was wide open, and it's a good job by the coach to dial it up.
Yeah, exactly. So, after all, as far as Madawan goes, they might have been outplayed a lot in this game, but hey, when you get a score like that, at least, if anything, as you build and grow into other leagues and other stuff, that play will carry with you. Once it's successful, then you build it,
Yeah, and like I said, we long as we like to see the kids on both sides of the ball, offense and defense, still trying, still working hard, still playing hard, running hard, tackling, and that's a good sign. We don't ever want to see a kid with his head down, giving up, and nobody wants to see that. So these guys are still battling, and they will. That's a good job.
Per the Carolina Panthers, keep pounding, and that's the truth. It doesn't matter for football. If anything in life is self. So for Madawan, Brick City will have one more run. I'm sure they'll just do running plays to wind the clock down.
And I'm thinking that if I'm Madawan, I would obviously I'm going to try an onside kick here. There's no reason why you wouldn't. So I don't know what they're going to dial, what they're going to call or how they're going to do it. But I would think that they would try it anyway, just to see if they can get a recovery, and you never know.
And that's not a bad idea. And then maybe get another chance and at least make the score a little more respectable, possibly. So, remember, with an onside kick, the ball has to go 10 yards. Or if the receiving team touches it, it becomes an immediate live ball. So let's see what happens.
He's got it teed up and down, so he's gonna onside it.
And it's kicked a little bit too hard, and Brick City will recover at their own 44.
Yeah.
So hey, it was a nice try.
Yep.
Just didn't get the bounce he wanted.
Yeah, that's all. Listen, you can design anything you want on an onside kick, and that's all about the bounce and all about what that ball does to help you get that secure that.
So Brick City will take over 1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. Again, a reminder, they will play the winner of the Silk City Bergen game, which I believe is also going on at the same time. And they just called the game. That's it. So Brick City, the winner, 26-7 over Madawan. And I got to be impressed with what Brick City did here this afternoon.
Yes, yeah, an excellent job by those guys over there, and they really did well. And they've got a nice team. I like their makeup. They've got some nice size. And they really have a nice running game and some excellent athletes. So it's going to be, listen, whoever they decide to play, or whoever whoever they draw next week, that's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to that.
All right, and obviously the thank you for a good game sign for both teams as we finish this one off. Again, the final score for the Brick City Lions 26, the Madawan Huskies 7. We have the 12-year-olds coming up with the same two teams. Brick City, the 2 seed, Matawan, the 3 seed. Give us a couple minutes to set up for that, and we'll have the kickoff to that one after this. All right, welcome back here to Matawan High School in Matawan, New Jersey, here at Bruce McCutcheon Field. A windy 58-degree afternoon with winds really picking up. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Art Elias, Howard Gabriel, of course, behind the controls here. The 12-year-old playoff game now. Same two teams, the Brick City Lions and the Matawan Huskies, about to take effect here. And we've seen these two before, and obviously we had a very entertaining game. Brick City won in the regular season. Now they meet in the playoffs. And Art, what do you see for these 12-year-olds?
Well, these are the as we get up to the 12-year-old level, this is where we start to see that skill set just jump to the next level here. And you got some kids with some good size out there. So this is all about the athletes. There's no doubt about it in this league and on these levels that we talked about speed and we talked about just sheer athletic ability, and whoever's got the lead on that is going to go ahead and have an advantage. Now, once we kick off, now we're talking about the team concept. Is a passing team, a running team, who's better coached, who's better disciplined, and that's where some of that takes over in a big playoff game like this.
And also you have to understand, I mean, obviously these 12-year-olds are very excited. Obviously you could see some a gamesmanship between the two. And the other thing you have to remember, and Matawan came out with the black smoke that they were holding up. I mean, even the 9-year-olds from Brick City actually did that when we had our first game. So, needless to say, trying to make football a little bit more of a pageantry type of thing. But at the same time, you want to make sure that it's all business once they take the field.
Yeah, I was just trying to see does Brick City have numbers on their uniforms?
They do, but
okay.
You have to remember it's basically more like a metallic blue uniform with black numerals. So
okay.
I'd like to apologize in advance if I don't quite get the numbers right, but we'll do the best we can.
Well, my eyesight's not good as it is anyway, so I'm definitely not going to get any numbers. I'm going to go off your cue on these.
Yeah. Well, let's just say we'll just go with it as best we can here. But I believe Brick City won the toss. They refused to the second half, and Matawan will get their first turn. Brick City, I believe, will move left to right, Matawan right to left, and we'll switch sides during the second quarter.
Tom, I know you said you did the first game of these two teams, and what was the score of that game?
It was, I think, a low-scoring game, if I recall correct. Something like 6. I don't quite remember, but it was like 13-0 or 13-6, something to that extent.
So
Brick City won the game, but it was a competitive game, to say the least.
Pretty evenly matched then, so we could, we'll expect more of the same today. I wouldn't think,
And these fans who had a pretty nice crowd despite the wind here, as Brick City will kick it off, and the person kicking it off will be Stephen Copeland II. Couple upbacks standing around the 25-30 yard line. They'll be kicking into the wind, a wind that goes as high as 30 miles an hour and expected to increase as today goes on.
Well, I don't know what anybody's complaining about out in the stands. It's a balmy 72 degrees here in the booth, especially with Howard's heater on over there.
Yeah, but we're nowhere near it.
Well, exactly. There you go. That was my point.
All right, so we'll see if Brick City decides to do something a little different, do a little squib kick, considering the wind is in their face.
Kicking off to the Huskies.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is the loudest we've seen these bleachers here since we started this morning.
Yeah, looks like a good crowd.
Low one hopper taking. Oh, wait a minute, they blew the play dead. Oh, flag is down. I think offside was Brick City on the kickoff. Somebody jumped ahead before the kick.
Okay.
We'll do this kickoff.
So they'll back it up and move it to the 35-yard line. Now, this is something you got to be careful of. The first kickoff didn't work. Could they do an onside kick, as we saw in the beginning of one of the games?
Well, I wouldn't think that they would do it now after the penalty, and the only reason is because if they do try it and don't make it, that would give Matawan some really, really good field position, even better field position than the first time if they didn't try it. So they're more than likely going to try to kick this away. I would think they would keep it away They wouldn't kick it high. Kicking it high is just going to make it come right back at him. They got to give this a line drive boot right down the middle.
If it's kicked in the air, I'm sure it might even go backwards the way this wind is going.
And the two deep receivers for Matawan are very far spread apart. They're on each side of the hash. I would go down the middle.
There you go.
And this one bounces about the 40, picked up 45, running into his own guy and crossing midfield to about the 49-yard line. Fairly decent return by Wellman Crooms, who was able to give Matawan decent field position to start the game.
All right, now let's get a little feel for what these two teams like to do on offense and defense, and we'll see what happens.
Matawan this time in their maroon jerseys with light silver numerals and black helmets. And as for Brick City, they are all in basically midnight blue or possibly dark Honolulu blue uniforms with black numerals. Going to be a little bit hard to read, but silver helmets. So here Matawan goes from the midfield stripe at 1st and 10, and they'll pitch out left. Let's see if there's room. Yes, there is. Making a move, crossing the 45, the 40, and making his way down to about the 36. That's a nice gain of 14 yards to start things off. It's Robert who ends up again the first down.
Yeah, that's a nice run and a little a la Le'Veon Bell there. He doesn't look like he's running really hard, but he's picking and choosing his spot there to make a move, and he was just kind of jogging along there and just saying, well, you haven't got me yet. So and 14 yards later, first down.
It's called, you're not going to catch me until you catch me. And the Matawan crowd, really get into, especially the 12-year-olds here. 1st and 10 from the 36 of Brick City. This time it's a handoff and not going to be for too much to the 35, maybe the 34, Wellman Crooms. He ends up, they're going to say the 35, so he got a yard.
Yeah, and Coach isn't happy with his quarterback right now because that was kind of a lazy pitch out, and he pitched it behind him. So if you got to put that pitch, you're going to do that quick toss. That's got to be low, and it's got to be in the breadbasket. It's got to hit him in the hands in front of him so he can get eyes downfield and get moving. So if he's got to fuddle around and look for the ball, that's a real disadvantage for the running back.
I think the more important thing is be completely 100% accurate with the execution of the play.
Absolutely.
If it's a little bit off, you're not going to get much of anything.
Nope.
2nd and 9 from the 35-yard line. Trying to direct traffic here on this next play. Let's see what they do. They're going to hand this one off. Another running back this time, and no gain on the play.
Ran on the play by number 20.
And they had somebody come down the line from the, let's call it the left defensive side, right offensive side. Somebody on Brick City just came right down the line and knocked that play down from behind.
So number 5 is the quarterback. Number 20 is the running back. We don't quite have names for either one, but they're trying to execute whatever they can to try and move Brick City's defense, but they've stood firm the last couple of plays, and now Matawan is faced with a 3rd and 9 from the 35-yard line. Let's see what they decide to do as the win. I tell you, the flagpole's actually whipping up pretty good here.
Oh, it is, yeah. Old Glory's really working in overtime there.
So on 3rd and 9, they got a man in motion. They're coming, and they're going to throw deep. They got a man, and it is caught beautifully inside the 10, down to about the 7. Jamel Hammery lays the hammer with a 28-yard catch, and it's 1st and goal.
Yeah, and that was a great fake by the quarterback there. He just, there was I got caught looking in the backfield, and then I realized that's a play fake. He's throwing it, and again, I talked before, I think maybe the first game this morning, Tom, and I said you don't play defense with your eyes. That sounds bizarre, but you play your technique and you play your scheme, and if you play with you follow fakes and and you get caught looking in the backfield, you will what do you call it? You
will see a
get
replay
beat.
about this, and I think we should make this little description here, because if you can see, you look on the left side, it looked like number 5 was going to be stopped because he was surrounded when he let go of the ball.
It's at the bottom of the screen, and he just breaks out, does an out pattern to the corner.
And that was
a
beautiful,
nice throw.
That's a beautiful pass, and it's a 29-yard pickup as well.
Great throw.
So Brick City called a timeout. Obviously, their coaching staff was not happy they allowed such a huge play.
Yeah, no, they talked that over a little. Look at this lineup here, Tom.
That's the stack play, and now the unstacked play. First and goal from the 6-yard line. Looks like an empty gun here. And they pull a couple reverses, and it's welcome to the end zone! You talk about trickery, there you go! I had no idea who had the ball.
No, I certainly didn't know either. No, that was a nice job.
And Brick City totally faked out. Matawan gets the lead with an opening drive score.
Yeah, that was a great. I'm watching the end around there, and I definitely thought that was going for a wide a wide end around there, and they had pumped it to the up back. They gave it right up to the middle there.
That might have been Nasir Sneed, but we'll check the replay once it's all taken care of. Now they're going to try an extra point, or is it a double extra point? The snap. Nah, not going to happen.
Yeah.
So kick's no good, and it's 6-0 Matawan. I've got to see this again. I'm like, okay, what happened here?
Yeah, we had it looked like a double. You had somebody coming for the end around there.
All right, let's see.
And he fakes there, and it was a direct snap, Tom,
to
number 6.
Yeah, that was Nasir Sneed.
Yeah, direct snap to number 6.
Yeah, that's who I thought, because he was bumping chest when he got to the sideline, so I was thinking he was the one who scored. I mean, you talk about fake after fake after fake, and I'll tell you what, the entire city of Matawan and Aberdeen got faked out.
No, very well-designed play. I like it. Very nice.
Yeah, so a nice way to start for Matawan with a 6-0 lead. And now Brick City will have their first turn on offense.
So we've seen what Matawan likes to do. It looks like they can do a little bit of both. They can throw, they can run. They like the misdirection. They have an affinity for the is that the right word? An affinity for the
they had a good feel for it.
Okay, that's even better. Good feel for the special play and the special lineup. So they're a little bit they're pretty well rounded from what I see so far in offense for them. And I'll see what they do on D now.
All right, well, we're going to find out right now as here's the kickoff.
It's a nice
and
kick.
I'll tell you, the wind took it. It's a live ball inside the 10, and he's got to take a knee at the 5. This is not like Brick City that we normally see.
No.
So they're going to be had a long way and the wind in their face to get 95 yards to try and tie the game up.
Yeah, he wanted no part. The receiver there, he had to run back, get it. He fumbled it a little bit. He wanted no part of that coverage team come bearing down on him. So he said, "I'll just take a knee here."
So Brick City will have 1st and 10 from their own 5-yard line. I mean, this is 1/4 of a touchback.
Yeah, that was a great. And again, a lot of times what'll happen with a long kickoff like that, you'll outkick your coverage. So what happens is the receiver's back far enough, catches it on the fly, and gets just an absolute sprint going before the coverage can actually get down there to cover the ball, and usually you get a good return, but not there.
1st and 10 from the 5. Now this is a little unusual. Okay, they're off their knees and now they're in stance position. And a handoff goes to about the 7. Not much. They tried to do an inside handoff, didn't work very well.
Yeah, it looks like they like the full house backfield, and they're going to use. You're going to see fullback dive, which is that you're going to see some misdirection. You'll probably see some power, and see if they like to toss it and get it out to the outside. Right now, this is just a real tight set.
So it is 2nd and 7. They're going to give him 3. The ball is spotted at the 8-yard line, and now they send a couple of people in motion to make it a single back. And a handoff up the middle. That'll cross the 10 and shove his way to maybe the 12. So it'll be 3rd and 3.
Yeah, and that's basic running. You take your 2 backs, you stack them over on the left, and you run to the left. And that's the basic premise of, more blockers than defenders. So, and when you see that, this is where, like we talked about before, about making adjustments. The defensive coaches have got to adjust to that.
So it'll be 3rd and 3. Ball spot at the 12-yard line. Once again, they try back at the full house. Let's see what comes out of this. Same 2 move. Let's see what develops. Another handoff. This will be a first down and more, and running to about the 17-yard line. So a 5-yard pickup. Brick City starts with 3 straight runs. Now you have to think about this, Art. You wonder if both coaching staffs have designed plays for the wind at their back and wind at their face. 2 separate game plans.
Yeah, it's possible, and knowing that today might be a little blustery, and knowing that they may have had wet weather today also. And again, you alluded to before the game started, these 2 teams have played and they have film on one another, so I'm sure that was studied well during the week.
So it'll be 1st and 10, ball at the 17-yard line. You wouldn't be surprised to see another run here, and this time the up man, and there ain't gonna be much.
No, that fullback dive again.
Maybe a yard, if that. So standing strong is the Matawan defense, and that forces a 2nd and 9 coming up.
Yeah, just trying to fullback dive there in the middle again, and that's you're kind of butting your head against the wall there, because that's where most of the Matawan defenders are, and you're not your success on that play is going to be minimal, because it's just not the law of averages. You got too many defenders inside there.
Okay, so 2nd and probably 9. This time they move to the right, and they pitch it out. They slipped out of a tackle, but Matawan's still right there. And 2nd effort, though, gets them to about the 20-yard line.
Yeah, and they had that sniffed out pretty well, and in good defensive. Now again, knowing where the play's going and running to the play, that's the 2 of the 3-part defensive part, and then you've got to tackle, and you got to wrap up and not let them loose.
And it'll be 3rd and probably about 7. The ball is at the 20-yard line. Already the 6th play of this drive, which began at the 5. I think what Brick City is doing, they may want to run the first quarter down so they can get the wind at their back to start the 2nd quarter and change their plays up. But Matawan may have other ideas.
A little misdirection.
And here's a pass, and it's caught. Taking 20, and will he be stopped? Maybe a little short of a first down there.
Yeah, it's a good job to close that off.
It depends on the spot. He looks a yard short.
Yeah, I mean he had blockers in front of him. It was another well-designed play from an offensive side of the ball. He definitely had blockers in front of him. Then they closed very quickly there, Matawan.
He was actually 3 yards short of a first down. So. Got him only to 24-yard line, so a 4-yard pickup. It was actually a nicely designed play by Brick City, but Matawan's defense, they're all over the ball, and it looks like Brick City will punt, but then again, you never know. We've seen other things.
It's less than 5 yards to see if they try to draw him off for a cheap first down.
Well, the supposed punter is standing at the 14-yard line. He gets it.
Lefty kicker.
And taken at the, it's dropped at the 42-yard line, a loose ball, and I think Brick City may have recovered.
Oh, boy.
And it's times like this where you got to try and let the ball go so that you can keep possession of the ball regardless of where you start. But it is Brick City ball, so a mistake on the part of Matawan special teams.
And I got to tell you, I just don't understand. I don't understand why. It's hard enough for kids to catch that ball on a punt, and just with today's wind the way it is, just let it bounce. You don't need to catch that ball on the fly.
Well, we've reached quarter time, and it's 6-0 in favor of Matawan. So speaking of the wind, now Brick City will have the wind as we switch sides. And I find it very interesting. Like I said, it's plays like that can really change the momentum of a game. And you just got to be a little bit careful with it because, hey, you never know. They're flying around to the ball, but you just don't know how things are going to play out, especially one play after the next.
Yeah, like I said, that's a tough. They teach they teach the gentlemen in the NFL and college and high school. You teach your return man on punts. If you're not under the ball with the ball set, you've got to let it go.
All right, what we're going to do, we're going to actually switch positions for a moment. I'll take the play-by-play thing by myself. Art will deal with a little bit of a camera for a second here. Howard's got to take care of a couple of things real quick, and he'll be back with us. And right now, here's the story. The ball is at the 39-yard line. Brick City just got the ball off a muffed punt recovery, so they ended up getting, believe it or not, a net of 15 yards on the last play. So let's see what happens now and see how Madawan responds on 1st and 10. A handoff. Oh, talk about not getting much at all. The hole closed very quickly. The runner, I believe, was Ryan Wooten. Only gets a yard on the play. So it'll be 2nd and 9. Now, what we've been seeing for the most part for Brick City is that they've obviously been running the ball the whole time, but that's when they've had the win at their face. They did have a completed pass on 3rd down, which fell a couple yards short. But once again, the full house backfield in existence. It'll be 2nd and 9 from the 40. Another quick handoff, trying to bounce off defenders. Madawan's right there, and a good lead tackle on the part of Amir Agazali. Only for about, they're going to give him 3 to the 43, so it'll be 3rd and 6. So if anything, Madawan playing some very spirited ball, but you got to remember, you got to play a full game in order to make sure it's successful and make fewer mistakes than your opponent. So for Brick City, 3rd and 6 from their own 43-yard line, trying to capitalize off the Madawan turnover. Looks like you're playing a 6-5, I would have to say. It's another run to the 45, maybe 47, and 2 yards shy of a 1st down. That's Nathan Bailey with the carry. So now 4th and 2. Now, this is an interesting development here. For Brick City, they could go for it in their own territory on 4th and 2. Or they could choose the punt, and they have the wind at their back, so they should be able to get good field position forced backward. But they're going to go for it, and let's see if Madawan has the answer. It's a quarterback draw, and it's going to be a 1st down into Madawan territory. Now, a flag came down toward the end of the play at the 45. It's a 1st down, but let's see what the penalty's all about. The officials are going to discuss because it came from the near side of the field. It is a 1st down. The chains have not moved yet. But like I said, the flag happened before the play ended, so I have no idea exactly what happened. They're going to have an official timeout to discuss things. And maybe it's a case of miscommunication, or the penalty's on Madawan because the way the head official has the ball, he's going to move it another 15 yards down to the 29-yard line. So I'm thinking a major face mask foul followed as the quarterback went down. Yes. Oh, wow. So they called a personal foul against Madawan. Now, I find it weird. I don't know why would they call a sideline a 15-yard penalty unless they got warned earlier? Yeah, Art's on camera, and he's telling me that he may have been warned earlier because the flag came basically right before the play ended, which I was thinking maybe the quarterback was pulled down with a face mask possibly. So the ball be spotted at the 29-yard line. We, by the way, did have a shaken up player for Madawan. I believe that was Daniel McCless, who took a little bit of a shot, but he'll get some assistance coming off the field. So a little bit of a double whammy there. Madawan lost one of their defensive players and got hit with a 15-yard penalty at the end of the last play on 4th down. So Brick City is back in business as they will have the ball and a good chance to tie and possibly go ahead in this game. This is something they are definitely not used to because of the fact that Madawan scored on them the opening drive of the game. And that was, of course, a touchdown run by Nasir Sneed. So Brick City now will line things up, and it'll be 1st and 10. Like I said, full house backfield yet again. I think what they do is they kneel down, and then once they're about set to go for play, they'll go into stance and then execute the play. Quarterbacking for Brick City, by the way, is Andrew Jones. He's number 12, and he'll be standing under center. This will be another carry. There's a hold at the 25-yard line, and that's probably as far as he gets. That was number 26, Nathan Bailey, but his forward progress only gets him to the 26 and a gain of 3. So that makes it 2nd and 7. So for Matawan, and a flag went down too, so there might have been something else that happened after that, and it's going to be against Matawan. They're going to give him a 5-yard penalty, probably an illegal hands to the face, which came to the end of the play. So the ball is now at the 21-yard line. I don't know. I don't think the down marker's right. They have it 2nd down. I don't think I agree with that. But remember, different rules here for different leagues, so not much you can do. Jones under center, and they're going to pitch it out. He'll cross the 20. He's going to have a 1st down anyway, so none of it matters. That is David Moore Jr. getting into the red zone and down to about the 17-yard line. And now timeout's going to be called by Matawan, so they use their first timeout of the half. So I see this very interesting. Like I said, as Art for a second gets off the camera and goes into a commentator mode here. I mean, obviously we've seen turning point with the muffed punt return, which Brick City recovers, and now they're trying to take advantage of. But what have you seen different with Brick City since then?
Well, it looks like that they've found something that they like to. They're picking the. They've had a couple same sets that we saw some success in the first half, and they were able to make some nice plays. And now, when Matawan making mistakes on their own, which they really don't need any help doing that, but they made a few. They've got a couple penalties, and that they definitely don't want to do because the game is tough enough for them. Giving Brick City free yards is not what they want to do.
Definitely not. And, of course, Howard has just returned, so Matawan called the timeout knowing that Howard needed to get back upstairs. So, but whatever the case is, the ball is spotted at the 17-yard line. I think what needs to be established is what the down is, because remember, there was a 3-yard run and a 5-yard penalty tacked on, which put them at the 21. And then you had a 4-yard pickup. So I think they've got it straightened out. 1st and 10 will be at the 17-yard line. So a little bit of unusual circumstance, but whatever the case, they have things situated. So on 1st and 10, here's a play fake, rolling left, looking, now scrambling, and
Ball's
losing
out.
the football, and Matawan fell on it! Matawan fell on it!
It's a good pass rush there by Matawan. They stayed with it.
And once again, that was the quarterback, Andrew Jones, who tried to make something, and then he got hit hard enough that the ball just flew out of there, and Matawan gets it back, and a big defensive turnover.
Yeah, nice job by Matawan with the pass rush. They got up the field and they stayed with it, and the coverage was there, and he never saw that hit coming from the blind side from behind, and there you go for a turnover, and that's a critical turnover for Brick City right there.
Morgan Blake Gagnerin was the one who fell on the ball, and that allows Matawan to escape without giving up points off their turnover. Now they have a chance to extend their lead. The only bad news is the wind's in their face, and they have 82 yards to travel. But we've seen weirder things happen.
Oh, they'll take that ball back. They don't mind that.
They're going to pitch it out. Oh, Brick City was ready that time. Ends up being a 1-yard loss. That, I believe, was Ian Roberts, who loses 2 on the play and forces 2nd and 12.
Yeah, they tried the quick pitch to the left, and that went nowhere. They had that covered completely.
Now, obviously, this is a pretty unhappy Brick City team, but you got to remember, even good teams have bad halves. It's just a matter as to how you respond to them later on. Good, and if you are a team that has things going, you want to hang on to that momentum as long as you can, because once you lose, you may never get it back. Here's another a trick play. Oh, that ended up backfiring on them because the play ends up going inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. I believe that was Dakari Carter who tried to do a little misdirection, and Brick City was right there to swallow that up.
Yeah, no, we know that there's no matter what defense Brick City's playing, we know they can tackle and they can fly to the ball, so they're never out of the game.
So on third down, they fake the end around. Now it's an easy play
Look at
inside
this.
the 20. Look at this to the 30, a first down. Holy mackerel! Woolman Croons, third and who cares how long? I'm getting the first down for you.
Yeah, same play as before, Tom. It was a direct snap. You had a lot of misdirection, and you know what they're doing is they're catching Brick City looking in the backfield, and they're not staying at home in their lanes, and just a big, huge hole up the middle.
And he's going to try that again, but to no success. He ends up losing a yard to the 33. But Croons on 3rd and 18 got 24 yards. That one he loses one, so 2nd and 11. So obviously, you can't necessarily run the same. Now I think we're going to see the 4-minute timeout called.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. 4-minute warning, and we wind the clock.
All right, so now 2nd and 11 from the 33-yard line. And Croons again, he's going to spin around, this time to handoff. Oh, it's not going to be much. In fact, losing a couple more yards. It's number 20. And now Madawan's going to call a timeout. Maybe they have something designed for what looks to be 3rd and probably 13.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I mean, I guess there's something they need to talk over because if I'm Madawan, I want to make Brick City use their timeouts. I don't want to help them because now this is if I'm not mistaken, this should be 3rd down now. So they've got 2 plays now. Because if I'm Brick City, I'm calling timeout here because I want to stop them and make them punt and get the ball back.
Well, if anything, it's a matter of how everything develops and when the hole's open and all that stuff. And Madawan was, like I said, a couple plays ago, they had 3rd and 19, and Croons ends up getting 24 yards on the play. And now Brick City's back, okay, enough of this. So now, Brick City trying to figure out how to stop this Madawan team. Remember, they scored a touchdown thanks to a pretty brilliant trick play on the part of Nasir Sneed on I believe it was a 3-yard touchdown run. So Madawan, I mean, right now they're looking pretty good. Bend but don't break, but you also want to be smart and not make mistakes with the football. And I think this 3rd and 13 play is going to tell a lot. Remember, Madawan did turn the ball over on a muff punt, but they got bailed out as Brick City turned the ball over in the red zone. Let's see how they line up here. A lot of people, we may have a triple on the right side here. Back stance to the right, number 5 quarterbacking. Now they send a man in motion. And here we go. 3rd and 13 from the 30. Waiting for the shotgun snap. He'll take. Goes back. Oh, they're coming. Screen pass.
Screen play.
Taken to about the 30. And number 20 will get maybe back to the 33, but that is it. So only a 3-yard pickup, and I think it will be punting time for Madawan.
Yeah, now this is 4th down. Now I'm wondering if Brick City's going to use one of their timeouts because they're going to save a lot of time.
Well, they still have 2 timeouts left. Madawan just has 1.
And they're probably going to save them for the final drive, I guess.
I would suspect a low line drive punt.
That would be the idea against the wind.
Or, as you mentioned in an earlier time, that a rugby style punt will take place.
Yep.
Let's see what they do. They do have somebody return at the 45.
He's kicking it straight up in the air.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Well, let's see if he gets the bounce. No, it doesn't get the bounce.
I know.
And it's going to be down by Madawan, probably at the 41-yard line. Yeah, when you get up in the air like that and the wind is like basically in your face, it is not going to go forward. It's going to go backward.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's there's a lot of coaches on the sideline. Somebody's got to be able to know that, that you just why would you kick it straight up in the air against that strong wind? And right now at this point with, 2 minutes or so left on the clock, you don't want to give Brick City the ball on your side of the field. So let's see if that comes back to bite them.
So the ball is spotted at the Matawan 41-yard line. Of course, their quarterback, Andrew Jones, he, of course, on the last play for Brick City in the red zone, tried to make something out of nothing, and as he started to run, he took a hard hit and lost the football, which Matawan recovered. Now, Brick City's going to use one of their 2 remaining timeouts. Interesting. I don't know if they had the right personnel on the field.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. They bailed out Matawan because the 2 Matawan coaches were going ballistic on the sidelines. Somebody or somebodies weren't lining up the right way. They were supposed to, in the backfield, the 4 defensive backs, the coaches going over it with them right now from what the set was that Brick City was in. They didn't line up to defend it the right way that they wanted.
So obviously a little bit of a chess game going on between the 2 teams. But I'll say this much, it was entertaining the first time, and right now it's looking more entertaining the second time.
No doubt about it.
So now it looks like both teams have the right people on, and Brick City will resume at the Matawan 41, 1st and 10. And they're going to spread things out. It looks like a 4-receiver set. Back to the right of Jones. They get a man motion, and it looks like a jet sweep.
Yep.
To about the 40, 38-yard line. That's really about it. David Moore Jr. was the one who had that. They're going to give him probably the third. Yeah, they gave him the 38, I think it is. So a 3-yard pickup. Actually, they're going to give him 4 to the 37. And he got out of bounds, too, so it stops the clock.
And that's a little bit of an odd play call because you're running a jet sweep to the short side. The ball's on the far hash on the right, and you're running to the right, which doesn't give you a lot of real estate.
Oh, wait a minute. Half the people jumped. The other half didn't see the ball move. So flag is down, and it looks like a false start against Brick City.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Go against Brick City.
So that pushed him back to a 2nd and 11 at the 42-yard line. And for the most part, Art, for the previous 3 games we've done in this one, mostly the cadences have been very good.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they really have. There hasn't been too much of a problem.
Hasn't been a case where everyone moves and the ball isn't snapped, but that was just one of those rare occurrences of an illegal snap. So 2nd and 11 from the 42. We'll try this again. And it's a direct snap, taken at the 40 and out of bounds. And
26 for Brick City Lions, Nathan Bailey.
And it's down to 36-yard line. Nathan Bailey, the one with a carry and a gain of 6.
So it's a makeable 3rd down to pick up that extra yardage even after that penalty. So they, this is 2-down territory for Brick City. So you can expect that if they don't make it on 3rd down here, they're definitely going for it on 4th down.
Okay, so 3rd and 6. That may be 5, but it's from the 36-yard line. It's a pass, and it's going to be caught. And driven to about the 35,
nice
maybe
job.
the 33. Now a late flag came in.
Oh boy!
Now and the pass was caught by Bailey, but that's going to be a face mask on Matawan, and that's going to give him a 1st down.
Yeah, I didn't see it, and again, I don't know what that the number 8 had sprinted and made a great play. I don't even know if it was on the tackle. It may have been on one of the linemen inside or something. It went up on went up to the face mask. They said number 5, so I don't know. I heard the referee yell it because they were asking for the number, so I don't know where that occurred.
I think it may have been at the end of the play, too, that may have come from behind. And I'm not exactly sure if it really was a face mask, but if it's anywhere hitting the face, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You're going to get hit with that. So a 15-yard penalty tacked on, an automatic 1st down as the ball spotted at the 17-yard line. It's another pass up the middle, a little bit high, and incomplete. They had the right idea. Didn't quite work out. It's a little bit too much mustard on the throw.
Yeah, he had that receiver running that post, right to the goal post, and just turn around, make your cut, plant that on the outside foot, and look for that ball. A little bit too hard and high.
So that'll make it 2nd and 10 from the 17-yard line. Right now, Matawan, that 6-0 lead's been holding up since the opening drive of the game, and a couple big plays by their defense have really caused Brick City to scatter and try and get other things planned here. Let's see what happens on 2nd and 10, and they'll go with a jet sweep. Running around the right side, 15-yard line, diving down, but staying in bounds to the 10, David Moore. And now we'll see if a timeout is called by Brick City, and it is. They use their last 1.5.
Yeah, that was about 35 yards of running. And
you know what, Art? How about this? Let's take a little break here as we sell for the last moments of the half. 6-0 Matawan, back in a moment.
All right.
Who is Jaden Gould, you may ask?
The way he works out so hard and his energy is just, it's amazing.
I think a lot of Jaden's work ethic comes from his dad. And the minute you walk in the door, you better be a competitor. And we're really looking for guys that really want to compete at the highest level.
Got that experience, got all those nerves out of me. And I was like, I could really play with the best in high school.
So maybe this was just God's way of telling you you needed to take a break. You would never ordinarily take a break.
Okay, lining up here on 3rd and we'll say about 2 from the 10. Back the pass, taking a shot in the end zone and through the hands, incomplete. They went for more, and he almost came up with it.
Oh, he got behind the defenders there. They get, when you're inside the 20. Well, listen, when you're a defender, you never let your offensive player behind you when you're defending the ball, and he ducked back there and got behind those defenders there, those backs. So they dodged one there.
They definitely did. So now 4th and 2. Remember, official time is kept on the field, so we need to make that reminder. This potentially could be the last play of the half. Let's see what happens. A 4-wide set. Andrew Jones will take it. He goes back. He screens it. It's caught. Let's see if it happens. To about the 10. And is he going to be going down? He is. No flags are down. The ball popped out. Doesn't matter. It's going to be Matawan ball anyway.
Yeah, that was a great. That was an excellent play call, and they've called that a couple times. And Matawan, good job getting that stop before the first down marker.
So it is 1st and 10 for Matawan at their own 10-yard line. But I think now the question lies: is there a 90-yard play in their book?
Yeah, I don't. You normally know, but one never knows.
That's true. I mean, if you've brought up the rugby idea a couple of times today, so I mean, you could go forward and then lateral about 30 million times to try and get 90 yards and get points on the board.
I think Matawan would be completely overjoyed going into the locker room at halftime, 6-0.
And I think that's exactly what they will do because
without any trouble.
Brick City has no timeouts left, so they'll white flag it and go into the locker room with a 6-0 halftime lead.
Yep.
So what do you think of that performance from Matawan?
Wow, that was just a good battle on both sides of the ball, and Matawan came out swinging first, and they're capitalizing on Brick City mistakes up to this point. So it was an excellent job.
Most indeed. All right, we're going to go ahead and break and show you some things for halftime, and then we'll come back for the second half, and we want you to stay tuned for this. This is going to be fun. Your halftime score, Matawan 6, Brick City nothing in a 12-year-old playoff game. Let's show you some halftime stuff, and we'll come back with the second half in a little bit.
Keep it a buck 2020 version here. We in the building. We got Coach Sheed. We got Team Do It. Savon Huggins.
What's going on?
We got Big Body Nas.
Natty Nas, two
what
times.
They call you? Godfather, New Jersey.
My parents, it was just like, man, I never seen them down before. Like I never seen them like tuition is hard. You feel me? I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I never seen them like, oh, I don't have the money for this tuition, so I'm not gonna pay it. We're gonna be backed up on a tuition. Now it was always like, I'm gonna work for the tuition. I'm gonna pay your tuition, and you're gonna still be at that school. So I'm like, I just look at my parents and I'm just like they put in, like they sacrificing all this for me, so why not just do the same for them? You feel me? Like I just want to pay my mom and my dad back at the end. Like I promised them that they may have to pay for high school, but they won't pay for college. And
you know, you got pulled up in 9th grade, so you had some varsity minutes, and then at that point, everything's supposed to be glory. The offers are supposed to come in. You're supposed to continue on the path you was on to being one of the top players in New Jersey, and then to see that you was stalled out. It was kind of like there was like a ceiling put over you. What's that like? Like, tell me what you feeling like. Be honest. Like, what that feel like when everybody's getting their turn and it's not yours yet?
When you grow up, my dad always told me, like, a man don't point fingers at nobody. You know what I'm saying? So you your own man, you your own, your own competition. So you feel me? Compete with yourself, get better with yourself. So so.
If you're in 8th grade, you can take an algebra class or a foreign language in 8th grade and transfer that to your high school. So now you only have to take 14 core courses instead of 16, and you can enter high school with a 4.0 if you do well and accelerate those classes in 8th grade. So now you're ahead of the game. You're entering with a 4.0, if that's what you get, or it could be 3.0, whatever, and you've already mastered and took it away two of those core courses. Now you have 14 left. But it's very important you get on top of it ASAP, even before you get to high school. Do I want to be a magna cum laude, or do I want to become a qualifier? Because once you become a qualifier, everything else after that is icing on a cake. Okay? So the main thing that you have to concentrate on is when you start taking your class, like for instance, a sample course of a freshman year in high school, English 9, which is English 1, Algebra 1, Biology, Spanish 1, Health and Phys Ed don't count. Does financial literacy count if you take that? I don't know. Does creative writing count? I don't know. I got to look at your core course thing. And use college prep form. So all your high school, on your high school website, it's going to tell you what your core courses are in that school. So you don't have to go scrambling to figure out what it is. Okay? Because the major concern of high school administration, and no fault of theirs, they just want kids to graduate. They want kids guidance. Here, take these courses to graduate. They don't understand the student athlete is not only that, but there's a whole separate entity to that. And that's where it's very, very important that they understand that. Because I don't know if some classes are deemed college prep courses or not. It's what your superintendent has on the website that says these classes are college prep courses. The NCAA has lightened up certain restrictions at this area, but they made it harder on this end. So say, for instance, you're taking your core courses. Here's something that's very important. 10 of your 16 core courses have to be completed before your semester 7 of your high school career. So 10 of those classes have to be, they're locked in. You can't change them. You used to be able to go back and change certain classes. Like if I got an F or I got a D, I could go take that class over. No, they don't allow you to do that no more. You only can take certain classes over at the end. And when you graduate, sometimes you have to have an IEP or something that's going to allow you to take an extra class after you graduate to change a class that you might already got a bad grade on. So they lightened up on certain things, but made up certain things harder. So my point is this: you got to get off to a great start. You have to, because there's certain classes they lock you in on. You can't change them. After that, later on in your high school career, you might be able to pull a class here or there. But you can always take more than 16 core courses and pull certain classes in. But say, for instance, they want 4 Englishes, they want 3 maths, and a lot of people have to take Algebra 2. You can't go away without taking. So if you got a D in Algebra 2 and say, oh, I'm not going to use that as my 16 core, you have to, because most of the colleges mandate that you have Algebra 2 to get in. So, and then there's natural sciences, and there's foreign language, and there's social sciences. And that's where it gets tricky, because you have to determine whether your high school allows that class to be a core course or not. So you can get a 4.0 in 4 years to Health and Phys Ed. They ain't taking it. It helps you graduate, but the core courses aren't taking it. So being understand in 8th grade that you can take some classes to help you get ahead early on in high school, that's you got to take advantage of that.
Keep it a buck is become a universal term with the youth across the nation, and it's basically, what we say, keeping it real. And so we came up with Keep It a Buck podcast to explain, to basically keep it real with our audience.
It was huge to me because I'm a real sports fanatic, and the one thing I can't stand is somebody telling a BS story and they not keeping it 100. You know, as most of us know, especially like when you're involved heavily in football from youth all the way up to high school, you start to watch on high school where it's like you read articles or you see interviews, or you even see praising kids, and you're like, they're not keeping it 100. That's not really what happened. That person ain't really that person. You know, so I'm glad we getting our own platform to call it for what it is.
Well, Johnny is not really like that. Already. And once you put that in their head, you're a winner. Look, right now, little Johnny, you're not a running back today because Speedy, such and such, man, they all here right now. But guess what? You're going to be my guard. You know what the guard is? The guard is the fullback of the line. You see what I'm saying? So when you right there, you pulling and you doing that, you get prepared for all the stuff you about to embark on when you get to the next level. So that's why you hear from me. Yeah, you're going to be a linebacker right now. I need you to play the tackle for me. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, we are back just in the nick of time for the second half as Matawan in the 12-year-old playoff game leading Brick City by a score of 6-0. Brick City, of course, will get the ball to start the second half. And I'll tell you one thing, there were two very different pep talks on the sidelines. I'm sure Brick City obviously upset after what's happened in the first half. Matawan just telling his players, keep on going.
Yeah, no, this is a good prize fight here. Let's say that they felt each other out for the first half here, and now, and again, this is going to really accentuate where we spoke about making adjustments in the second half. What coaching staff is going to adjust to the second half from what happened in the first half, and change up your plays or make a couple play calls that are going to change the course of the game. So that's going to be big for these coaches.
And I think it's definitely big because, remember, the winner of this game goes on to the 12-year-old championships, which will be held next week, and they'll play the winner of the Bergen Stars Elite Football Prep game, which also is going on around now. And the kickoff, and it's going to sail. It's going to be a touchback, and a rare one. Yeah, once it crosses the goal line, it's automatically a dead ball, so Brick City will get the ball to 20-yard line.
They were hoping one of the coaches, Danny, he was hoping that thing was going to take a turn right before the goal line there, and would have had everybody come converging down on the receiver again. But that was still a nice kick, though, and they haven't adjusted to it yet, so.
Well, and also helps when the wind's at your back. And remember, you got winds are blowing in excess of 30 miles an hour at times and due to be stronger before the night is over. So this is going to be a condition that's not going to change. The only good news is the rain won't be here till tonight, and it won't worry anybody. So at this point in time, it is 1st and 10 for Brick City. Ball spot at the 20-yard line. Of course, their quarterback is Andrew Jones. He's number 12. And they're going to go back to what's worked for them for the most part, and that is the full house backfield. Let's see what they decide to do here on first down. Oh, the handoff went to the up back, and no, sir, says Eli Ingram Lewis L., who said, I am not letting you gain anything on that.
No, they've been testing that fullback dive, and it hasn't worked at all yet. One of them, I think, maybe in the first half had a couple of yards gained, but most of the time it's getting stuffed, so.
And that was stuffed, if you want to call it that for holiday terms. 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line as Brick City gets a last-second substitution in. Again, lining up the same way as before. Matawan looking to pull off a surprise here. The handoff, it doesn't happen, and he did it again. A 4-yard loss, but you wonder if Ingram Lewis L may have been shaken up there. He's a little slow to get up, but he seems to be okay, but forces a 4-yard loss.
Who is this madman, number 12, playing defense for Matawan? Great job. 2 big plays.
Absolutely. So now 3rd and 14 from the 16-yard line, and Brick City still trying to come up with some answers, but Madawan's coaching staff, I'll tell you what, their coaching staff has come up with a very good defensive game plan so far.
Yeah, I think he got the wind knocked out of him on that play when he landed on his chest there, so he had to come out for a play.
Literally. So on 3rd and 14, this is a pass. It's going to throw to the right, and it's incomplete.
Nope, not going to happen.
It was a little bit short. That one intended for Mackay Allen, and it was a little bit shy, so it's going to be a punt for Brick City into the wind here in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and it's good coverage by Madawan. They had it covered underneath and over the top, so if that ball's not perfectly thrown, it's not going to be complete.
I'll be interested to see if they do a low line drive with this particular punt, but we'll see how this all plays out. But remember, in weather like this, the possibility of a fake also increases, and now
Too many men on the field, I think, for Brick City.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, they got 12 men on the field.
That's correct. Another 5-yard penalty, and that makes it now the punt will be from the 11-yard line. That makes it a whole lot worse, especially with the wind in your face.
Yeah, so far to start the second half, Brick City has come out and run a couple plays that didn't get them anything in the first half, and now they've got a penalty on their punt. So this is what we talk about when we say who's coming out in the second half and who's going to make the adjustments, who's going to take the game over.
So much of the game is mental sometimes. A good snap, and a punt. Oh, it goes the other way, inside the 10. I wouldn't touch it. It's going to be down at about the 5-yard line.
Why is somebody why are they jumping on the ball down there?
Well, they did the right thing, and they held back for the last minute to make sure a blue person jumped first.
They do not touch to get away from it. Do not if they muff that, they're able to recover.
Can you imagine if that ball went into the end zone? That would have been points.
Yeah, no, they just everybody from Madawan run away and stay away from it. Only good things are happening on that play, so just get away from it.
And now here comes the stack, soon-to-be non-stack huddle. This is the play where the touchdown was scored by Nasir Sneed earlier. So they line up one behind the other. 1st and goal from the 4. It's going to be a keeper. And
He's
sneaking in! Welcome to the end zone! Roman Kroons calls his own number and connects with 6 points.
Yeah, that was a nice job there. Go ahead and break out of that stack and just overload that right side and punch it right in.
And everything seems to be falling in the lap of Madawan right now. And this is why that was such an important score. Now you're up 2 scores. You still have the wind at your back. You know at some point it's going to flip, but you want to get as big of a lead as you can with 1 quarter to go when you switch sides. Now they're going to try for the 2-point extra point again, but that didn't work. And I thought for a second Morgan Blake Gagnerin was going to try and throw a pass. He did not. He ends up sacrificing, and the conversion fails.
Yeah, no, he looked like he was going to throw it, but no good. So let's have another look at this bad boy here. And you can see him come right out of that stack, and they're overloaded to the right side. Take it and go.
And also a few more pushes along the way certainly did the trick. So
follow your blockers.
What a great job by Madawan taking advantage of that opportunity. 1 play, 4 yards, simply put. And that's why they have a 12-0 lead right now. And now Madawan knows maybe just kick it a little bit shorter, make sure it stays out of the end zone. But again, even if you do kick in the end zone, Brick City has it at the 20-yard line. Your defense is fired on all cylinders today. You just got to make sure you keep the momentum. And now being a 2-score game, that is going to make things even more difficult for a Brick City when they do have the wind at their back in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, right now, no issue at all. But I'd like to, Brick City didn't handle that long kick down by the 10-yard line before at all. So I do the same thing. I'd kick it long, but try to keep it out of the end zone. I'd like to see them react. Their receivers on both sides didn't react very well the last 2 times.
Well, they got 2 players standing in about the 12-yard line because they know the kick is going to be a long one. Actually, it's going to be a little shorter and taken at about the 30-yard line. And let's see how far he goes. If he does, he turns the corner. He gets to the 40, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds. Oh, and there was no need to be thrown down out of bounds after that. That's going to be another 15 yards.
Oh, here we go. This is not good.
And unfortunately, some extracurricular activity. That was Hunter Watson who was able to make that carry, but there was no need for him to be thrown down after he was out of bounds.
No.
And that could be a big-time turning point of this game.
Yeah, because you know what? And again, I don't understand why they I don't understand why they kicked it short. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I kick the ball down the field. Sometimes the coaches, they just they outthink themselves. Kick the ball. You've had great success kicking the ball down the field on 2 kickoffs. So what do we do on the 3rd one? We turn around and we kick it short. And what does the returner do? He takes it all the way around and up the field, and he almost broke it on the outside. And what a backbreaker that would have been. You're up by 2 scores and you return the opening kickoff. So there's nothing you can do about the penalty. But even then, before that, no reason that ball should be returned at all. So, like I said, I don't get sometimes when these guys what they're thinking when they tell these kids to do something like that.
It was still a very nice return by Hunter Watson. He got all the way down to the 47 of Madawan.
He almost got that edge there and took it to the house.
Yeah, once he got put out of bounds, that's where you let him go, and then it gets a little too far, and then extracurriculars break out. Coaches are discussing with the officials. My guess, preliminarily, is that 15 yards are going to be tacked down, and it'll be at the 32-yard line of Madawan, 1st and 10. Law and order trying to be restored here on the field. And remember, these are 12-year-olds, and there are a lot of times where things can get a little bit out of hand. But you got to remember, we're kids, but sometimes you got to keep your emotions in check, especially when it comes to a playoff
I'll tell
game.
you what, I really hope that nobody's getting tossed out of this game for fighting over there, because if they are, by rule, they'll sit next week. They're not allowed to play if they get ejected from the game.
And sit in the championship game, too. Think
how
about that.
How embarrassing that would be.
All right, so the officials are still discussing. Again, 12-0 is the score in favor of Madawan. 2 touchdown runs. The first one by Nasir Sneed, and then Wellman Kroons had one just a few moments ago. So at this point, you just had some fireworks happen in the last couple of minutes. If you're on Brick City, what do you do with your players?
Well, your players. So a player committed a penalty on your side of the, on your sideline. You just cannot have. You can't have a mob mentality and have your own players running over to. I understand that they want to protect their player and everything like that, but they better not move off that sideline. They better all stay right there and let the coaches sort it out and the officials. The flag went in the air, so nothing got missed. Why there was blue jerseys running over to confront the Madawan player, and now they start pushing, and like I said, I'm really hoping that nobody got tossed out of the game for fighting.
I'm not sure if that's the case. What we do know is the 15-yard personal foul at the end of the play will stand. There were offsetting unsportsmanlikes, no surprise there.
Well, that you know how I feel about those, Tom.
And that will mean the ball will be at the 32-yard line. Actually, they're going to spot the 25.
Well, yeah, 15, because he went out about the 40-yard line, right?
I thought it was the 47.
Yeah, no, it was yeah. Well, you know what?
Well, let's see if Madawan can respond to it on 1st and 10.
I'm assuming it was.
They're going to throw this one. Oh, right there is Madawan. Bring him down at about the 28-yard line. Give credit to Dakari Carter, who was there first, and bringing the receiver down for a couple-yard loss.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I don't see anybody on either sideline taking their equipment off or taking their jersey. So I'm glad that there were no ejections, and I hope it's a valuable lesson not to do something stupid on your own sideline.
Well, in what could potentially be a close game, and especially along the line, things are going to be over amplified. Here's Jones on a second down. He's going to take a shot at the end zone. It's intercepted in the end zone for a touchback. And Brick City has made yet another turnover. This gives Matawan 1st and 10 at the 20.
Yeah, the turnovers are really starting to affect Brick City here in a very negative way. So it's a long ball and a great interception
by Wellman Kroons, who was able to grab it right at the goal line. His momentum carried him in the end zone, and so it is. So I thought we were going to have a replay for a second, but it'll be 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line because of the touchback. And for Matawan, I'll tell you what, they seem to have all the momentum, and they weathered what could have been a potentially bad storm by getting the ball back at their own 20. Now the question is, you wonder if they're going to go to deep pass because they're not going to have the ball for too much longer with the wind at their back.
Right, they will have the wind for the third quarter. We'll see what they try to do.
Well, they're going to run this one. Here's Kroons, and Kroons is not going anywhere. He ends up losing a few yards on the play.
They haven't had too much success with that toss play. Similar to Brick City running that fullback dive, I don't get you've ran it 4 or 5 times and it hasn't gained anything now. So let's put it away for today and call something different because that toss is just not working.
I think if they try a deep shot down the field with the wind at their back, I mean, that would not be a bad thing because you know Brick City's going to try and do something like that in the fourth quarter when they have that opportunity.
And just like you just said, Brick City has nobody deep, so it's interesting. They don't have no safeties back.
Well, they hand it off, and this one is Ian Roberts. Roberts may get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's really it. So it'll be 3rd and 15.
Yeah, it looked like a little counter play misdirection coming back the other way, and there was a hole there. But like I said, the Brick City's defenders run well, so the holes don't stay open for very long.
And we'll see what they have in the playbook here on 3rd and 15. But I think one of the big plays in this game was when Matawan had 3rd and 18, and they got 24 yards on the play thanks to William Kroons. He's really been the difference maker in this game. He's made a few big plays. He's scored a touchdown on offense. He's made an interception on defense. We have an official timeout while we figure everything out.
It looks like he's coming to the sideline. Number 7 is to the sideline right now. So
Roberts. Yeah, it looks a little shaken up. He's, I guess, holding his side. So they're allowing the substitution, which is the gentleman's agreement here when it comes to this level of football. Wind really whipping up, probably 25, 30 miles an hour right now. So you got to consider you could set up a pass and then do the same thing as you did, but it's just a matter of how Brick City's going to read it this time.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering, it's not getting any lighter either as we get into a later part of the afternoon. So I don't know if they're going to put the lights on or not, but visually it might not be a very easy thing going forward.
Well, we do have a timeout called by Matawan here, so they're going to discuss this 3rd and 15 play. The question here, Art, is what would you call on a 3rd and 15? You're up 2 scores, got the wind at your back. How safe do you want to play this?
I'm playing this very safe because I'm not even if I trust the offensive the offensive series here, I'm just going to not do anything stupid to turn this ball over or make something bad happen down here in your own territory. So you're inside the 20-yard line, so you don't do anything crazy to try to you don't pick up the first down. You boot it out of there with the wind and you reset, but just don't do anything crazy.
Okay, so Matawan will come out of their timeout, and I mean there are a lot of things you can do, but you got to remember this might be your last play with the wind at your back, and I wouldn't be surprised if I tried to go deep down the field, but they don't have any receivers, so this is a little bit surprising of a call, but let's see how it's executed. Oh, there's an actual hole, but the runner slips at the 16-yard line, so just a 1-yard pickup. That was Kroons.
Yeah, they went back to that orbit play where he comes around and kind of orbit motions around and tries to get a quick hitter up the middle there. It's a big hole, Brick City hasn't done anything to stop that play yet. So it's not a bad call, and this is fine. You'll take this because it's 4th down, and you want to go ahead and get this ball out of here now. What happened is the the time ended before the time ended for the quarter.
Oh, wow.
So they didn't
Three-quarter time already.
Yeah, so they're not going to get the benefit of the win for the punt.
Now, that's the only bad thing about this, but why don't we show you that interception again and tell you exactly how that came about. Of course, Andrew Jones, he was there, and I think he threw too deep of a ball.
Yeah, and he's playing center field right now, and you're going to see him. He's going to chuck this up, but, yeah, that's in triple coverage right there. So that's kind of a wing and a prayer to complete that ball. So.
Yeah, it looked like he intercepted at the 2, but his momentum carried him in the end zone for the touchback at that point in time. So right now, and you said it, Art, the lights are going on for the final quarter.
Okay, good.
So
Perfect.
What's happening is the ball's spotted at the 17-yard line, and that is where Matawan will punt. By the way, of course, this special playoff game, and I tell you, this has been a pretty special playoff game, being presented, of course, the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference, and we'll give you the sponsors for that after this punt.
Now let's see this punter, see if he gets this ball out of there and
Low
away.
line drive.
No, he
nope,
went
it's
straight
a
up in the
pop-up.
air. That is
it's
just
up in the air, but it takes a Matawan bounce.
Yeah.
And will roll to about the 33-yard line, so he got a lucky break.
No one ever called me a smart man, Tom, but I am extremely perplexed at why you're asking that punter to do that. I just don't get it.
A little bit strange, but again,
that must be at least the third time this kid has kicked this ball straight up in the air against the wind. And I don't know whether he's not doing what the coaches ask or they're not asking him to do that, but I do not get it.
Okay, so this is the Big 21 United Youth Football and Cheer Conference playoff game presented, of course, by Keep It a Buck Podcast. Of course, you can follow them on Instagram at Keep It a Buck Podcast, all spaces in between the words. And, of course, you can check their clothing line also on Instagram as well at that same address. So you can message them for more details. They do have a website in progress. So, again, you can subscribe to the Keep It a Buck Podcast on YouTube. Just make sure you follow them on Instagram. So, for Brick City down 12-0 after a punt to begin the final quarter.
Yeah, they're set up okay here. With the win, this is not a bad situation for them having the ball on the 33-yard line.
And Matawan's going to use their second timeout right here. So I think they want to make sure that they have everything all lined up correctly because, I mean, I can't even tell you how important this fourth quarter is going to be.
Yeah, there's lots of time left. So
and you're up by 2 scores, which it doesn't matter what age level it is. This is almost nothing.
No, this is far from over. This contest, far from over.
Let's read you the players from both sides, at least for for Brick City for the 12-year-old games. David Moore Jr., Ryan Wooten, Cato Barrowford Stockling, David Hunt, Jaden Lee, Aiden Larkin, Necky Martin, Amari Brown, Darius Denmark, Akir Morgan, Farrad Green Jr., Andrew Jones, a quarterback, Hunter Watson, Vincent Smith, Zayden Hughes, I lost it there. Zayden Hughes, Makai Allen, Xavier Terry, Amir Kelly, Imad Kelly, Sheller Jackson III, Jordan Thomas, Shakai Littlejohn, Bashir Moss, Zamar Garmany, Julian Cruz, and we'll get the last few names in just a moment here. They have a lot of them. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line as Jones will pitch it out to Moore. Moore will try and cut the edge and go down out of bounds at the 32-yard line. The rest of the people, Julian Cruz, Nathan Bailey, Anthony De La Cruz, Kyle Wise, Michaela Allen, Hosea Mays, Rocco Costello, Nasir Thomas, and Stephen Copeland III.
Well, it sounds like half the team didn't make the trip today. I'm just wondering where are all those players coming from because there's not that many standing on the sideline.
I'm only going by what I have on the list here. And now we have a waving flag man trying to get the crowd involved here on 2nd down. Looks like Jones calls his number, gets to the 30, and then gets surrounded by a wave of maroon and only gets 2 more on the play. So now 3rd and 7 coming up. Now, I'll tell you what, Matawan's still playing very fired up. So at this point in time, now you know you're in plus territory. The wind's at your back. Brick City, I think on 3rd and 7 has a chance to throw the football and could make a big gain out of this. And now accumulating the flag is Justin Alfano, number 77. And all by himself, he's trying to get this Madawan crowd fired up, and pretty decent crowd on hand here for these games here today. Jones will line up in the shotgun. They'll bunch to left side. 3rd and 7 from the 30-yard line. It'll be Jones taking it.
Pressure.
Oh, no, there's going to be pressure, and he's going to have to throw it away.
And that's not a rule. That's intentional grounding.
Yeah, there's a flag down.
Yeah, that's not a youth sports rule. That's you're out of the pocket, you throw it away. That's for the NFL.
And I mean, there was nobody there. Oh, they disregard the flag. They disregard the flag. It is incomplete. So it forces now a 4th and 7. Huge play coming up for the Madawan defense. I've said that a number of times here. And it comes even more apparent in a situation like this.
Can I assume that the wing official said that there was somebody in the vicinity? Because I certainly didn't see anybody, and he threw it 18 feet in the air. So I don't get that call.
Well, that's for them to explain to us, and some things will never be answered. So here we go. So on 4th and 7 from the 30-yard line, let's see what happens. Taking the snap, Jones throws a deep one, too far, incomplete.
Oh, he had him.
And no flags down, so Madawan will get the ball on downs from their own 30-yard line.
Oh, that was a great ball under a lot of pressure. The quarterback sat in there and just rifled that down the field, and his receiver, a great route, had a couple steps and just hit him right in the right hand there. Oh, that was so close.
So Madawan will have the ball on downs, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line, and now you're going to see a dose of run after run after run.
Well, I would think so.
Madawan, if they win, they will play in the championship game next Sunday. And they are definitely going without a receiver, so you can almost tell this is a run. Calling his no number, I believe that is Crooms again. And Crooms able to get to the 33-yard line. So, and they might give him another yard to the 34, so a nice gain on the play.
Yeah, no, he ducked his head and kept his shoulders square. They'll take that all day, 3-4 yards a clip, because that's a first down after 3 tries.
And remember, he's made a couple similar calls, and the offensive line have caught Brick City a little bit off guard. So that makes it a 2nd and 6 from the 34-yard line. I mean, obviously a lot of excitement here. Of course, Madawan played in the previous 3 games and didn't win any of the 3. So if their 12-year-olds can reach a championship game, there's going to be a lot of talk in this community in regards to what will happen next Sunday. So on 2nd down, Kroon's going to call his number again. He slips out of a tackle, and his knee goes down to 38-yard line. So another 4 yards. It's going to be a 3rd and 2, so it's manageable.
Yep, came back with the same play, and 3rd and 2 is very manageable. So, and they're taking their time in the huddle. Take your time with the play call to know they're in no rush, and let that 45 seconds wind off the clock every time you touch the ball.
Is it 40 or 45 seconds in this league?
40. I think it's 45, might be 40. But either way, the ref's going to signal when it gets into within 5 seconds.
Or 10, depending on what league
10,
it is.
Yeah.
All right, so 3rd and 2 from the 38. Kroons again.
Same
he
play.
will get to the 40. And he does get the first down.
To
the 41-yard line.
Perfect.
So Kroon calls his own number 3 times and gets 11 yards. So.
And like I said, 4 yards a clip is a first down after 3 tries, and there's no other way to slice that math, so they'll take it.
So 1st and 10 now for Madawan. The ball is spot at the 41-yard line. Got a sudden question just pop up here. Same formation as before, and right now it's pretty much a running clock. Grooms will call it again. This time he loses a yard to the 40-yard line. And speaking of Grooms and company, we'll read the rest of the players for Madawan. Dazir Brown-Williams, Chase Rogers, the aforementioned Wellman Crooms a number of times, Justin Scaramuzzo, Jamel Hammery, Nasir Sneed, Ian Roberts, Amir Agazali, Darnell Johnson, Daniel McLeese, Scott McLaren, Eli Ingram Lewis L., Morgan Blake Gagnerin, Aljamir Johnson, Jason Easterday, Jameer Darby, Dakari Carter, Carl Griffin, Harold Mee, Jaden Vera, Justin Alfano, Brody Alfieri. We got a couple more as Crooms will run around the left side. He's going to get to about the 45, slip out of a couple of tackles, maybe get as far as the 46, possibly the 47. Gain of 7 on the play. If he just kept running,
Keep running.
He would have done well. Last few names: Justin Alfano, Brody Alfieri, Andre Matthews, and Lorenzo Martinez. That rounds out the 12-year-olds for the Matawan Huskies.
Keep running. You saw the same thing I saw. Lots of green. Don't cut back where all the defenders are.
And keep in mind, Brick City still has all 3 of their timeouts at their disposal. Matawan only has 1. But as long as they keep the play in the field of play, then they can just run the clock down. I wouldn't be surprised if Brick City calls a timeout after this next play. I'll be interested to see what the play call is. I'll tell you what, if they get a first down here, Matawan could sense next week coming to them.
No doubt about it.
Once again, I believe it's Crooms in the Wildcat because they don't have a quarterback, but it's a low snap. And he's not going to go anywhere. He ends up going down 6 to the 41, and now force a punt for Brick City. And the snap was what kind of threw everything off.
Yeah, now I tell you, the way they've been punting, I would rather go for this than punt. Be honest with you.
Well, Brick City, as expected, they used their first timeout, so they'll have 2 remaining. Just to run down real quick, folks, of course, this game, everything from the Big 21 football and cheer conference, this playoff, were presented to you by Sports Farm, who, of course, brings you the All-American Games and Youth All-Star Weekend on Easter weekend. And that'll be March 31st through April 3rd of next year, hosted by the Harrah's Resort in the city of Atlantic City. For more details, go to www.sportsfarm.org. By Mobile Brake Guys. Remember, they're out in Cranford, New Jersey on 20 Commerce Drive, and they serve northern and central Jersey. For details on them, email them info@mobilebrakeguys.com or call toll-free 888-595-8060. And, of course, especially the Keep It a Buck podcast, which, of course, presents this broadcast here. And we, of course, send our sincerest appreciation to them as one of the big sponsors for Big 21. Make sure you follow them online on Instagram at Keep It a Buck Podcast. And remember, there are spaces in between each word. All right, so it looks like they'll try a short punt, but I think the key is to have a low-line drive. Will they get it? Not really.
Straight up in the air again.
In the air, but it takes a neutral bounce this time, and it falls at about the 46-yard line. So Brick City has to do this twice. But they're in Matawan territory. They're going to spot the 47. They have to score quick, and they have 2 timeouts left. Try and get the ball back one more time and pull something off.
They've been in Matawan territory on numerous occasions. They just don't have anything to show for it.
You're correct about that, but now Matawan's defense got to come through one more time. As you can hear the whipping winds in the background, I mean, obviously the crew at Winnie the Pooh ought to be thrilled about this because this is really a blustery day. And for Brick City, the wind's at their back. Remember, winds are going to increase even more. They're expected to possibly, in some areas in New Jersey, be up to 60 miles an hour when the rain hits later tonight. So just remember, if you're driving home or whatever you're doing, keep 2 hands on the steering wheel. 1st and 10. Here's Jones going to fire to the left side. That pass is caught, but falling down to 44-yard line is Aiden Larkin. And he's able to get about 3 on the play. The problem is the clock continues to run. Official time, remember, is kept on the field. 2nd and 7 from the 44. Jones again on the 4 receiver set. Back to pass. Looking under a rush. He's going to run it to the 40. He's got some room to the 30. He lost the football, but it falls into the hands of Brick City at the 25.
Oh, very lucky.
Very lucky. And it's a first down, a gain of 19. The clock will stop to reset the ball, and they'll wind again. So 1st and 10. Again, a 4-receiver set as Jones. No. He dropped the ball, but the whistle blew.
Yeah, I think they had somebody. I think they had a receipt. I think they're going to get procedure on somebody move before the ball is stopped.
They've already backed it up 5, so it's going to be a false start against Brick City, so it makes it 1st and 15.
I think the receiver on the right, the wide side, just kind of took a step forward.
And lucky for the quarterback because he dropped the snap. Luckily, the play was blown dead right at that particular instance. So, for Brick City, 1st and 10 1st and 15 rather. An empty gun this time as Jones is back, looking, runs. He's going to be dragged down at the 41-yard line. 11-yard loss on the play, and what a job by Madawan's defense there.
Great pass rush all day, really, from Madawan. They've just been relentless with that.
I think that was Demir Darby who made the sack there. So, I mean, that was a heck of a play. Now Brick City, I think, just called a timeout.
Yeah, that's going to use their second timeout. They only got one left now. So
yeah, why don't we take a look at that sack one more time?
I want to say he came off the left defensive edge there, and you just see him come up the field.
Yeah, once he escaped,
and he's
there
closing.
was no escape.
Yeah, keep the feet moving and close, and nice job. There's a couple more of his buddies right behind him.
Yeah, that is a great job on the part of Darby coming through at the sack. And now Brick City, with only one timeout remaining, right now Madawan has a chance. They're smelling it. If they stop him here, that's it, pretty much.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, this Brick City is a very, very solid program. But teams are allowed to have a bad night, and sometimes it happens at the wrong time. Here's Jones back on 2nd down. He's in trouble again. And is he going to go down again? Yes, he will. The finishing touches by Darnell Johnson, who knocked him over around the midfield stripe.
Major league pass rush there. Just everybody, just a jailbreak. Everybody coming after him.
And I think now Brick City's got to figure out 3rd and from Newark to Poughkeepsie at this point. It looks like 3rd and 35 from midfield. Not too many plays you can come up with except if it's a Hail Mary. They will line up 4 receivers. Jones back, looking. He'll throw left. It's caught at the 45, but he's not going to get too far. He goes down to 42-yard line. That was Hunter Watson. A gain of 8. He does get out of bounds, but now you have a 4th and 27.
Brings up 4th and long for Brick City.
4th and 27, and throwing the ball underneath, there's not much you can do because you're not going to launch it long because even though they have the wind, Madawan's got 5-6 defensive backs playing center field, so you could try a long ball, but you might as well take what they're going to give you, and that's the mid-range underneath stuff.
You could do the Ray Rice play. You could do McNabb to Freddie Mitchell. A little bit better than that. 4th and 27 from the 42. Here's Jones. Let's see what happens. He's looking. Here they come. Throw left. Pass caught. Will they be able to make a play out of it? No. Down to 30-yard line. Madawan is going to the 12-year-old championship game, folks, as they've just caused a turnover on downs. And Brick City, whom really is a spectacular program, Madawan with a very spirited game. They'll be the ones playing in the championship next week.
Yeah, Madawan was Brick City, a little flat looking in the second half here. A lot of their players just, they didn't look like they had a lot of energy or like they were into the game. I don't know, but Madawan just playing heads and shoulders above the competition today. They were ready to roll.
And you wonder if this was also a revenge game because, I mean, remember, Brick City won it first. That's it.
And that's it.
That's it. They are done. Madawan is a winner. 12-0 over the Brick City Lions to play in the 12-year-old championship game. Art, your thoughts on this one?
This is just a heavyweight prize fight. They were battling the whole time, and they just, like I said, right before Madawan was just ready for the game. They just were ready to roll, and they really got after him in both halves. And Brick City, not one of their better games. They picked a bad time to play a bad game.
We just want to make a programming note before we go off the air here. We were supposed to have a 13-year-old game for playoff implications for the championship game, but that is being rescheduled. We do not know exactly when it will be, so make sure you stay with the Big 21 pages for championship game and reschedulings and stuff like that. That's the best bet. All we know, it's not happening today. It's just going to happen probably later in the week, so just please stay tuned to Big 21 for more details on that. But in the meantime, Madawan's happy. They get to celebrate as we are finished here in Matawan today. Your final score, the Matawan Huskies 12, the Brick City Lions nothing. The 12-year-olds playing the championship game, but you know what? It was a great night. They lost the first three, but Matawan won the fourth one. And now we go into next week. So that wraps it up here for Art Elias and Howard Gabriel on the controls. I'm Tom Wilkins signing off for now. Thank you all for joining us. You've been watching a presentation of Big 21 Conference playoff action in conjunction with a Keep It a Buck podcast. Have a good one, everybody.